just the Kiriko, Baptiste, and Anna skin, it also has a team weapon charm, which is very, very nice. Make sure to grab yours now. And
さあ始まりましたね。どうもどうもおはようございます。ということで今日もやっていきましょう。
Yeah, I mean, they definitely haven't been tested yet, but
月曜の朝ですよ。
we do know what they are really good at. That Winston dive is pretty clean for the Florida Mayhem. And not only that, you know, we've during the Pro-Am group stages as well, we've seen them, you know, sometimes using that Ramatra brawl as well. So Winston dive isn't the only thing they're gonna run, but I mean,
今日はねファイナルなんでプロアマベストプロアマファイナルなんで、まあ最後まで見ていきます。
Where are they targeting? Is it going to be the backline? Is it going to be trying to take out a DPS? Florida Mayhem put a ton of pressure onto London Spitfire by catching a lot of players.
はいどうもおはようございます。生活習慣終わりし者。いやマジでさ、リーグいやまあなんか文句言ってもしゃあないんだけどさ、文句言ってもってか文句ですらないんだけどもはや。この時間だけこの NA の時間だけちょっと憎たらしいわな。いや本当になんかもうちょっとどうにかなんないかなと思いつつどうにもなんねえんだろうなというのは分かってるんだけど。
Not gonna lie, I'm not awfully confident in my prediction. I did go with the Florida Mayhem because on paper, I just think that would be that's the easy pick.
メイヘム隠したとばかり戦ってたからいまいち本当に強いのか怪しい。俺も正直トロント予想かな今日は。さすがに昨日のマッチアップも正直トロント vs ボストンってどちらかというとトロントかな、どちらかというとボストンかなみたいなマッチアップだったしそもそも。まあまだ5時スタートは優しいよね。言うても結局4時半ぐらいに起きてんだけどさ、まあ4時だったら3時半とかに起きてるわけだから、まあ、マシなのは変わりないんだけど。
The tiebreaker, I guess. That's a lot of pressure, but I also went with Toronto Defiant. I'm in agreement with both of you that this is going to be an incredibly close match between these two teams, and it's one of those that's really hard to pick, but I'm not about to get burned by underestimating Toronto again, so I've got to go with the Toronto boys and see what they can get done today.
I'm definitely very excited to see this very match happening because quite frankly, it was in my head, it was a coin toss, right? I could have just tossed a coin there because both teams have shown us a lot of great skill. But yeah, I am still undefeated, not been tested.
True.
It's honestly, it's just so hard. It's so hard. Make sure to let us know who you're picking for this very game. Hit us up over on social media. We'd love to hear your prediction, your scores, and feel free to drag us with ours once we're wrong, which does happen occasionally, I'll tell you that. Now, something else which is very exciting rather than just the first match, it's also the casting duo we have coming up for you. We once more gonna get them back.
メイヘムどっちが勝つでしょうって感じだけど。
It is a pleasure to be here once again alongside you, Kenobi. We can already see with those predictions that there's some expectations of us getting another game 5 here out the gate. So we got our running shoes on. We got our running shoes on. How are we going to follow up yesterday? How are we going to follow up?
3-1 トロントかな俺は。俺の予想だと。俺の予想は 3-1 トロント。ダニーと全く一緒かな。
I respect you, Danny. I see you. I know what you're thinking right now. That this power of friendship Toronto Defiant team is going to be able to topple the Mayhem, who have looked so crisp, so clean. Their dives look immaculate. But I think the desk brought up a really good point, and this is something we saw with Atlanta yesterday, is that Atlanta wasn't really tested in their group stages. The Mayhem haven't really been tested either. So it's probably the first time that they're going to be playing against a team that is up to snuff with what we've seen from them so far. And it is a team in the Toronto Defiant that has some ideas already about what the Mayhem are playing. We have Hydron, who used to be on that team. A lot of these players already know each other. So there is some ins and outs that I think the Toronto Defiant team has against what the Mayhem are going to be bringing. That very quick, very high-tempoed style of dive.
And even with
トロントはスピーディーを生かすトレーコーかな。ハイドロントレーサーって今まで見せてたっけ？ハイドロンがトレーサーやるケースって今まであった？なかった気がするな。
And it's interesting, we're already seeing kind of a
difference.
This is something that we've seen from them before with someone was on the Winston, but now they're on the Diva instead, so we're having a bit of a weird matchup. Merit is going to be on that Ashe, so a little bit more of that long-range potential and pressure that can be put onto Speedily on the ground, or in the air, while Hydron is going to be a little bit more on the ground trying to poke and prod with that Tracer.
Yeah, and we had this yesterday.
さあ、マーシーアッシュでポイント上を取る形。こういうさ、まあ、ワンだとあんまりやんなかったセットアップも増えたよね。2。ワンでも、まあ、この上取るのはまあそんなに珍しいわけではなかったけど、多くはなかったからね。マジでなんかタンク1枚減ったから、まあこういうポジションも結構強気で取りに行けるよねみたいな、そういう感じのポジショニングが結構増えてる気はする。さあまず最初はメイヘムがポイントを取っていく。トレッサーがいない分ポイントの取得どうなるかなと思ったけど、普通にエコーアッシュでポイント上から制圧してったからさ、あんまり関係なかったね、トレッサーの有無は。逆に高台に全員いるからトレッサーの影響力はねえっていう結果になっちゃってる。さあ7以降、うわー溶ける。うめえエコーマジどうしようもねえからな。
They are going to demech Kalush. Can Kalush stay alive though through this? Checkmate's actually found two out of the back of it. The res comes in under ultraviolet, but it's not going to be enough, Rich.
No, I'm not sure if it will be. You've got the duplicate holstered for now.
トロントそのまま勝ちにいけるかどうか。さあオジーがチョロングを倒してハイドロンがチェックメイトを倒す。これは時間はかかってるもののトロントがポイントを取りそうだね。いやでもボブがポイント中か。これまだ時間かかるか。
It's doing a lot, and actually Merit is on high ground completely for free right now. They finally will take out that Bob, and it looks like Toronto Defiant might be able to finally swap this one over, but Mayhem doesn't want to give it up right yet.
Nope, they're just going to guarantee that they get as close to 99 as possible. They have gained a substantial lead, and this could now look to have a decent amount of time to regain composure and come back with more.
さあ 87% でトロントの取り返し。
Basically, last fight territory for them. They did use a lot to get it towards that last fight territory, so they won't have any type of ultimate economy going into this next fight. But maybe you can get out something like the Nano, like the duplicate from Speedily. It's about them potentially poking and prodding their way in. If Merit can find a pick or put some pressure down, and then they can win from ultimate disadvantage or force those ultimates out.
And you can see how far back Speedily's playing, continuing to maintain that same high ground angle that was there previously from Mayhem.
今ウルトラバイオレット落ちかけてたな。ただポジションを奪われてしまう。ポジションをメインヘム有利。わあここでナノエコ。いや追い込んでった。よく今のキルにつなげたな。現時ナーフして、まあ、この屋上とかを制圧しづらくなってるからね今。
Rounding that corner, Kalush can't get topped up. They're demeched, and there's even a pickup by two.
おお、メリットのボブがダブルキル。これはきついか。
I mean, Kalush just got completely melted by the Bob and by the rest of the team. That means that there's nothing really to cover that Bob, and it was doing so much damage, and now it's desperation for Toronto Defiant. Then they can't even find to get anyone on. That's going to be the Florida Mayhem taking this first round.
Yep, unfortunate, not able
オブが決まり手だったね。まあこのマップはね、伝統的にアッシュ強いんで。ハイドロンアッシュやってたら結構いい勝負してそうだけどな。いい勝負というか。
Seeing a lot of wholesale swaps right now onto something else. I mean, I think the Diva was really good on that map in particular because you have a lot of those vertical plays that you want to be, or those vertical geometries that you want to play around. As we're going to be seeing what the Bob is doing here. I'm interested to see how this happens. I mean, oh, it was just behind him. Yeah. Bob just 360'd and just hit Hydron, and then was like, all right, that's it. I've done my job.
360 arm no scope. That's what it's gonna be.
ちょっと構成相性みたいな感じかな。
You're just like one pix away from not being in there, but. As we go into this map, we do see the Winston coming out, and
さあトロント、ハイドロン、ウィドウ、お互いウィドウだね、珍しい。
Widowmaker battle is going to be incredibly important, and we saw yesterday how good Hydron was on that Widowmaker, beating one of the best hits games we've ever seen in Burgering a lot of the time. So Merit has a lot to work with in terms of playing someone that's incredibly adept at Widowmaker.
Well, and Merit still did quite a stellar job as well on this map yesterday. So I would love to see if, as you said, it can match up against Hydron.
まあ昨日のボストン負けはマジで予想できてた人少ないだろうね。俺応援自体はトロントの方を応援してたけど、ボストン負けるとはあんまり思ってなかったもんな。俺もボストン負けるか結構びっくりしたからな。
CheckMate was able to kill both of the supports in that fight, and I think this is something that the Florida Mayhem do so well is play around CheckMate specifically. His ability to get those one shot or those one clips onto the back line, force out so much pressure along with someone that also gives space to Merit to be able to work a little bit better, because if they're not checking,
first wave
Merit has that ability to just go mano-a-mano against Hydron and get that space.
Now, looking to see if there's anyone flanking onto Merit, being very careful and cautious to not be overwhelmed, to lose that value that can be brought with the Widowmaker in the back, but speedily going to be in the fray. Alongside with the pulse bomb comes in, though it denies OG, and now that's an opportunity for once again Mayhem to throttle forward and take advantage.
And now Florida Mayhem, I mean, they have all the, everything is really for them at this point. They have every sideline working well for them. They're going quickly, speedily. Does get checkmate at the start or at the back end of that fight. But one of the things about the Florida Mayhem that they're doing so well,
いやなんか普通にトロント
they're not standing on ceremony and letting this Widowmaker 1v1
トロントなんか普通に流れで持ってかれてるな。
are the ones who are going first a lot of times. They're the ones who are putting the tempo onto Toronto Defiant, which is something Defiant usually does to other teams.
And now, with Ultimate online, Nano Boost giving someone more room to work with. And the Primal Rage going to be pocketed for the time being. Hydron in the sights. That is a lot of chase down onto Hydron, just making their life a nightmare as Kalush counters to get rid of Merit. So they attempt to do the same in this reflection. And now the sound barrier active by Churon for Mayhem to keep this once again near that high level of percentage. Even if they do lose this, they're in a prime position to cycle back into as they did before. Hydron eliminating someone gives a window of opportunity, and now Toronto Defiant can gain a foothold on this point.
And I also really like the patience from Ultraviolet here, not using this Kitsune Rush, because there are moments in that fight where you could be like, maybe just to secure it, I want to use Kitsune Rush to basically guarantee fully that we win this fight. But now, since they're able to keep this, Florida Mayhem have nothing to work with besides potentially a Pulse Bomb. So now Toronto Defiant can cycle those ultimates and make up some of this percentage, because that's their way back into this, because it's basically last fight territory for the Florida Mayhem if they win one.
And Hydron, if they hit a shot here, it's going to be so helpful for the long run. Couple of bodies onto someone for now until they're topped up. Just patience is a virtue for Hydron. You can see just constantly looking for angles with Merit adjusting onto the Somber in the back close to Ultraviolet. And now diving forward, looks for to potentially drop the pulse bomb, but no, Kalush and Hydron actually get two instantly on that entry.
Yeah, that was really well played from OG specifically. He booped the Tracer out of the way and then was able to get that Kalush jumping directly onto it, and they were able to take down that Tracer. Brilliantly peeled from OG on that Lucio. Toronto Defiant win that fight with just the Kitsune Rush. So now again, because of the fact that they have to respect the Widowmaker now, because there's no one to counteract it, Florida Mayhem are moving a little bit slower in a lot of these fights. So now the percentage continues to take up more for the Toronto Defiant.
ああ、ただスピードディーがこれは穴倒れるとさすがにちょっときつい。いやこれメイヘム売ると止まんないね、最終ウェーブまで。コル、いやーまあでもルパルのウルトはさすがに止まるから、ナノブ VS ルパルウルトみたいな感じになるか。王子、あーこれは、いやーしっかりカバーが間に合ってる。でかすぎ。
From the rest of the squad, the synergy, that camaraderie that we talked about after long of seeing them now join together as one. Kaluj with that primal rage up top, dislodging and dismantling Mayhem's positioning, but they're still with.
あーただこれコルージが、あーまずいコルージ。
in this narrow corridor along that catwalk, someone feeling confident.
うわー惜しい今の。
I mean, that was a great pounce from the Florida Mayhem. After the TP came out from Ultraviolet, the rest of the team just went on to the back line, and Toronto Defiant had to make.
王子触りに行くけど、あー弾かれて触れず。あーまず1マップ目はメイヘムが取っていくと。コルジじゃねえな、トロント結構悪くなかったように見えたけど、まあ、ファーストウェーブ
they went through the group stage pretty easily, also against London pretty easily yesterday. I think that when you look at this team and like the pieces that they have, specifically on Checkmate and Someone, I think Someone is probably, I think Lemon said this yesterday, role start at least like predictive, right? I think there's the way that this guy is playing, and now bringing things to their hero pool instead of things just like the Winston, right? We know how good their Winston is, comes from a very long line of main tanks from TCC, Team CC and Chinese contenders, your Fearlesses, your Gagas, your Someones. But now that he's bringing in these other things like a Diva, right? We haven't seen that sometimes. We've seen a Sigma from him as well. And I think that Someone is really strutting their stuff now in this Pro-Am and is going to be a force to be reckoned with going through the rest of this bracket if Mayhem make it there, and also throughout the rest of the Overwatch League season.
Well, and even with these statistics that we looked at going into even just before yesterday, and it's probably still within the realm of being first in a number of categories across all of the tanks that play on this Winston, and I'm really excited to see how it's continued to impact outside of just that specifically Winston role. But as we complete this first map, we've got many more ahead of us as we're going to go to a brief break. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to see if it's going to be Mayhem continuing this victory.
サウナか。サウナどうだったっけかな。記憶がねえな。出てた気がするけどな。そうだよね、1、2回出てたよね。
We are back, friends. As we can take a look at the players, we can already see that there's a little bit of pressure being forced onto Toronto Defiant as we have this first map already going in the way of Florida Mayhem, who, as we've talked about on the desk, they've not really felt, too much of a challenge over the course of this. And when we look historically, we do actually see that there's only one map they've ever lost, but we want to get into the sub first before we talk a little bit more about that detail, which is going to be OG coming out and Surmajed coming in, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of standard for what the Toronto Defiant have done in the past, like bringing in Surmajed to play maybe that double flex support role. One of the interesting things that I'm going to be looking for is, do we see more Break? Because yesterday Break kind of like came onto the scene randomly. I think that maybe there are people who are thinking, maybe it's something that can be kind of Lucio-esque in terms of that AoE healing. You also have that boot potential still that like Lucio brings to the table, so I wonder if that's something that we do see at any point throughout the rest of the day today. As we go into this match, the Mayhem are going to be on the defensive end here, sticking with Chorong and RuPaul as their backline. And looks like someone's going to be on the Sigma. This is something that someone I think is like started to really bring to the forefront in terms of their hero pool. I talked about this a little bit at the end of the last map, where it's like someone in all aspects when he was coming into the league was like basically just like a Winston player, but now like he's had time to grow. Now he's brought the Sigma to the table. It looked really good yesterday as well. So I think that when I look at the Florida Mayhem and how they play through the tip of the spear that is someone, it just gives so much room for Merit for Checkmate to do their thing, and Toronto Defiant have to find a way to really stifle someone if they want to be able to get to that backline.
And as we do see Speedily bring out this Echo play again, we've seen on multiple occasions, specifically with this map, the value that can be brought with Speedily. And actually, after they see the composition, they're going to look to adjust themselves with both Collusion, Surmajed, even Hydron as well.
アナゼにシグマシグマ対決するぞっていう意思を持ってるけど、チョロングがブリギって
When Fleto is in his prime, they have so much confidence in Speedily on this Echo, and he has just an insane mastery of the hero. Same with Collusion on Sigma, so this matchup between Collusion and someone going to be even more important as the stun comes in already.
Yep, Grecian forcing Collusion back for the moment, but recovers quite easily, looking for re-entry as the kinetic grasp mitigates a lot of that incoming fire.
いやー、詰めるね。まあなんかブリギって入りらしいって感じの詰め方だ。おお、ハイドロン。
Yeah, I mean, Merit actually is able to find 2 kills out of kind of nothing in there, and that was
ブリギって
because
構成らしい
of
詰め
someone
方やな。
getting that stun early onto Collusion because of the fact that Collusion wasn't able to put up that shield and hold those angles that you sometimes want to do.
まあ基本的にブリギって構成側の方がポークされると不利なんで、まあがっつり詰めていくって感じだね。
We'll have to start moving forward again. One of the things that Toronto Defiant's composition has, though, is a little bit of an rage advantage, right? You have
トロントは距離と一定の距離保ちつつ、まあああいうまあその時間かけて戦えればって感じだけど。
And Merit sticking up top for the high ground, still looking to get some decent shots in from a distance, but watchful eye on the Hydron to make sure that they are not going to get picked up with a log that can come from across map.
いやー、メリット立ち回りがうめえ。
Potentially catch Hydron off guard, can't quite do so as this attention is once again being deviated. You can see Hydron swapping back. They're being
しっかりサイド
tucked into a corner. They can't sustain.
サイドのエリア取りを許さない。
This is that bandwidth we talked about where
お、ただ7以
so
降
much for anyone to really handle.
チェックメイトを倒して、おー、倒しきった。はいや。
From Speedily onto the Sigma, they don't get the ultimate, but they do get the reset.
Yep, and now playing a little bit more aggressively, forcing them back down towards the
ナノエ
docks.
コーで
2 ticks acquired, minute 40 seconds. There's a potential recontest here. Tech goes up top for Chorong to compete against Speedily, but
倒しきった。ただウルトラバイオレットサーマジロが倒されて、お互いサポなしシチュエーション。いや、取り切ったのはトロント。
Yeah, I mean, and that was all Speedily with that Nano. Was able to kill both of the supports in that engagement, and once the supports are gone from the Florida Mayhem's composition, the fight is essentially over in these scenarios, and the Toronto Defiant will be able to start moving forward now into second. 3.5 minutes about in their time.
タンコピーね。シグマコピーはなんかウルトまで生きればバカ強いけど、なんかそれ以外はやっぱり脆いね。寄られるとやっぱり弱い部分が結構目立つわ。チェックメイトバレている。ただメリットがハイドロン倒して、ここはメイヘムペース。
At this point now they can just play towards this high ground again, rounding the corner, chipping away at Speedily, and there's Chorong to dive in from up top on the tank.
I mean, Merit has no fear. This is a matchup, especially with how Hydron has been playing. The fact that Merit is getting these picks onto Hydron in just these raw 1v1 situations is insane, because one of the things that Hydron has is that ability to one-shot, where Merit has to hit 1 or 2 shots to secure those kills, but Merit has no fear whatsoever. And I think one of the things when you're playing against this team of Toronto Defiant, you have to match their confidence.
さあウルトラバイオレット苦しい状況だが、スピードリーがチョロングから倒していく。いやー、スピードリー孤立してしまった。あー、おおトレーサーにやられるんじゃないのか。
Yeah, that matrix is huge because it gives space as well. So now Mayhem have to back up, and Toronto Defiant can take all of this space, which at this point in the map is going to be so good for Majid and Ultraviolet. They can basically
トレーサーのボイス多すぎだよ。めちゃくちゃ連打してるからな。さあグラビティフラックス。トロントは返せたけど苦しい状況。おお。
Still presses forward, gets stunned, found at the back, the Discord orb, making it extremely challenging to withstand that free-firing Hydron in the back line. But it's still a minute and 40. The fight's not over. They press on. Churong with the rally, giving some extra protection necessary to keep this going. And again, just running the clock at this halfway marker.
And that felt like it was just a little
さあトロン
too
ト
over-aggressive from the
順調に進めてい
They
く。
played way too close to the sun. Chorong was just a hint behind on that rally charge, and that let someone end up going down. Toronto Defiant finish off the rest of the fight, and basically for nothing. I mean, they use a duplicate, but that's essentially it. And Mayhem, are they even going to try and contest here?
It's gonna be desperate.
いやー、倒しきった。
In time. And this maneuver around the back, rotating with the Deadeye, ensuring that it will zone multiple members away and deny the viability of that amplification matrix through the doorway, because they can't being risked getting hit and contested. And that's going to be reached into the final stretch.
And one of the things that you're seeing a lot of the time with how the Toronto Defiant are playing this, and Speedy in particular, he's saving his focusing beam for when someone is getting taken down low, and is using that Grasp, because Grasp isn't able to negate that damage, so they can just instantly kill him. And if Florida Mayhem don't have the cooldowns to save someone, he instantly dies.
And losing someone continues to see a domino effect here. Holding this corner is going to be vital, with someone playing close to the doorway. Churong also sticking alongside to give that extra protection, especially if things get dicey up close for the inspirational healing. Kaluj getting stunned. Transcendence is there, though, guaranteeing they can work through this initial damage. Flux onto 2, knocking them into the back after they remove the immortality field from RuPaul, and chasing even further. The kinetic grasp blocked. Now in return, you have this amazing attempt by Kaluj to withstand and just survive. The supports are carrying at the moment, as Florida Mayhem is now starting to thread the needle, and they can't seem to get a foothold here.
I mean, Checkmate is trying their best, but honestly, Kaluj right now is taking over this game in terms of the Sigma matchup. Like the shield usage, the increasing usage.
次のウェーブ、いやでもチェックメイトの EMP が上がるから、このウェーブはさすがにでもメイヘムが取りそうかな。
A minute left for the Toronto Defiant. Sombra EMP is gonna be here relatively soon for Checkmate. They need to find a way to get it.
Only 15%. It can be acquired quite quickly. Amplification Matrix Ultraviolet very low, but gets topped up quick enough with the healing orb, so you don't see this quick execution by Checkmate. Now, approaching the EMP, they need to regroup with the front line. There's a someone Flux active on the front side, but counteracted by Speedily, but they lose it so quickly. Florida Mayhem in these last few meters are now going to be able to withstand the push from Toronto Defiant and deny them at 40 seconds.
They're able to hold as well, and they managed to keep their EMP.
いやー、メイヘム EMP 残して勝ったのでけえな。この対面で EMP 入ったらもうほぼほぼ勝てるだろう。
It's almost impossible. There has to be some sort of miracle that the Toronto Defiant pull out of a hat here to be able to cap this point.
And now with the last minute adjustment, Hydron
まあでも時間稼ぎにはメインフレックス2枚体制はまあフレックス2枚でやりたいことがまたなかなかできないから難しくはあるけど。 結果的に時間を稼げてるからね、まあ、やり方次第よなって感じはするけど。まあ難しいというか、なかなかまあやり方次第かな。
Win condition is set though now for Mayhem. They just have to complete this map, and it's interesting watching these two teams play in kind of like a situation that both of these teams were not really used to in terms of like seeing them like more of the high tempo style. This is much more like pokey and stuff like this, and it's still there is that aggression that we're still seeing from them, like where it is the Mayhem still like going aggressive, putting the pedal to the metal at times, sometimes to their own dismay. It would seem like, especially when they had that little enclosed area. Yeah. At second, where they kind of just went in that aggressive, but there is still that aggression and high tempo style that I think is still benefiting the Mayhem extremely when they play.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Toronto is able to adapt and realize those overextensions that are coming through from Florida Mayhem is really giving them a lot of headway. And it's one of those things since we transitioned away from the control map that you're having these longer stretches of fielding that you can work with down through streets phase, in those side rooms, finding the elevated positions like we saw initially defensively on that siege tank that was there. But now as we take the swap of sides, Mayhem on the attack looking to reach that golden box to make it a 2-0 and find themselves on a match point.
And I wonder if Florida Mayhem continue with the Sombra. I think it did end up getting a lot of value towards the back end, especially being able to hack out Collusion and make that Sigma 1v1 much easier.
さあ、トロントは穴切り。まあ、穴切りに関しては、まあ、なんか取り切りセットで、まあ、そのエリア取りして、まあ、そのタンクサポートは穴って感じで、まあ、その2つのエリアを同時に取るって形なんで、まあ割と、まあコンセプト自体はまあ思い切りとそんなに変わんないよ。
Drawn away to this flanking angle. There is recognition though for checkmate down below. They found them. They attempt to force out the translocate and gets them out of this positioning where now the flank and the maneuver from Florida is a little bit slightly disjointed.
コンセプト的にはまあ思い切り穴切りはそんなに大きく変わるわけじゃない。まあ思い切りの方がまあそのバックラインなくて結構いろいろ融通が効くとかはあるけど。さあ大裏から回り込んでポイントを取っている。ただスピーディーここで倒されるけど、いやどうだ、人数トレード。マジか。
And respawns are way too close for Florida Mayhem. I think Toronto have to give this one up.
いやトロント惜しい。
There's no way that they're going to be able to contest here.
飛び込むタイミングとか完璧だったけどね。エコー使用率の半分ぐらいスピードリーが稼いでる。いやマジでありそう。エコーね、2で結構強いかと思われつつ、あまり使用率を伸ばさないからね。まあ、1の時も割とそんな感じだったけど、強いとは言われつつ、じゃあ出るかっていうとあんまり出ねえっていう。やっぱ取れそうなんだよなみたいな。あ、さ、ペリカンもだ。スピーディーペリカンでまあ9割ぐらいいってそうだよな。そうだね、確かにペリカンスピーディーで9割ぐらい稼いでそう。イメージ的には。さあスピーディーチェックメイトを倒して。
Yeah, checkmate goes down, was actually slept by Ultraviolet and assassinated by Speedily, so that's a pick that they get for absolutely free right now. Merit though,
Merit今日キレッキレだな。
popping off. This is not something that we saw a ton of in the group stage, but here looks like they're playing incredible.
Look at the ultimate economy that Florida Mayhem are looking to
キレッキレだなとか言ったらよくわかんない外し方してた。さあ EMP があるぞ。おお、ただチェックメイトを倒される。ペトアイ、これはしっかりかわしきっている。トロント一回ここで止めたいけど、いやサマジョがメリットを倒した。これは止まるかな。
Yeah, that was a huge anti-nade from Ultraviolet to start things off during that fight, getting into that back line, splashboarding it onto the rest of the team, and they were able to take down Merit. Checkmate has had a little bit of a hard time, as we're going to see the sleep dart replay here. I wonder how Checkmate ends up falling here.
ダブルフレックスサポとかで
What? That's nuts. That's absolutely disgusting from Ultraviolet. And also the sticky bombs next
今のウルトラバイオレットのスリープインチキだろ
make sure that the Sombra doesn't translocate out. Chef's kiss.
ただ EMP 構えられてるまあサポメタ的にはまあ次そろそろまあさエコーメタ来てもおかしくないかなって気がするよねでも切り込めたねあんまりエコー出ておおさあマジド
And I think Checkmate needs to stop just going in by themselves into that backline. Majid and Ultraviolet have proven now that you have to respect their incoming damage.
エコーって実はメタど真ん中になったことないよね。ないことはないか。一回あったな。でも一回あったわごめん。なんか代表的なメタ構成ってないような気がするんだよなエコー。まあ難しいんだろうなってのはあるんだけどね。なんかいろんなマップで出てくる汎用メタみたいな感じで出てくるのは出たケースってなんかあんまり記憶にないなっていう。あ激あそうだその時は出たな確かに。さあここは難しい状況だけどコルジがやられる。さあ第2を突破。さあかなり苦しいんだねメイヘム。さあそしてトロントはここからシグマ構成シフト。サムワンはどうださすがにシグマきついってことでウルト捨ててでもシグマにチェンジだね。そうなんだよねなんか長い間メタに君臨してたイメージはないよねマジで。まああれもあるのかもだけど、まあそれこそバンピックとかもあるのかもだけど。うわぁ、溶けた。ヒーロー性能が基本的に脳筋だからな。絡め手が使えないヒーローだから。使えないというか絡め手がないヒーローだからね基本的に。さあコルージめちゃくちゃローになっている。バティウルトでゾーニングしたいけどおおここはハイドロンがメリットを倒すことですか。メイヘムブリギッテでようやるなマジで。ただここチェックメイトの EMP が上がってくる。EMP をしっかり取れるいなせるかどうかサーマジドのウルトがたまるかどうかきっちりカウンターを合わせられるかどうかで変わってくるけどこれ間に合わなそうかこれサーマジド。ドラゴンで早めに時間稼ぎ。いやでもこれ決まるぞ。ああコルージウルト打とうとした瞬間にいやエイプリルフールの左クリ5発は、まあ、弱くはないけど総合的なダメージは上がってたけど難しいね結局。使いこなせる人がいなかったって感じがする。他に雑に強くなってたヒーローいくらでもあったしね。
that map in particular, I think he was like 22 and like 4, something like incredible like that. Like he has been on one and putting so much pressure onto Speedily in particular.
やっぱランクとかクイックで大事なのは雑に強いみたいな感じだ。雑に強いことが求められるからね。いやフロリダ強いね。あんだけがっつりポーク構成に対してブリギッテでしっかり戦えるってのはすごいわ。
Through perseverance and just perfect macro play. You touched on it too when it came to the tail end of it, understanding those really key adjustments that are necessary, sacrificing some things to gain the greater outcome. And now that we do see that it's on a match point, Florida Mayhem is ready to just take this third one, but there's a lot for Toronto Defiant to come back into this. They just have to take this moment to be able to breathe, build their morale, and come back with even more attacks. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back after this break.
3-0の香りがしますね。ああ、3-1トロント予想外した。ダブルフレックスの強みは最大ゲームを押し付けられるエスコートでなんと。まあ次取れなかったら負けなんでね、トロントは。メイヘムちゃんと強いね、本当に。ちょっと昨日ロンドン戦見れてないからあれなんだけども、メイヘムこれはしっかり強いやつですね。J3 もにっこり。いやー、マジでアトランタ昨日ね、何が良くなかったんやろか。いやそう、昨日はね、マジで、まあ、アトランタが結構がっつりその、トレソンでバックラインダイブしてくるのに対してグラディエーターがまあぶり出したり、カウンター気味の構成をしっかり練ってたのがね、強かったね。強かったっていうか偉かったね、あれはマジで。あとケブ、なんか時間さえかければそのケブが後ろ崩してくれるから、時間さえ作れればケブ、カイどっちかがしっかり流れ作ってくれるからね。
Welcome back as we're here to look at the miraculous play that is from Merit. We've seen on several occasions so far. It might even be the one to talk about for MVP as they want to work their way through their opponents to get even closer to that amazing Pro-Am award. As we take a look at the squads, Kenobi, no subs coming out in for this next map, but things are looking a little difficult to turn around here for the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, if there is a team that kind of can like reset themselves and with the coaching staff that they have, make this into a series, I think it is the Toronto Defiant. But the Mayhem, it feels like they're on another level. And one of the things that is really making them so much better than I think they were in like even the group stages where they were playing incredible is Merit's kind of ascension, right, in the playoffs. Because I mean, remember last year on Sojourn, one of the statistically best Sojourns we had in the Overwatch League, but beyond like that, there wasn't like any other heroes that Merit was like particularly great at. It was a lot of just Sojourn, and the questions were like, when we move off of a Sojourn meta, is Merit going to be that same player? So far in this playoffs, he has been. He's been incredible so far, really stepping up to the plate where a lot of the time in the group stages, it was checkmate, it was someone. Now Merit kind of coming in as that third player really gives a secondary valve of pressure for the Mayhem to work with.
And in addition to not only just elevating their
リアルと穴切りの構成は変わらずだね。トロント。逆にメイヘムは、いや、ブリギットだ。バティブリ。ルパル、バティはまあ、ルパルが一番得意なんやろな、単純に。
As we see the Mayhem coming in on the defensive end this time, Toronto Defiant sticking to their tried and true with the double flex support look, gonna be bringing in Speedily again. And Speedily, the thing about this support line that we have to talk about is that Speedily doesn't necessarily have like a true pocket, right? Yes, you have Kiriko that can kind of just shoot the Ofuda at there, and also Ultraviolet, who's very good at Ana, but with the pressure Merit has been putting down, they have to be really on their toes to make sure Speedily stays alive, as Merit's actually going to be on the Widowmaker here, so that long-range potential is something that the Toronto Defiant have to respect.
And as the payload rounds this corner, nearing that open courtyard, there's a lot of angles to be taken on this flanking area. Hydron needs to be extremely careful though to see how they're going to be counteracted, potentially either by checkmate or Merit.
Wow, made it
just like that, and just shutting down Hydron, left vulnerable, and now
サイドにエリア広げてたのに。
Yeah, and I mean, that without Hydron here in this fight, there's no way that Toronto Defiant can move forward because they've lost that ability to kind of poke and prod with that Mosquito on the side. And Merit, I mean, he's not really contested at all. Like, he's so far back in a lot of these scenarios because Toronto Defiant simply just can't get to him.
No, not at all. And Merit still planted at the moment, up top, uncontested. Once again, keeping a watchful eye for the flanking. As there's Hydron playing, once again aggressively. The mine actually lands and causes some chip damage and still continues to play so far back.
Oh, and he's looking for a shot here. Oh, Majed and Speedily are so lucky.
さあ、建物の中での攻防。
They are grateful for that as we all took a brief moment of breath and then we're able to exhale calmly shortly after as Majed up top sticks close. There is quite a bit of distance gained.
さあ、じわじわとゴール前まで運べた。こっ
こ
からはウィドウの車線をケアしつつ、チョークポイントを超えなきゃいけない。インフラサイト。いや、スピードリーがフォーカスされる。これは下がるほかないか。パルス。いやー、ここはイモタリティフィールドで防がれてしまう。さあ、高台上から展開していく。うわ、キツネ走りで高台を一気にフォーカス。フォーカスじゃねえわ。制圧。ただ、さあ、D は2枚対す。あー、よく反応するな、メリット今のマジで。
I mean, no one's looking at Merit. Merit has just been uncontested this entire time. I don't even know if Merit's taken that much damage.
いや、この構成対面のブリギッテは強えな。ブリギッテね、ディーバに対しての有利に立ち回れるヒーロー筆頭なんで、サポートの中ではね、サポートの中でディーバに対して明確に有利取れる数少ないサポートなんで。
And with these adjustments,
はは、強っ。
Oh, and Hydron just gets blown up as well.
残り40秒。いやー、実質ラストチャンスだけど、ウルトがナノブースト。あー、また怖すぎ。
And look at Speedily, they can't freely move out into the open airspace due to the ability that you've seen from Merit on multiple occasions. And the second that they press out, even if they don't get the immediate shot, they're going to take a number of bodies waiting patiently for that as they transition up to the high ground. The Infrasight available, Merit has full knowledge regardless of where they are. Ultraviolet waiting to use the nano boost, the dive in from Kalush, little bit of separation, can't quite get the healing to him. Merit shuts him down, they can't chase it to get the nano onto Kalush. Everyone is
Merit.
This is unbelievable play by Merit. The hit scan action is on point today.
うわ、メリットを攻略できなかった。
That was an incredible defense. I really don't know if Merit took damage. I'm genuinely wondering.
Yeah.
確実にちょっとイラッとしてるかあれだったね、表情だったね。
Pretty good in terms of just Widowmaker in general, like getting those shots.
確実にピキってる。
Merit's been, and to be
ピキ
fair
っ
to
てきて
like
る
the rest of the team,
表情だったよ。
Merit didn't
さっ
really
き
get
の
contested at all.
ウルトラバイオレッ
Merit
トは。
played PvE essentially, right? He's just in, he's in Callum Dune or whatever a dungeon is in WoW, and he's just like fighting creeps. Like he didn't really have to do much except just sit there in the back and fire into the willing heads, I guess, of the Toronto Defiant.
And we have some additional stats for you, friends. Noah going to tell us that we have 0 deaths for Florida Mayhem on that defense. That is absolutely disgusting as we take the swap of sides to see if Florida Mayhem can continue. But before we talk a little bit about what their comp is, we can take a look at that 2K replay from Merit on fire right now.
I mean, this also feels a little bit disjointed because like Kaluj is like going into the high ground, then drops and can't get healed. Ultraviolet's there, and it's just, I mean, they were trying so hard to get to Merit that it fell apart a little bit at the end, and they looked a little bit frazzled on the Toronto Defiant side. I do want to shout out, while Merit's been playing really well, the supports from Chorong and RuPaul have actually been insane as well. Immortality fields are perfectly timed. The whip shots from Chorong being able to keep that Inspire proc going, like they didn't die. And that's indicative of how good the supports have been playing.
おはようございます。
And now they have an
メリットの抜きまくり見てたら昨日の悪夢が蘇ってきた。いや、そう。いや、今日のメリットちょっとあまりにも、でも、調子が良すぎるな。さあ、ここでキャスディ。メイヘムはちょっと変則的な構成だけど、しっかりそれを使いこなしてるよね。ブリギッテ・バティスト、ディーバなんて他のチームやってないからな、マジで。
Attempting with the somber play to bring value in the composition down below. Nice high ground advantage from Mayhem. They've completely removed Defiant on the defense.
まあ、てかあれだね。てか、移動に対してのソンブラに対してのキャスディって感じやな。これメリット。いやー、じりじり押されていく。いやー、サマジョが取られて。
They're making space for this payload to maneuver out into the courtyard just within the first 60 seconds.
I mean, they're just brute forcing their way in, and there's nothing really Kaluj can do because if the Diva's in front of him just shooting him, he's taking so much damage, and there needs to be so many cooldowns committed just to keep him alive, and then Florida Mayhem can continue to just dive and dive with the pressure that they have that's constant.
Dire moments now for Toronto Defiant. Their continuation onto the grand finals is in these last few moments.
いやー、これバティストだしコルジ飛びづれえぞ、めちゃくちゃ。ハイドロンきっちりウルトためきてできてる。さあ、ナノブーストチョロンが倒してプライマルレイジまで。さあ、しっかりバックライン崩壊させて倒しきっていく。ウルト2つ。
Mayhem do have 4 ultimates coming into this, so it does look a little bit scary, but the biggest thing is that Hydron has the EMP, which is the great equalizer in terms of ultimates.
シグマミラーにもバティブリなのはタンクの確実なダメージレース勝ちとフランク厚く見られるようにしてるんですか。まあ役割としてはそのタンクケアのまあバティストとタンクケアかつその全体的なダメージレース運用のバティストと、まあ、フランカーと 相手のタンクに対する牽制のブリギッテっていう組み合わせだから、まあ構成というか組み合わせ自体のバランスはねめちゃくちゃいいと思うよ正直。アナよりも相手のタンクに対して強く立ち回れるし、あとは多分ルパルの得意ピックっていうのもあるんじゃないかな普通に。おおスピードリー。一撃足。あーきつねーきつねーもったいねえんじゃねえか。このキツネもったいなかったんじゃねえか。チェックメイトリーパーになった。いやもうコルジビーストに殺意マシマシだな。上から攻略しに行くかこれもしかして。
And we'll see if that adjustment lays Toronto Defiant to rest. Ending their progression throughout this bracket phase. Hacked is active on Merit, having the Deadeye looking to zone back Toronto Defiant.
さあトロントウルトがまあウルトラバイオレットがたまれば悪いことはないはずだけど、うわー終わった。おいやさすがにか。
continues to move on and find themselves now in the grand finals.
This team, man, this team is not to be
trifled with.
Oh, this was going to be like the first
that
Mayhem had, and Mayhem aced it. Full A plus. They did not skip a singular beat against a very good Toronto Defiant team. Let's not stand on ceremony. This Mayhem team, though, looks like they're firing on all cylinders throughout the entirety of this Pro-Am. First in their group, coming through, beating London 3-0, beating Toronto Defiant 3-0, and if I'm on the other side of the bracket, I'm a bit worried about having to face the Florida Mayhem in the grand finals.
Yep, because at this point now you're questioning, what is the kryptonite? Is there anything that can actually weaken this team? Again, accumulatively, over every map they've played, they've lost one. That's it in that group stage.
To the shock, by the way.
Yeah, to the shock. On King's Row. That was the only thing that they have shown somewhat of weakness here. And it's absolutely stellar to see what they've been able to do. And again, find themselves in the grand final. So hats off to them. But you can't go without acknowledging a lot of what Toronto Defiant has been able to get to this point, as we are now entering with the player of the match. We have confirmation that it's going to be Merit. And why are we're not surprised, Kenobi.
I don't think it could have been anyone else. I don't think it could have been anyone else. I mean, the way that they were able to just have Merit specifically just focus onto Speedily, like Speedily is so good at that, but again, without that true pocket, it's hard to make it work, especially when someone like Merit is playing to the level that they were specifically in this matchup. I mean, some of these Widow shots as well didn't die at all. Merit looks like they are a great centerpiece of this team when there were questions going into it. All of them have been answered.
Wonderful performance all around from Merit, and no question, as we mentioned, as we take a look at the stats here to see the outcome. Again, cross the board contribution, eliminations, deaths, you know, just under 5 per 10. There is a lot of consequences that come through overarching across the board. But when we at least talk about specifically Rialto, they were, as you mentioned, playing a PvE game, it felt like, just with free sidelines down the shooting range.
Yeah, and I think as well when we look at this Florida Mayhem team, it was nice to see them play kind of a stylistic difference to what they're used to. Like, we see a lot of that Winston play, but someone didn't play like a ton of Winston. There was a lot of Diva, there was some Sigma involved, so it's nice to see that the Florida Mayhem can swap around their stylistic of compositions and still kind of keep that high tempo-ness in all of it, right? They still have that same ability to just, like, on the drop of a dime, instantly dive onto someone, get those kills, but they can also play a little bit more patient. They can play a pokey style. So the fact that this Mayhem team, like you mentioned, doesn't seem like it has any kryptonite is very scary going into the Overwatch League proper and when we go into the grand finals.
And with that completion here for this series, we still have one more semifinals match ahead. We're also going to be able to have a moment to talk with the desk because they were looking for map 5er is a lot more competitive. It's a 3-0, friends. We didn't expect any of that, and I'm curious to see what they're going to say, so don't go anywhere because I'm just waiting what the outcome of that conversation is going to be.
ちょっと巻いてて助かるまあ、メイヘンはとりあえず決勝進出ということで、まあ、次のグラディエーター vs ヒューストンがの勝者がね次メイヘム戦うわけなんですが、ちょっとどちらがなるかわかんないっすね。ちょっと顔洗ってくるわ。眠。
Now you gotta make sure to gear up on all your favorite OWL gear before opening weekend. The revamped 2023 team jerseys are here, so head on over to our store. You just got a quick glimpse on one of them, and there is a lot of great new looks for all of our teams. So make sure to grab yours right now before the season starts, since you wanna rock up in style, right? I do. I'm gonna cut them all. That's right. That's right. Now, Danny. Necro, we talked a lot about testing the mayhem there and yada yada yada. All right, that was a test. Danny, have they passed?
That was definitely a test. Yeah, and the final verdict is Florida Mayhem is really good. They are sort of unstoppable. I think if you're the Glads in Houston, I think you guys better gear up because it's gonna be a crazy match. They are looking fantastic. Like, you know, we were saying that, you know, they're an aggressive dive sort of team, but you know, that's not only their forte. They got so much more, and we've seen that time and time again when they went up against the Toronto Defiant. Like, I don't know, just everyone on their team, of course, someone, we talked a lot about someone, even their backlines, like Chorong and Rupal did so much for the team, and we can't forget about their DPS lineup, right? Merit on whether it was the Cassidy or at the very end when he switched over to Widow, he made so much impact, and checkmate on that Tracer was just too much for the Toronto Defiant.
Necra, I want to pick your brain here, looking at the compositions we saw there from the Mayhem. I think a lot of teams would think, okay, if we can shut down their dive, we can bring them to a map, such as they did on Blizzard World with Toronto, then maybe we can shut them down. But then Mayhem rocks up looking very confident in the Sigma comp. They're also on Rialto, like busted at the Diva comp, not even a problem.
Yeah, so we actually got a
Did you feel
chance
like they were
to see...
as good on dive, on those other comps as they were on dive?
I'm looking back at some of the notes that I have from the qualifiers because I feel like that's really where we started to see a little bit maybe of Florida Mayhem trying to break out of the mold of what we know of them. And they played a little bit of Ramatra Brawl here and there. We didn't maybe see a little bit of Doom or the Sigma, but it really wasn't until this particular match where, you know, we've been memeing about it a lot. Yes, testing the Mayhem, like, are they gonna play like a really good team finally that really pushes them to their limits? And I think when we were all looking at that, we were talking about, you know, is there a team that already stands out as being just like a cream of the crop, excellent, Toronto Defiant fits that bill, and it's just honestly super excellent and like very pleasantly surprising to see just how good Florida Mayhem really are leading into the start of the season, because their dive we've already known looks great.
いや次はちょっとダンテも出るし、グラバーサスヒューストンはちょっといろいろ熱いっすね。
Great Junker Queen, like super aggressive Junker Queen that we saw come out from the Florida Mayhem. The Ramatra Brawl has looked good. Sigma has been amazing. All of the above. I'm scared now. If I were any team in the Overwatch League, I would be incredibly scared. I don't know what Albert's cooking up with the Florida Mayhem right now, but whatever he's feeding them, keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
Cooking. Oh, yeah,
whatever diet they're on, it is working well. Now, of course, we did sing a lot of praise to the main tanks in those matches, but behind every great main tank is a great support line. We've got one half of the support line standing by for winners' interviews. So, Danny, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. All right, let's do a quick mic check. Hi, Chorong, can you hear me? 초록 선수 들리시나요?
Yep, 잘 들립니다.
All right, Chorong says he could definitely hear me. Great. All right, let's just start off this interview by asking this specific match. Because this was the semifinals and, of course, single elimination match. How did you guys prepare for your semifinals match against the Toronto Defiant? 자, 오늘 인터뷰 시작을 일단 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 당연히 오늘 경기가 준결승전이기도 하고 또 굉장히 잘하는 팀 중에 하나인 토론토와의 경기였는데 생각보다 굉장히 쉽게 승리를 이루시게 되셨습니다. 어떻게 좀 준비를 하셨나요?
저희가 남들이 안 하는 조합을 먼저 선보여서 되게 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요. 카운터를 되게 쉽게 칠 수 있었다.
Alright, I think the key to our victory was definitely using a comp that a lot of people haven't seen. It's a unique comp that only Florida Mayhem have been using, and I think it was because of that it was sort of easier for us to counter the Toronto Defiant. I want to follow up quickly on that. So when you say, you know, it's a unique comp for Florida Mayhem, what do you mean? What was specifically what was so, I guess, new in terms of the composition? 자, 방금 말씀하신 대로 총 선수가 어떻게 보면 이제 플로리다만의 좀 어떻게 좀 유니크한 아니면 좀 이제 한 번도 보여지지 않은 조합이라고 말씀을 하셨는데 그거에 대해서 조금만 좀 디테일을 주실 수 있을까 여쭤봐도 될까요?
디테일을 브리기테가 남들은 지금 약간 성능이 좀 밸류가 많이 안 좋다 생각하고 많이들 안 하는데 어떻게 할지 연구를 해서 그 게임에서 보여주는 것 같습니다.
I think the big part when I say that, you know, it's sort of a newer comp for the Florida Mayhem is the Brig that we've been playing. You know, people sort of say that right now in the current meta, Brig isn't, you know, doesn't provide a lot and it doesn't have a lot of value. But we really took the time to study on what Brig could bring to a composition, and I think we utilized that very well for our success. All right, thank you for answering that question, Chorong. All right, I'm gonna move on to my last question, Chorong. Of course, I do feel like, well, not feel like, sorry. You know, throughout the whole Pro-Am tournament, you guys have been just fantastic. You guys have been winning every single match, and I think I've heard that you guys only dropped one map total throughout the whole Pro-Am.
いやなんか昨日からさ、なんかめっちゃ寒くてさ、なんか4月なのに灯油にストーブで灯油入れたんだよな、ストーブに。昨日我慢しようかなと思ったけど、なんか体調崩すのバカらしいから、夜からストーブ焚いてるんだけど。この時期こんな寒いのやめてほしいけど、まあでも気づいてみれば、考えてみればでも毎年こうなんだよなっていう。
저는 생각외로 외국인들과 같이 꾸려지면은 되게 소통이 원활하다. 제가 생각하기에는 한국인이 다 모였다기보다는 믹스로 해버리면 되게
4月入っても
편하다.
なんなら6月の梅雨にもまた寒くなってストーブつけたくなるんだよな。
알겠습니다. 자, alright. So Chorong says that, you know, I think one of the keys to our victories or why we're so dominant in Pro-Am is because we're a mixed roster. Contrary to what a lot of people believe, I personally think, or Chorong says that he personally believes that it's easier for him to sort of communicate and feel a lot easier to play games when it's a mixed roster compared to a full Korean roster. That's a very interesting take. Chorong, thank you so much for the time and thank you so much for the interview, and we will be seeing you in the finals. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 초롱 선수 감사드리면서 결승전에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Chorong. Congratulations to Chorong and, of course, the entirety of the Florida Mayhem. A well-deserved victory. What a run so far they've had in our Pro-Am tournament, dropping only one map at the very beginning of the Pro-Am group stages against San Francisco Shock, as Rich Rat and Kenobi already talked about at the very end of this match. Also, Danny, I love the answer there at the end. We're a mixed roster. That gives them strength. That I love that. It's usually we only hear the opposite of that. So this is great to hear. I love that.
Yeah, it's been cool.
Yeah, it's interesting that like he thinks that he feels more comfortable, you know, in a mixed roster. I think that's a very fresh take on like sort of that comms issue kind of thing.
It really is. And now let's take a look at our schedule with the first semi-final match in the books. We have one more coming up for you. LA Gladiators going up against the Houston Outlaws. Liz said it yesterday in her video. We're going to see some bird-on-bird action, or violence, I believe is what she said. Not action, just violence. And I'm here for it. I mean, Pelican and friends will go up against the Gladiators. This is going to be a good one, guys.
This is, I mean, Houston Outlaws. I've talked about this team so much, but I mean, there's always to talk about this team. Like I've said all throughout the tournament, they're just all around such a great team. You know, they got so many great players on every role, and even you know when situations in a less favorable situations, they're able to turn that fight around. Just you know whether it's mechanics plus their coordination as well. So I think that's what makes Houston Outlaws right now so good.
I know, but looking at the Los Angeles
そしてこちらも NA の星
I feel like they took the entire Pro-Am by
NA ロスターの星グラディエーター
the behemoths of the Atlanta Reign, and we're
NA っていうかまあ EU だけど
roster for this match that comes to no surprise, always liking to try to slot Funny Astro in at the very beginning to be able to play that Lucio, but it was really the DPS lineup that shined yesterday. Kevster and Kai just playing on such another level, and I think it was really nice to be able to see them get the opportunity to be able to do that based on the space that Dante was creating, and of course the support that both Babel, Lastro, and Funny Astro were giving in the backline.
Yeah, speaking of supports, this is the last chance to pick up your team support bundle. Here you're going to see the Gladiator support bundle. You can get Kiriko, Anna, and Baptiste, and of course also a weapon charm in your favorite team skin. Do so before April 11th. Looking good in purple. Also, I love the storylines coming into this. It's always fun to see players going up against either former teammates or just the former teams.
Oh, yeah.
We love to, like, you know, paint it like an absolute grudge match. Most of the times the players couldn't care less. But Dante did mention it yesterday in his post-game interview. He said it would be fun to go up against the Outlaws here. So, yeah, I am excited for this one. It is now time to take a look at our predictions to see who we got for the match. I believe if I remember all of our brackets correct, which are already in
ね、
shambles,
ヒューストン
like
も
on fire.
What brackets?
去年あたりから結果出し始めて
I think all of us had the Outlaws making it all the way
しっか
through.
り優
So
勝
I'm
争いに
gonna
食い
write
込めるよう
it
にな
out,
ってきたから
you
な
know,
まあでも
and
去
I
年は
think
ちょっと
they
まあ
said
で
it's gonna be
も
a safe
あれだったけど
pick.
ね
Currently
竜頭ダビ
undefeated,
感あっ
not
たけ
that
ど
that means anything, but still, I think they've just shown us a lot of versatility and just individual
でも
skill.
年々チームごとの実力差埋まってきてるよね
I do not think that's going to be a close one either.
マジで
I made it a 3-1. But I am open to be pleasantly surprised.
その代わり一番下と一番上の差はなんか広がってる気はするけど
After watching Gladiators, I was like, ah, damn, do I go for the Gladiators? Because Kevster Kai looked so good, but I also went with the Houston Outlaws, but I think it's going to be a closer one.
あ中堅トップの差はマジで埋まってるよな
Any sides.
今
But,
年
and the main reason why I went with Houston Outlaws was because Shu, after the match, a post interview, he said he wants to write easy on the in-game chat, so I want to see Shu writing that.
I do too. I really want to see that happen now. So I too have the Houston Outlaws winning out this match. I'm going to stick to my original prediction that I put through for the fantasy bracket. I also made it a close one, but you know what? I got to give some credit to the Gladiators here, since we've already given so much credit to the Outlaws. The Gladiators did play a lot of Brigitte yesterday, and I wonder if there is a way that that ends up throwing a wrench into Houston's plans, because it definitely just did to Toronto. So I can't wait to see if that's something else that the Gladiators pull out, and I know they've got some other tricks up there.
Yeah, they might. So, and there's once again only one way to find out, and that is of course by getting the game on its merry way. And you know what? We have a great duo to bring you all the action, because it seems like they're the opposite of a caster curse. They just somehow make every match they cast go to map number 5. So maybe we're in for a treat again as we're sending it over to Rich Rat and Kenobi.
Yeah, thank you for that one. At this point, we weren't able to do so for the first series, but hopefully we can do it for this one, because yesterday you and I, Kenobi, were able to go to 10 maps with at least these series specifically for these two, and now we're entering to see them battle against one another and could be seeing another map 5. And I'm pretty joyful at how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, we'll put some of our caster cursing ether and aura into the universe to try and get this one to 5, so don't you worry. I mean, this is interesting in a matchup because we do have that storyline about the fact that Dante is playing against their old team, but also Gladiators, by all accounts, it felt like really
さあまずはイリオス
obviously the
お互いどんな構成になるか
shattered yesterday. Everyone thought this was a very easy Atlanta win, but Gladiators really came to play yesterday, and off the back of Kevster and Kai, but also I think Dante deserves a lot of credit in terms of how he was able to play. A lot of
お互いでもクラシックなというかスタンダードな構成だな割とヒューストンはペリカンエコーが本当に出るかどうかトレーサーな気すっけどなさすがに
The brain is still there,
さすがにトレーサーな気はするけど
Dante is playing against the greatest Winston of all time right now,
ハッピーがじゃあ取れか
and this matchup is unlike anything that the Gladiators have seen yet. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup to look at, and we already see
エコトレ vs キ
out
ャ
on
ス
their
トレ
signature echo. We saw this in our previous series, where on the other end, the Cassidy was able to get a lot of value against the echo in the air. So Kai is going to be looking to put that pressure onto the echo.
Yeah, and I'm also really looking forward to seeing how that matchup for Dante to Fearless is going to be, just because when you're looking at it in the face, as you can see Kai happy up on the high ground, and Glad's out the gate saying,
Kai
we
power
are here to
で
stay, and we're going to prove
カイの
everyone
パワーでい
wrong.
くかもしれない
I
こ
mean,
れ
I wonder if they even thought that that was a possibility, that Happy could die there, but one click from Kai, which is something that we saw yesterday. There are times where this DPS duo will just win fights outright by just their raw mechanical skill. A nice ante from Babel comes in to stop Houston Outlaws from growing aggressively again, and Fearless is already getting extremely low.
Yeah, heavily punished now. The barrier is gone. There's no jump just yet, waiting for it to come off a cooldown as Pelican is nearby.
さあペリカン詰めていく。カイがハッピー倒して、そのままダンテがシュを倒す。おっと、カイやられてどうだ、人数同数。ダンテがちょっと辛い体力状況。ヒューストンとしてはチャンスだが、さあウルト状況的にはただグラディエーターがまだ有利。ナノブースト一気に決めに行くか。いや、ファニーアストロが浮いてしまった。ここを食われて、ここはヒューストンペース、ポイントも取られてしまっている。ちょっとグラディエーターウルト抱えてたにしてはちょっともったいないウェーブになっちゃったね。パルス。いやー、ここファニアストロが飛ぶ。バベルもキルされて、ペリカンはキルしてるものの、サポがいないと苦しいね、さすがに。
Coming back into this from a macro perspective, Houston Outlaws use a lot, but also the Glads did as well. So now we're much more in the neutral. Pelicans got a duplicate too, so that's going to make it even harder for the Gladiators to enter here. They do have a sound barrier to tempo.
さあ取り返し、バベル、ハッピーを倒す。
Well, if Happy's dead, that makes this way harder than it is. So Gladiators now have an advantage to go forward.
And it's like deja vu from the initial fight when you had Kai take down Happy again. That's going to lean into this very favorable, playing close to that pillar. You even have that nade potentially going to draw them back to not be clipped by it, and they can get even closer to this 99.
さあしっかり取り返していく。ファネストビートを集めていった。開始点どこのためにビート使ったのか全然わかんなかった今。さあ前目でセットアップしていく。ダンテもったいな。マジか。ちょっと前で過ぎたね今の。ここはレスしたくないが、いやーバベルが倒されて。なんて復帰するもすぐキルされてしまう。そのままハッピーがダブルキル連ねて取り返し。いやまあでもグラディエーターウルトめちゃくちゃいい状況だから取り返しはいけそうだけどな。ナノキャスでいって、ウィンストン、ダンテが荒らしてって感じかな。ただバベルが倒されるけど、ナノキャス早めに当たってチャンスを作らせない。さあオーバータイムには入っている。
And I don't even know if they have the damage. I mean, the high noon is here from Kai trying to just zone, but actually doesn't manage to find anything. They do
さあシューを取って、いやーただカイがフォーカスされる。バイベルも倒されて、状況よりはヒューストン。おっと、いやひっくり返った。ビートで補助する。ファネストロ早くレフルと。さあかなり危なかったがグラディエーターがしっかり1本目は取っていく。
No way they win there. There's absolutely no way, but somehow, some way, which is how the Glads have
いやちょっとダンテがデスしたところから若干ヒヤヒヤしたけど、ファニアストロウルトめちゃくちゃ速かったな。しかし何だったんだ。なるほどね、これか。このループか。とんでもねえ量のウルト溜まってる。
I mean, this is the thing about this Gladiators team, right, that I was talking about, where it's like when you get into these like very devolved, chaotic fights, the mechanical skill of the Gladiators is so good, especially with all of their players, that they can just mechanically win fights like that. Kai and Kevster did it yesterday. Dante has sometimes done it. Now we're seeing Funny Astro on their path.
ハッピーがアッシュ、それ以外は構成変わらず。ハッピーをしっかり下ろして、
which is what I like actually. Dante taking the space away off the high ground, so that way Merrick or Happy can't just stand on ceremony and free fire into the team.
Yeah, because we've seen what this.
うわー、いいスリープ、ギリギリ延命してる。ハッピーが倒されて、状況はグラデーター有利。周に飛び込んでいって、しっかりスリープ。フィアレスも倒されてる。おお、ケブスは倒されてしまう。ポイントは確保してるが、うわー、ダイナマイト、ハッピーのワンキルから一気に流れを持ってった。
Dante has Primo extremely fast here. I don't think that's something that the Outlaws might necessarily know is going to be happening, so you can get incredibly aggressive if you're Dante in this scenario. Houston Outlaws, though, coming up towards two key support ultimates that are going to be very impactful, bringing in that nano and also the rally to potentially negate the incoming damage from the LA Gladiators.
Dante had to force it, was so low on this Winston play, and because they have that saving grace, that aggression, as you mentioned, continues to pursue down below, but a sleep hits them while Babel
グラディエーター取り返し、フィアレスがかなり暴れてるが、ケブスがしっかりハッピーを落としている。これはレイジー、わあ、ペリカンバイオレットでバックラインが崩壊させられてる。しっかり倒しきって、ただグラディエーターポイント取得はできていたんで、被害は最小限ではある。
There is going to be that rally for Funny Astro, so there is going to be a point at this fight where there is going to be that rally armor ticking up. It's going to be on Happy here to try and get this Bob and be able to make this a 6v5 to match some of the sustainability Gladiator's going to have.
Yep, nice whip shot, denying Dante's entry, where there's been much success prior. Fearless gets at least one, even exchange though 1-for-1 with Happy gone. They don't really have Bob to contribute into this and have to wait until they can regroup, but Fearless still being very aware of the positioning to keep this contested, as you do have both supports rotate from Gladiators onto it, surrounding Fearless, jumping up top, and now with Pelican
さあ、ナノブで展開してるけど、あー、バベルに阻害入った。ハッピーさらにボブを重ねて、
Yeah, and Gladiators have to get out of dodge because they're going to get one singular last fight here. Kevster's going to have the pulse bomb available to them, and Nano is going to be available for Dante as well.
いやー、苦しいね、グラディエーター。
Sustainability is there from the Gladiators to try and reel this one back, but Outlaws are in such a good position right now. They have to be careful of where Happy is.
Overtime triggered, Happy on the crossed side from the lighthouse. Different angle that they're taking with the coverage from Fearless. Now with Kevster looking to swap it back. They look to bamboozle Outlaws for the moment. Fearless is nano boosted but slept, so it won't get any value. They take this back. Violet's been pulsed, and Glad's in a good spot.
Yeah, Glad's though, I mean, the thing about this is they commit two ultimates. They actually
いや、ダンテ
the nano on top of
マジでしっかりジャグリング習得してる。
And I think that there was just a little bit of miscommunication, so probably wanting that one back coming into this next fight as Houston Outlaws will return. Happy is going on to the Cassidy themselves to offer just a little bit more of that brawl potential against the
ただちょっとグラデーター後がないのとウルト状況がかなり渋いね。
unless they have any of their cooldowns to like sleep or whip shot away.
Kai in the back. Looking for that dead-eye opportunity
ウ
when
ル
they
ト状
move
況
out to
渋い
sell
な。
them away. The first
グラデ
initial jump from Fearless.
あ、ファニアストロデスしたくない。なんとか生き残った。あ、ただダンテがやられて、いや、バベルが飛ぶ。いや、これはまあ詰め切ったね。
It's
ヒュ
going
ー
to
ス
be
トン
extremely difficult to get back
なんか
to
順
even
当に
contest
詰め
this.
切
No
り
one
ま
is
した
here
と
to
いう
touch
よう
it. The
な
numbers are far too few in between, and this will be Outlaws able to take this second round and bring it into a
そう
third.
いう感じの
And
内
that
容
fight was all off the back of Shu hitting that huge anti-nade onto Funny Astro, so that Babel had to commit the nade of his own
こ
to
こは
heal
ヒュー
up
ストン
Funny
がしっ
Astro
かり
and
一
didn't
本
have
取
it
り
to
返す
heal up Dante, and that's exactly when the Houston Outlaws pounced onto Dante, took them down, and once the tank is gone in these scenarios, it's basically a done deal, especially if you have a 5v4 advantage, as we have a 1-1 score here on submaps. Maybe we have Rich done our thing and we've put map 5 Ether into the world, you know, maybe we're doing it. We're
Oogity
getting there.
boogity. Oogity boogity. Just let's make it
Please tell me
happen.
That's not our call. Please, no, can we?
It's not our call. I don't know. It could be.
What if we
But we're
said
gonna
map
talk.
5 like 3 times in the
いやー
mirror?
マジで
We could. It's like Beetlejuice, but we're gonna look at the replay though as we banter amongst it with Pelican just again.
ダンテないやーでもまあ全体的にヒューストンの試合運びがうまかったな。でもこの試合このマップは
and not feeling uncomfortable at all. But back to our conversation, I really do think that we should say it 3 times. I'm pretty sure that that's the go-to.
Okay, map 5, map 5,
Map 5.
map 5.
Map 5. I
Okay,
say it
we've
again.
done it.
Map 5. Now
All
I
right,
did it.
we
Okay.
got it.
We got it.
You're welcome.
さあ
Anyway, as we see Houston Outlaws go into this map in particular, you see Pelican is back on that
ヒ
tracer.
ュー
which
スト
is
ンここは
I think
トレー
much
サ
better
ー
than
ソンブ
what we
ラ
saw from
アナ
Happy
ゼニ
specifically. So this is dive is much more standard to what the Houston Outlaws is used to running here, where you have this fighter
前目でがっつり抑える構成だけど
Pelican, Happy, and Fearless to just go on one of the backline members.
Looking to see what their maneuverability is. As fighter pilots with Pelican rounding the ramp, has to force the recall, needs to allow them to play a little bit more defensively here since they have no ability to get out outside of the dashes, but with a mega pack near, it gives them a chance to
ケブ
recontest
スターダ
on
ン
this
テ
point,
が
but it's
ハッピーバイルト倒
Gladiators
して
still managing to work
グラディエーター
their way
押し切っ
through
た
this, keep composure and take the fight.
And this is one of the things that if you can do against the Houston Outlaws, you can win a lot of these matchups. If you can just weather the storm.
さあこれでグラディエーター
under like 75.
イリオス
But
初
the
の
peel was there. It was perfectly played. The cooldown management was perfect
あ
as
イ
well.
リオ
The
ス
bubble
そう
from
だよね
Dante
イリオス
to keep them alive. Also, the nade was perfectly placed from Babel.
初手取っ
The
たの
boost
は
from Funny
今
Astro.
回が
If you
初め
can
てか
weather
サ
the
マップ
storm of
中
the initial dive from the
さ
Outlaws,
あバベルのウルトが早
you
え
can just go back in and recontest because a lot of what the Outlaws do is just go in once and kill someone. But if they can't
バベ
do
ル
that,
回いや
the
てか
mid
全員
lane
早い
is
な
when
グラディエー
the
ターなん
Gladiators
だこ
can
れ
survive a lot more.
めちゃくちゃ
And
早い
we've
ウル
seen
ト
that consistently from them. Their ability to just maintain so much mental focus
まあナノブ
through
スタート
those
なんかな
intense
カイにつけるの
so
か
critical and vital to
ダン
their
テにつけるの
success.
か
The
ダンテに
Bears
ついて
now
る
comes out from Babel.
お
You've got the pulse
わっ
onto two. Pelican
ケブスターパルスで
comes
ダブルキル
away.
パニアストラは落ちてるもののまあ
Says,
こんだけ差がつけば十分でしょう
Are you okay? And then falls
Pelican's
alongside
playing
them.
Minesweeper. But Pelican's like, no, is this a 3? Is just a 1?
問題は次のウェーブ
Yo, I was so good at that game, by the way.
I was so bad. I don't even know how it works still. I just saw a
EMP
TikTok
のウェーブを
that
どう
said
しろん
3 in
か
1.
パ
So
ニアストロ
anyways,
が入らなければドロビで返せるけど
As we now look to the next engagement, 50+% here for Glads, wanting to close out this map of control.
いやハッピーもしっかり狙ってるねパニアストロからフォーカスしてる
With Fearless, their health values are very low, and you even have
いやーいいスリップだけどどうだ
to dive
デッドアイで一回牽制パニアストロそのままバイオレット切る
away.
シューまで食い切って
yeah, and I mean that was actually really
すげえ
Pelican is
す
gonna
げえ
take
追尾して
down
たな
I don't
今
know if that's gonna be enough. Fearless is so
マ
low,
グネティッ
and
ク
the
グレネー
supports
ド
just
さ
aren't
ケブス
here
タ
for
フィアレ
the
スまで取り
Outlaws.
切って
Gladiators played that so perfectly well.
ここは
Again, the peel that they give
いや
to
EMP を
Funny Astro
打たせずに
is
勝つか
impeccable because Funny Astro doesn't die. He can come back in tempo beat, and now Houston Outlaws. Oh, looking at the end here. Oh,
Yeah,
you
Kai.
can't do that against Kai. You know you can't
リ
do
ス
that
キルに行っ
against
た
Kai.
ハッピーをしっかり処理 EMP 打てなくて負けるんじゃねえかヒューストン
I mean, he doesn't have EMP now. He doesn't have EMP.
EMP 打てなそうだけどこれ
The time is dwindling. Someone's got to touch. They get on
さあ
to
オーバータイ
it.
ム
Pelican has lost the recall again, only being even more vulnerable. The dive in the
ナ
back
ノ
with
ウ
the
ィン
man
で
over
なんとか場を荒らす
Fearless. They are on a
EMP まで行きたい
desperate lifeline to keep
あ
this in their favor. There
カウンター
is an
EMP ダンテが飛び込んできたところに刺していっ
Dante couldn't get
て
that primal rage out, so there is a massive opportunity of return on this, and you have Houston Outlaws by the
さあケ
skin
ブ
of their
スタ
teeth.
ーが落とされてここはさすがにヒューストンポイント確保ただウルトがないねペリカンに頑張ってもらうしかないかにしたって間に合わない可能性あるからなこれ
There's a great opportunity with the ultimate economy for Gladiators. A couple in sight. Pelican really being the only one actually that is able to contribute something if they can get it in time. Hack onto Dante, forces out the Primal Rage the second that it dissipates.
Oh, he found Happy.
Yep, knocking him away. You not in this fight, Happy. It's not gonna feel happy. It's
い
gonna
やー
feel
スリー
really,
プだけど
really
ケ
sad.
ブスターがダブルキルしてる。
Fearless and Violet gone.
そのままポイントを取り切って、いやーまずは1マップグラディエーターがしとくと。
They'd love the C9s. I mean, yesterday we saw Kepster hit C9 or type C9 during an overtime fight in map 5. Insanity from Kepster right there. But hey, if you're playing as well as he is, you know, do whatever you want at that point. I think that the Gladiators, I think now we can kind of
DPS
cement this as a little bit of a Cinderella run for them, right? Like I think that in true March Madness fashion, not regardless if they even get to like the grand finals and win this series, the fact that they were able to beat Atlanta,
でもどうだろうな。試合運びとかはね、ヒューストンの方がうめえなって思うんだよな。なんか最初の2マップ特に。コントロールは正直ファーストラウンドというかその初動取れるかどうかでめちゃくちゃその後の試合展開変わるからなんとも言えないね、まだ現状は。ただまあカイとケフスターのパフォーマンスが突き抜けてるように見えるのはまあそう。コントロールは正直ギャップマッチでも勝つことある、ギャップあっても勝つことあるんで、カイチームが流れでね。ちょっとわかんない。まあエスコートハイブリッドやってみないとちょっとわかんないけど、でもかなりグラディエーターは調子良さそうには見えるね。コントロール確かだって初動取った時の勝率がなんか6割7割あるはずだからね。やっぱちょっと異常よ。ちょっと異常よマジで。実際問題。コントロールはね、現状マジで初動ゲーなんでね。7割だったかなぐらいあるんだよな、確かコントロールの初動取った時の勝率。まあ、ちょっと今直近の確率は忘れちゃったけど、いやプッシュの初動ゲーはねそんなじゃなかったはずだよ。確かプッシュは確か6割ぐらい。6割はまあ初動取るということはその完全に五分状況、そのシチュエーションとしては五分状況だから、勝つということはつまりその実力が高い可能性が高いから、そことの相関なら6割はまあ妥当なんじゃねって気はするけど。 プッシュの初動勝率、初動取った時のマップ勝率はそんなになんか大きくはなかったはずだな、確か。
That sign just looks so glorious, Kenobi, as we're back here. I know, it really is. As we're back now to continue moving forward, we know what the next map is going to be, and we've got some adjustments coming in to see if we can have some different outcomes here. We've already, I think, been a little bit surprised at the fact that map 1 goes in favor of Gladiators, but, you know, we're going to take a look at some adjustments that they want to actually have going into this next one of Blizzard World.
Oh, Yoki da.
Yeah, Lastra coming in makes sense, but Yaki is someone we haven't seen since the group stages, and coming in for Kai, who, it's interesting to me because Kai has been playing so well, but as we're going to be going on to Blizzard World, this opens up an opportunity for Yaki to play in Echo if it's something that they want to, you know, try out. Yaki's Tracer is also something that we've kind of only seen from him so far when he's been in the lineup. So for the Gladiators, feels like they have something ready and planned for Blizzard World. And I mean, I'm not shocked Houston Outlaws are on this map because you have one of the best backlines in the league in Shu and Violet, and if they can play those long range, you know, your Anas and your Zens, even the Brigitte has kind of looked really good from Violet. This feels like a map that's perfectly made for them.
Yeah. And we'll be able to see if they make it a 1-to-1 score, or Gladiators are able to outmatch them with these adjustments in the roster to see if they can lean into those alternative strengths. And just like you specifically mentioned with the adjustment of Kai, because they have been playing so well. Yaki, now we get them on the main stage here towards this bracket segment of this remaining day for the Pro-Am. And we're going to actually have Outlaws on the attack first, with Glads on the defense.
Okay, this is just...
Okay. Kevster, we get you, Kevster. We get you, Kevster. You just have a good old time. I was also going to say, maybe Kevster just has like a deck on the side that automatically types in C9. Like they don't even have to like push.
No, he's got enough APM. He's got enough APM to do it.
That's true. That's true.
He's got enough APM to be able to do it in match chat whenever they would like to be doing it. But interestingly enough, Yaki's going to be on the Sombra, so it feels like this is Gladiators throwing down a little bit of a gauntlet, like to Houston Outlaws, saying like, hey, if you want to play this very aggressive, high-tempo style with the Sombra and the Tracer like we've known them to do on this map, then we're going to try and match it the best that we can here, as Yaki already poking and looking for some information. We do have Violet on the Brigitte again, so not opting in for the Zenyatta on the offensive side, bringing in that Brig to be able to get those whip shots and help out Pelican a little bit in that 1v1.
Yeah, versus the Zen or other options to help increase the damage. There is a nice hack into the back though onto Shu. Easy
Houstonはキャストで
regroup with the squad as Dante looks to play off center for the moment until regrouping with the team. Happy looking for an angle to get a couple of decent shots just to lose the name before getting onto, so it's not as optimal for this engagement from Glads. Yaki being very dangerously low, gets 2 and actually gets out scot-free here.
Everyone's getting out scot-free. I mean, look at the health bars of the LA Gladiators during that fight, and I mean the counter dive was so well played from them. Houston Outlaws, they saw that Yaki had translocated away, and they're like, okay, we're gonna try and dive onto that high ground and see if we can do anything. But Gladiators had reset quickly enough to where Yaki could get into that backline, and Dante's dive was perfect onto Shu, and they just get that kill. So Gladiators playing this defense already off at a perfect start. Kevster close towards that pulse bomb, and Lastro's almost got a nano.
さあケブトレでしっかりポジションを取っていく。ダンテがダブルキル。ペリカンがラストローを倒すものの、まあこれはまあ覆らないでしょう。しっかりフィアレスも倒して、裏にペリカンが残ってるけどしっかり処理できるか。さあ倒しきって、
setting the tempo. Glads right now are currently have full control of this tempo right now. They are not letting go. They're the ones who are moving first. And now Houston Outlaws have to walk into an EMP, and it's going to be very hard for them to set up and stage this dive because Yaki's going to have all that information.
Oh, detection.
さあヤキの EMP がある。
Passing by silently as Yaki with the EMP looks to take advantage of the three in the back.
どのタイミングで打っていくか。
Maneuverability with that fearless positioning up top for an opportunity to dive in onto this. Dante does have the primal now though, was able to get enough chip damage out so that they have it available for this engagement.
いやーナノブーストが入って、
Nano is activated. Violet gives enough coverage here in the back line.
これは耐え切った。ただダンテが8票しっかりキルして、
with that primal rage as generated finds value elsewhere.
いやー今のグラディエーター冷静だね。ヒューストン側がしっかりそのなんつうのかな、EMP 警戒をしてバックラインしっかり固めてたんだよね。だからこそそのダンテがそのキャスディの方に飛んでキャスディケアして、まあ、そのバックラインシューバイオレットはナノブーストで EMP 返す準備といった形だった。さあただこれは3対5状況、いや2対5か。今日苦しいけど返してるね。これワンチャンあるぞか。これ3ポイント触ってるけど、いやあるぞあるぞ。いい阻害が入ってる。バイオレットが倒れて、いやこれまくるか。バベルきっちりペリカンまで倒してポイントギリギリ、取得ギリギリで踏みとどまった。ただウルトがないね。ヒューストン次はシューのナノブースト、ハッピーのデッドアイ、ワンチャンバイオレットのウルトまで見えてるから、ここ守れるかは正直怪しい。ただポイントに触れるかどうか結構怪しいのこれ。かなり無理しないといけない。いやただここでナノがあるので苦しい。バブルが倒れてダンテも倒れる。ここはさすがに取ったでしょヒューストン。ここでポイント取得。
Dante died with Primal. Yep. Oh, it's heartbreaking for the LA Gladiators. They played that defense so incredibly well, and now as we go to second, this might be an opportunity where Houston Outlaws can finally like take a little bit more space, right? They can play a little bit more freeform. It's a lot more open in this area, but they're walking into a lot of key ultimates from the Gladiators, so they might be able to just stifle the entirety of the push from the Outlaws right here, right now.
さあ EMP 構えてる。さあハッピー倒して、
just making quick work of this, now following forward onto the rest, and Outlaws are going to say, all right, let's not just yet jump and dive into this as it's electrocuting one another. Hack comes in as well onto Fearless, having to force them back for the moment so they can recover, but the spawn advantage is in favor of Outlaws, and they are going to commit the rally. Big sleep on Dante and forces out the Primal since they weren't able to use it on that initial defense.
爪走りまで打ってシューを倒していく。ナノブーストおきつねプライマルレイジ、えげつない破壊力だった今の。さあまずはグラディエーター取っていった。第2初動で抑えきれたのはでかいね。ただヒューストンここでまあハッピーがソンブラになり、シューがウルト上げてきてるので、ちょっと今のウェーブウルト使いすぎたかなという印象はあるけど、
They've really elevated themselves, and it's in these moments when stakes continue to rise that they're able to play with this magnitude. Now as they draw back, they give space. Unfortunately, Lastro goes down because Fearless gets the better end of it, and they're going to buy some more space to rotate around this cafe, and will look for these last 40 seconds to reach this completion.
Fearless has the primal available to him as well as the Namo. Just stomps directly onto Babel, and we'll probably find Yaki at the end of this.
さあ
I don't need to jump. I'm just gonna right click. No worries. That's fine. I'll charge it up. Bye.
いやこれいやどうだろう、なんかワンチャン第2突破第2突破というか、これグラディエーターズ止めらん止めんの超厳しい説が。ラストロ落ちた。 EMP 打てずあっさり第2突破。
Yeah, Fearless is starting to take over this game right now, giving a lot more freedom at these moments. He's really finding the back line.
残り1分
The
半
fact that he's able to dodge a lot of these cooldowns, specifically from that back line, is pretty impeccable. And
時間は
with the
稼げて
Gladiators
るけど
sticking onto this composition of the Ana and of the Kiriko, they only really have the Sleep Dart as a way to stop Fearless from going in. They don't have a need to be able to whip shot as well. They don't have a Lucio to stifle that dive, and Fearless is just taking that advantage wholeheartedly.
Yeah, and Lastro continues to get blasted by Fearless every time they jump into that, and even that most recent one we saw, the assistance from Pelican. Pelican has like 1
EMP
HP.
まあここはバイオレット倒して、まあ、しっかり止めていく。まあただ次ハッピーというか、まあヒューストンの EMP ターンなんで、まあ、グラとしてはどうなんだろうな。こうナノブーストを返しに行くのか、それともまあここ取られてもいいから次のウェーブに温存するのかって感じだけど、まあでも取りに行くだろうな、さすがにな。
But Gladiators can cause a lot of disruption with the primal rage coming in from Fearless.
We'll keep a watchful eye. And the positioning that's coming through from Happy, they lead with the rally
う
early.
わよく反応するバベル。
Come in fast enough so Babel was able to swift step
お
out.
お、シューを通して EMP？ いやナノブーストでカバー。
So they need to commit this EMP, but two are hit by that grenade.
バイオレット倒しきって耐えきった。 いや結構前目で止めたなこれ。ヒューストンさすがに無理か、触れないか。いやハッピーが触った。ハッピーが触ったけど、ケブスター落ちて、いやこれ分からんぞ。 だいぶ怪しい。ダンテにパルスが張り付いて、だいぶ怪しいねこれね。だいぶ怪しいぞこれ。グラマジか。めちゃくちゃいいところで止めたと思ったら。 ただまあヤキの EMP が上がってくる。さすがに EMP が上がってしまえば取れそうだけど、クリティカルすぎるこのスティープ。最後はまあクリティカルなスリープで。取り切ってったね。
unfortunate to say the least for the Outlaws because they had everything in their back pocket to be able to win that.
ケブスターも C9 って言えばいいだろうって思って言うだけただだと思ってるのマジで。
A brief moment. I'm wondering what happens here. Pelican like goes in, they're juggling. I think it's a dash. Fearless isn't there.
Yeah, it's a dash.
Oh, he just dashes off and dashes too far, and they can't get back on. I think they're thinking like, I mean, maybe they're thinking that like Fearless can get back in time, and it's not going to go down as much as they thought it would, because that was like instantly. Whereas as soon as Pelican and no one's there, it just instantly vanished.
Well, it's also I think a little bit of
C9 の C9 の意味がさ、なんかいろいろブレてきてんだよな。
As on the defensive side, Happy's going to be here to look for an early pickup onto Kepster, but is just going to translocate because that got a little dicey.
That one was close. He got a haircut. Happy got a haircut right there. Kepster was not playing in that moment. That could have been disastrous, but the Gladiators swap back up their composition. Bring Lastro onto the Regita this time. Actually, no, swapping back over. Okay, well, which one, Lastro? Come on, let's figure it out.
さあ、グラディエーターはトレソン続行。トレソンはナムリ続行だね。
now that we're seeing is in these brawl situations, it works well for Inspires, but also
穴振り
you
か
can use
穴
those
切り
groups to be able to
応
negate
援
the
っ
dives
て
coming
か
onto
攻め
you
は
from Fearless.
ある程度ポジショニングできるから
Yaki getting
穴振り
pressured
なの
quite
か
a
な
bit. Translocator not too
さあ前目からど
far
んど
behind
んどんどん
Casey
削っていく
being
ソ
a
ン
safety
ブ
net
ラ
rounded in the corner now entering stealth. There's a retreat though from Dante for the moment to attempt stability. Gaining those cooldowns back up for the barrier to harass the back line. Nice job. Kevster still putting in a lot of work to go down, and that is Gladiators
キルを取ってんな
able to
グラディエーター
overwhelm once again through this long run engagement, just perfectly keeping all the timing and their ability usage to the best of their ability.
And that was beautifully played from the
い
entirety
やあっ
of
さりだな
Gladiators, but specifically
随
the
分あっさり
information
だ
they
なマ
got
ジ
from
で
Yaki to focus down Pelican, because they know that Pelican does not have a true pocket, right? Kevster does because he has Brigitte,
こ
but
こはあっさりしと
Pelican,
く
once he uses recall, it's really on the behest of the mechanical skill of
グリ
Violet
サ
or
か
She
な
trying to
いや
keep
ど
him
うだろ
alive.
う
The
ね
entirety of Gladiators just dove onto them, took him down, and that fight was completely over
な
before
ん
it
とも
even
言えんよ
started.
な、
And
まあ、
now
ブリの
Gladiators
方
look
が
at their
ま
ultimate
あ
economy.
ソン
They
ブラには
can
対応し
run
やすい
through
っていうと
second
ころはある
point
けど
very easily with these ultimate rotations.
So much to work with.
別にキリコでも別に
Needs to get a great
キリコはなこういうハック止めらんないからなでもブリは縦向ければ一応防げるけどオラストロ落ちてキルトレードが起きてるヒューストンが1有利だけど
Yeah, Fearless is really trying right now to just like bring this game back to an even keel because he's really the one who's putting the pressure onto that backline. If, you know, Babel can't hit sleep or if Lastro can't hit a whip shot, he does get a lot of value going into that backline, especially with Pelican in their back pocket is happy now, looking for that backline, has EMP available to them, but let's see what the Gladiators are going to do staging wise.
さあバベルハック一気に飛び込んでパルスで仕留めていくさあラストロも倒してすげえとこまで飛び込んでんだなんて
Oh, and the Glads used and committed ultimates for that
さあ
fight.
ちょっ
They used
と
the
手こ
nano
ず
and
って
the
るね
final
第2
range,
か
which
ら
is not something that they're gonna. Or, I mean, it is something that they're going to have in that next fight, especially because of the fact Houston have both of their support ultimates on lock and this EMP to work with. So Gladiators,
さらにハッピー EMP がある状況ちょっと厳しそうだなグラディーターこのウェーブ突破するのはさあハックからスタートいやーこれヒルソンでけえここ EMP 温存でかすぎるここの EMP 温存でかいねマジで
really put their pressure onto Gladiators because now Gladiators are the ones who are acting reactively. Before on the offense, Gladiators were the one pushing that tempo, but now Houston are finally saying we're going to start going aggressive, and the Gladiators are crumbling a little bit. They're using ultimates when they really shouldn't be. Like Pappy tried to bring that one, or Yaki tried to bring that one back, but there was no way they were going to win that fight.
EMP いやバベルをしっかり取って
Clockwork right now from Houston Outlaws, just taking advantage every opportunity they can. Some subtle progression due to Dante playing forward, but they're easily going to be reduced in health value for Fearless to get
さあ
the nail.
第2防衛がっつりつまずいてる
Yeah, like Gladiators, like how do we break this defense?
Gladiator.
Because it feels like the Houston Outlaws have control of everything. They're rotating their
ウ
ultimates
ルト状
effectively
況
here,
も
and
常にヒュー
Gladiators,
ストン側が
they are
優
gonna
勢
get
だ
one,
し
at least one more ulti rotation, and they need to be able to keep
と
some of
ペ
them
イ
to
ロー
like
ドも
force
か
their
な
way
り
in. They can maybe
進み
make
が
some
悪いんで
economy
な
pushes
か
as
なか
well,
難
get out
し
the
そう
nano,
な状
get out of
況
the
だけ
pulse bomb
ど
as well. So then you have a little bit of an advantage to really just push forward because they're not creating any space.
Rally active. Pulse bomb
ナノブーストバベルが倒される
coverage for Lastro, but not for Babel. Yaki down
なんで
below
シューを
has
倒し
to
て
translocate. They get out once again, and this is
い
a
やただ
chance
ここは
now,
突破できた
though. Glad's able to get a decent amount of value with two so far. They've at least reduced the numbers, but
いやーフィアレス強気のプライマルレイジ一人でも削れば次が楽になるって判断だね
Fearless is so good. He is hacked here.
ハックされて生き残りたいが
I mean, really
生
close
き
there
残れ
from
る
him. He does commit the primal rage, and Houston commit a lot
逆に
to
ヒューストン
that.
ここでウルト
Gladiators
が
won the fight by a really well
ウ
played
ル
counter
ト
dive
が
from Dante
何
onto
も
that
ね
backline. So now they have that ultimate advantage
え
I was
何もねえ
talking
状
about
況
to
にな
go
ってし
forward.
まう
Ooh, Yaki gets out of there. Not allowed to be slept for the moment. And this is still a really challenging area to be. Specifically,
あー蘇我いい
nice job, beautifully done.
シューの立ち回りがぶっ刺さっ
Just over
た
60 seconds, looking to deny the Gladiators from getting any further underneath this archway, and they're in a perfect position to really do this as they've already done.
いや、ヤキが発見されてしまったところから崩されたな。もったいね。
So now Gladiators have given up this positioning. Yes, they have an EMP to work with, but on the other end, Happy's close to theirs as well, but Yaki's gotta find some value. Oh, he gets the translocator out.
Beautifully done. Hack onto Shu. Can they get the elimination? They managed to do so, trading 1-for-1, but there is a Kitsune rush from Outlaws that's going to amplify a lot here, playing towards this open space.
残り40秒。
avenues to maneuver through.
フィアレスね。ああ。鈴で起こされて、バベルが取られる。残り30秒。ハッピーは EMP を抱えている。
Another fight where Gladiators use a lot and get nothing from it, and Houston win completely in the neutral. They're about to have 4 ultimates in their time bank, and Gladiators almost have nothing to work with, just the nano boost.
Happy wants to end this now. An EMP
なんかいつの間にか EMP 使ってる。わあ、堅実な、堅実すぎる EMP だ。一人削ればいいじゃん。あ、ハッピーがバベルを倒して。
And that's going to be Houston Outlaws tying it up. I mean, they looked a little bit sketchy.
さあ、ヒューストン防衛完璧だね、マジで。きっちりラインで止めきり。
And they could really set the tone in terms of their staging and the execution of their dives. They kind of just outclassed the Gladiators, and it was off the back a lot of what Fearless did. I think Fearless again everyone why he is the greatest Winston player to ever play this game, because of the fact he was getting into that backline, continuously making it a nightmare for Houston to work with. And there are some things that the Gladiators had to counteract the Winston, right? You had Sleep Dart, you had Whip Shot sometimes, but he was doing such a good job of avoiding those cooldowns and using his bubbles effectively that it was almost impossible to contain Fearless.
Well, and the other part too is the value that Happy was also bringing into this. It kind of feels like the early stages of what we had yesterday with Lip managing to, continue to put Glads in a very uncomfortable position. But now it leans into the question of how we're going to have Glads, as they've already shown, their adaptability. That key word to show what this adjustment's going to look like going into the third map, and how they're able to take this next map advantage.
And I wonder where that adjustment comes from. Is it going to be them trying to focus down Fearless? Is it them trying to focus down Happy on the Sombra? Because we saw how good they were at dealing with Lip, who is the best Sombra that we've ever seen in Overwatch. So maybe they have an idea if Houston is going to continue to play this very aggressive style dive with the Sombra, the Tracer, and the Winston. They've kind of already dealt with that against Atlantis, so we'll have to see if Gladiators can make those adjustments on the fly like they did yesterday.
And we'll be able to see just after this break, so don't go anywhere, because we're curious to see who's going to take the lead.
So 3マップ目。普通になんか回のパフォーマンス高いキャスディの方が良さそうに見えるな、パッと見は。 まあこっからどうなっていくか。
Welcome back, friends. We're here to continue on. 1-1 is the score, and we've got some new updates for you, as we do have an adjustment coming in here, and it's going to be Gargoyle stepping in to bring an alternative set of strengths to fight against Glads.
And Kai is also back in for Yaki, as we do know which map we're going to as well. It is going to be Havana, and I know some of the Houston fans are out there probably like, oh, it's Gargoyle yesterday, 2 maps and 2 losses, almost got reverse swept, but there's a big reason as to why Gargoyle is going to be in this, as we can look at the Winston stats from these Winston players. As you can see, relatively similar between both of them, but it was Fearless getting a little bit more in terms of that final blows value, which is kind of what we were expected. But to be fair to Dante, this is like him keeping up, right? You don't expect, Dante potentially to be as like prolific as Fearless, who is again the greatest Winston player ever. But these stats on Dante's end are still pretty good stats in general for Winston play.
100%. And with what we've seen so far, the adjustment now, like we mentioned with Gargoyle specifically, talked a little bit about what we're going to see going into Ivana and the strengths that it does bring to the table on this. The Sigma is something you and I, on the break even was really starting to lean into to see what type of value and contribution it can be to the composition.
And I wonder as well, like what we see from the Gladiators' perspective on this, because the Gladiators, when we look at them and like on this map, we saw them yesterday. Can Dante play the Sigma? It was mostly like more so of that diva style, right? That's really what we saw Dante playing when we saw Los Angeles Gladiators last time on a map like this. If they do opt in for the Sigma 1v1, I would be slightly worried just by the aspect of how good Gargoyle has proven themselves to be on this hero. But we know that Dante is extremely smart, and that doesn't really leave it all. Mechanics can, say whatever you want about that, but Dante has a good understanding of like pretty much every hero that he plays. So maybe they have some tricks up their sleeve to be able to help Dante in that matchup against Gargoyle.
And then outside of just, the tank discussion, I'm going to be keeping a watchful eye on Happy and Kai, just looking to match up against also with Kevster and Pelican, them mirroring this DPS lineup to see who's going to be able to get those initial shots and potentially get some easy strides into taking these fights before they start.
Happy going to be looking for that grapple shot to kind of catch them off guard. And that's really the thing about these Widow duels is like catching people off guard, right? There is something to also be said about recon darts from Kevster and Pelican, giving more of that information to help out their Widowmakers. That's something to keep an eye on as well, because that really could change how these Widowmakers fight each other if they do have some sort of information by those recon darts.
Happy.
構成は完全にミラーだね。
Among the columns, grapple shot.
ケブスがペリカン倒して。
Kevster gets the initial pickup and Happy critically low and needs to be cognizant of how they peak remaining because Kevster is going to continue to put out these logs.
Shu is in kind of the middle of the map. Very lucky he doesn't go down there, but actually this
いやでもこのマップマジで
from Gargoyle that's all the way to the back. He's
グラ得意そうだな。
but the healing is there to keep him alive. And now this is great for Outlaws.
さあケブスタ
Never mind. Happy is dead to Kevster.
半蔵で大暴れしてる。 いやタンクが1枚ね少なくなってるんでね、こういう半蔵の裏取り効くんすよね。さあバイオレットがカイを倒して、これビデオいなくなったんで相当ヒューストン動きやすいっすね。下がるしかない。いやー一方的にエリアコントロールされてダンテが倒される。これはリセット踏めるかな。これ結構怪しいぞ。踏めるけどダンテは間に合わないな。これリセットか。いやーもったいないね。しょうがないけど。若い。
Matchup between these snipers has been really interesting between the dynamic again between Kevster, between Pelican, and between Happy and Kai, because there has been some help with the recon darts giving that information over, while Happy hasn't really gotten that much value on the Widowmaker themselves. It's been a lot of Kevster just being the focal point.
As we see this payload slowly maneuver through, not yet out into the open space.
さあ右のサイド建物の外では移動対決が繰り広げられて、ここはダンテフラックスキルにはつながらず、ダンテ面白い位置取ってんな。さあ上下で挟み込む形、これは初めて見る形かもしれんな。前後で完全に挟み込む形だね。グラビティフラックス、うわードラゴン、いやーバベルを倒して倒しきり。いやーヒューストン、いや今のしっかりシューもついていくの偉いね。
Houston Outlaws are running through this secondary phase here, and again, I don't think the Gladiators are going to be able to touch, especially with how good the posturing has been from the Houston Outlaws right now. And even if they try, Transcendence is available for Violet to keep them alive.
さあカイ、ここはハッピーを取るが、いやーバベル落ちてしまう。人数自体はグラ有利だけど、いや球当てすぎだろシュー。いやダンテが倒されて、これは第2突破。いやー相当あっという間の。
Gargoyle is really just like putting his foot down, and it has like a really good understanding of like the mechanical
あっ
usage
という間に第2へ
to create those
第
sidelines
3へ
for his teammates. Where there's sometimes where gladiators are just getting picks off the raw mechanical skill, but the outlaws are just getting a lot of value. Look, this is Gargoyle really just pushing forward with Shu and giving him that cover to be aggressive. Gargoyle is playing this so effectively right now.
Yep, and if anybody steps out of line elsewhere, that's where Happy can find an angle. It's Shu just leading the charge alongside with the damage, making all of Gladiators uncomfortable, and we're reaching already this halfway point to the final stretch, and they are approaching these doorways already.
It's almost like he's got a sixth sense of like when to put the shield up, when to use accretion. Like he's covering a lot of the Houston Outlaws in terms of whenever they want to take these fights, and Dante just hasn't been able to match up as well as we would have liked.
Yeah, you can see that spray consistently being placed. You are not prepared. Happy is just waiting to find someone in the open crosshair. Shot goes wide though from Kai. Can't quite get Violet eliminated as that.
うわーここはカイしっかり。
Value, but Kai finally gets one as Pelican plays
うわシューマジかよ。
takes the high ground with the amplification matrix. It's a Babel and Shu battle.
よっしゅ
On the low ground, and Shu's just
いや、た
doing
だ
what
こ
they
こはさすがに
want.
対応される。
I mean, Shu there just says, I don't care that you're my
まあ
own
リ
team,
ス
I'm
も
taking you
相ま
out,
っ
and
て
that's
さすがに
classic
これ以
Shu
上
right there is happy
ヒ
on a
ュース
very
トン動かせそうにないけど、いやこれはバレている。
really well placed recon dart there from Kepster getting that.
The intel is key. As with now 2 minutes and 30 seconds, that's all that remains. And Houston Outlaws only a few meters away, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that we usually talk about teams like you're lucky if you
お
finish.
ペ
But
リ
there's
カン
still
のバレ、
2.5
うわハ
minutes
ッピー。
remaining. Happy takes down Lastro's head.
Yep. Knocks it clean off. That Omnic ain't gonna live for long. Is there a second shot onto Babel? The shield gets some coverage, but they're still left vulnerable. Oh, Violet, you're a little low for this
いやー
one.
しっかりケブスターもケアして。
But Gargoyle's gonna rotate around, flanking Kepster. They've
おー
opened
来い。
up the opportunity. Kai gets a wild shot with only a sliver of help, but the
そう
damage is
た
still
だ
done.
ポイン
Dragons
ト
through the center. No one can touch the payload. And Houston Outlaws complete round 1.
Quite convincing there from the Houston Outlaws. And I mean, again, it was
い
like,
やー
it
ヒ
felt
ュー
like
ストン
there was never really a chance where, besides like a few of these like singular picks that happened in the neutral, Gargoyle was just pressing W
いや
with
サポ
shield, and Gladiators
ヒューストン
had
サポ
no
がめっ
answer
ちゃ
to
強かったな
it.
このマ
Not
ッ
a
プ
single one. Like Gargoyle
シュ
really
ーバ
is
イオレ
the
ッ
tip
ト
of the
の
spear in this composition. Kind of just asserted his dominance, and this is like
シューバイオレットのパフォーマンスがえげつねえ。
because you have Fearless, who is incredibly talented, right? We know how good they are, world champion, finals MVP. But you need someone to play these, especially on F4. Who's one of those players?
Yep, and we're gonna see just again. Yep, we're gonna try now and see if we can go to this replay at the moment with the Shu 2K. As we do have this high ground angle looking for the
これすごいなマジで。
onto Kai, and we're even gonna have that follow up onto Babel. It's an Amp Matrix duel, and even with the assistance of Dante, they still can't manage.
Dude, the chain is actually griefing him so hard during that. I'm pretty sure there's so many shots that are just hitting that chain, and it's not able to really like get the kills that he wants because his cursor's like right on him, but the chain is right there blocking some of those.
And to digress a little bit back to what you were mentioning, specifically about Gargoyle, it was not a great demonstration yesterday, but moments like these are really what amplify the importance of having, like you said, this individual on the roster and what they contribute.
さあ
As we see, Gladiators coming out on the
攻防
offensive
入れ
side
替わっ
this
て
time.
ミラー
No
対
new
決
changes to them at the
い
current
や
moment,
ー
but
グラディエーター
we're
と
gonna
し
be
ては
seeing on the
ゴールしな
defensive
きゃい
end
け
staying
な
the
い
same
け
as
ど
well. So it's again about that recon dart, the information that they can gather from both these teams, and also the grapple shots. A lot of the Widowmaker 1v1 comes down to the surprise factor. That's one of the biggest things. So any
さあ
information
ペ
you
リカ
can
ン
gain
挟み
about
込ん
where
で
the other Widowmaker is, that can really help you out in
いやー
terms of
ねこのポジションが強いっていうのはね1の頃から証明されてるんでねただバレるとこうなるんだけど
pushing through this Lastro underneath alongside Kepster, looking to work in tandem with one another as anyone pushes out into the open. Pelican rounding the corner, getting a couple of shots, but still can't quite eliminate Lastro down below, and they recover. They're making sure that they can hold both of these angles and deny this two-prong
効率よ
attack.
く複数車
They
線
also
作っ
just
て
have
る
so
ね
much information, and you can't really poke this if you're Kepster right now because of the fact that Violet is just trained right on here with these right clicks. Kai does take down.
いやただ
She was down. That's all the healing
サ
loss
イ
for
ド
Houston Outlaws, and now
競り合ってるうちに
Gladiators go.
こじ開けてったのはメインダンテとカイでキル重ねてお互いちゃんとチャージの音聞いてチャージ打ったタイミングで顔出してみたいな話してたね
As the
半蔵もゼニアッタもチャージが必要なキャラだから
Matrix to work with, which is a big deal. Shoes not nearly close enough to theirs, so this is
まあ
going to
そ
be
こを
an
うま
onslaught
く
that I don't even know if the Houston Outlaws are going to be able to take. And
お
if
互い
they
に
want
見
to
切って
take
たな
here, yes, I mean you can get Ant Matrix out, but is that really worth it?
さあここは何としてでも取りたいグラディエーターわあカイ取り切ったダンテを助けてあバイオレット倒されるけど全体キルではヒューストンが有利いやーここで止まるのきついぞショックもここで一回悪夢見てるからなここで止まって悪夢見てるんでショックも
Not been as swift as we saw from the Outlaws, but they're still looking to capture it and maneuver in. Kai finding an angle, hits the tree, can't quite get the second shot onto Shu, who does survive the amplification.
Kai なんか一瞬スタックしなかった。
It's crazy to see how
Kai
sustained through as Violet finally goes down.
Violet gets taken down here, and Pelican is down too, so that's a lot of long range that's lost. Kai does manage to survive through a shot from Happy, but this should be Gladiators taking control of first point and now
さあ
starting
ちょ
to
っ
move
と時
through
間は食っ
onto
たけど
second
まあしっ
here.
かり
With Babel again
第
having
一を
a
突
huge
破
advantage when it comes towards that amplification matrix that's going to benefit them so much from walking through second. And the best part about it is that second is one of the best places to just kind of snowball, right? You win like one fight and you can get to third very easily.
Yeah, we saw it just when the sides were swapped. Dragon Strike comes through. A little bit of a separation for the team, but not too value gained. As there is a rotation back now. Happy looking to take this interesting angle underneath the bridgeway. Well, we still have Shu on the high ground. And Dante just patiently waiting until they can charge
あ
back
こ
up
この
on this.
高台
Look
で
for a
挟
defensive
み込む
position
セッ
to
ト
try
ア
and
ップ
keep
流行
this
ってんだ
payload
ろう
moving.
な今
Shu is by themselves
さっ
here.
き
You
何
can
で
see
もやってた
Dante
しね
trying to poke
こ
him
こ
down
の
and force them
真
out
上
of
取る
that
形
area, but
さあケブスターがペリカンを取っ
actually
て
taking down Pelican, that's a big deal because now they can't hold this anymore.
Yeah,
さ
there was
あ
such an aggressive angle
フ
that
ラペ
Houston
ー
was
スにな
taking
り
up
そ
top
う
of the window, and it is going to be punished, though there is at least something of value gained as Happy takes a wide
さあイ
angle
ンフ
out
ラ
the
サイト
stairway
中どう
towards the
立ち回っていく
outskirts.
か
Almost gets that shot on the volley for Lastro,
さあインフ
but
ラが終わ
barely
る
survives.
Oh, Transcendence is forced as well from Lastro to keep the rest of
Whoa.
the teammates alive. Can they find any kills? They need to find Gargoyle here.
Yeah, they've got to get something out of this. Happy also just continuing to pull so much bandwidth away to the outside there. They can't seem to keep track of everything as Houston Outlaws continue to reduce this time bank.
This positioning is so good as well from the
ラストロ
Outlaws
すごい位置にいる
because they're
ぞ
kind of in a position where
これ
Gladiators
ラストロ
can't contest without just being shot
お前
from
ウルト
everywhere,
も
but
ねえの
that
に
goes down. So
ああ
that's
なんか
the
ペリカン
hero
に
loss
す
in
り
this
打ち勝ってる
competition. Lastro trade one's
ラスト
back,
ロ
trades one back onto Pelican, but look at Outlaws. They still just have control of this high ground.
ああでも
They
シ
do,
ュ
and
ー
the
が
other part too is there's so many
シュー
low
が
values gladiators for several
シューがし
seconds.
っかり抑えて
Kai,
る
Kevster, and Lastro all just floating at that
いいポジション
50%
だったけど
health
な
range and could never get topped up.
And the thing about this composition, right, is if you, I mean, it kind of feels like foreheadish, but if you aren't hitting these shots on the flanks, then it's totally a win
ラストロ
for the,
相当いい
for
ポジション
the
だったけどな
Houston
今
Outlaws
の
because they have all the advantages when it comes to those sight lines. Gargoyle is just sitting pretty up here on that high ground, and Los Angeles Gladiators haven't really found a way in because they can't take down these side angles.
Once again, they step out into the sight line. Easy regroup down below, finding an alternative angle with Kevster just seeking somebody to eliminate, but can't quite find anybody. Shu is in the crosshairs looking to take him down, but again is able to jump out of the way for the final shot. Kevster needs to hit these, but unfortunately it's going to be Outlaws hitting the shots first. Transcendence active.
I mean, yeah, that's going to be a fight win. It's a complete fight win right now for the Houston Outlaws and Gladiators. Again, it's like we talk about it. They need to hit these shots because they are getting this positioning, but if they can't figure out these picks, the angles
さあ
are
ヒュー
just
スト
so
ン前守り
overwhelming for the Houston Outlaws here. And I love this aggression coming from them. They know they have 44 seconds to work with, so they can be as aggressive
超アグレッ
as
シ
they
ブな
want.
守
Even
り
if they
方
were to lose here, the cart's going to be pushing in overtime at the very most.
And if you see Happy or Pelican get a staggered pick right now out the gate, this is going to be
おー、ダンテ
disastrous.
シューを倒す
Dante solo, but there is a great chance to shut down Shu. Amplification matrix is still there, so for those within the angle, get the damage value boost. Oh, Lastro's got to survive. They're attempting to keep them going, but two are eliminated. Both supports are
サポ
gone.
2人が落ちた
They're not going to be able to move as
苦しい
a unit through that doorway, and this is just falling apart for Los Angeles
い
Gladiators.
やー
I mean,
倒しきっ
Kai
て
and Kevster are trying to make it happen, but Gargoyle is still alive and he's full health. If he can just secure these kills, it's going to be a win for Houston Outlaws, but he's struggling a bit. He needs to finish these members off.
He's chasing them down.
あーでもここ落ちそうなのちょっとでかくねえかもしかして
Is there. They've kept it into overtime. Now, Shu topping them up. They've bought some time and they have the space. They're regrouping since it's slightly in favor of respawn advantage.
なんとか復帰はできたグラディエータードゥームを出してるけどおーシューケブスターがしっかり取り切ってる
Gets a second. Happy is down. They've bought just enough time and they need only the remaining half of this second checkpoint. Dante getting very heavily focused, drops below, uses the payload as well as an obstacle, and this is a few more seconds. They need one last engagement from Outlaws.
Has the power punch as well, going to see if he can find Violet in that backline. Gets chunked really heavily, but is going to be healed back up.
いやーリテイクどうだこれ
Sombra
ソンブラでリテイクあーこれはサポートのポジションがね さあ2マップ目取得ヒューストン。
Gargoyle comes in, finally gets their first win on that Sigma play. We saw the Diva yesterday didn't work as well as they would have.
いやー、サポキャリーが目立つ試合だったな。ガーゴイルのパフォーマンスとか、ガーゴイル、ハッピー、ペリカンのパフォーマンスは悪くはなかったけど、要所要所のシュー、バイオレットのキルが素晴らしかったね。
Not only just what Gargoyle was able to contribute to this, it was also how Shu was able to optimize as well off of how Gargoyle was playing. Everything, just the center cogwheel of Gargoyle allowed every other one to feel so comfortable in their movement. It was just such a clean performance by Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean, even I think on third when we saw on the attack for
いや、韓国いてもさすがにあれじゃない？潜在は取れるんじゃない？わからんけど。でもないのかな。
That's exactly what they did, and they asserted their dominance very heavily on that map, so they do take a 2-1 lead. The Gladiators, we know them, they're fighters, and this series probably is nowhere near done.
We've seen the shield splinter, but will it break? We will find out after this break, so don't go anywhere.
まあなんかガーゴイル韓国からやったらちょっと面白いけどな。さすがにそんなことはないと思いたいけど、ないとは言えないしな。ショックがいけてないのはなんかこうなんかなんつうんだろうな、なんかショックがいけてないのはショックの問題っぽいんだよな。でもいや笑い事じゃないけどショックがいけてないのはなんかショックの問題臭いんだよな。なんかどうも ヒューストンしっかりコーチ陣も PV 参加してるのいいね。
It's the grand finals match just on the horizon here for the Houston Outlaws as they enter into their match point, but we cannot count Glads out. It's almost like one of those moments where we think about Maximus Kenobi, where they reach down to grab the sand, they rub it between their hands to feel the environment that's ahead of them so they can find the advantage. And we're going to be curious to see if that happens here for Los Angeles Gladiators.
I feel like every time we cast the Gladiators, it's just your chance to just like do like the Gladiator references, 300 references, any type of references for the Gladiators that you can bring to the table. But hey, I'm all here for it. But we're also here for some Gargoyle highlights who we saw yesterday on the Diva mostly, but this time on their patented Sigma. And boy, Rich, did it look absolutely fantastic.
It really did. The amount of value, not only just independently as an individual, but the almost effortless play that it granted to everyone else on this squad and enabling Shu on multiple occasions in what that's going to bring. But, you know, with us seeing Gargoyle, we can highlight, we can talk about, but we do have to recognize that there is going to be some adjustments when it comes to the roster because of the next map selection, which is Esperanza.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we're seeing Houston playing with Fearless back in the lineup for Esperanza. Not that it's interesting that Fearless is in, but yesterday they didn't do that. They actually had Gargoyle stay in for push, and it felt like it was like, okay, well, where is Fearless? Why isn't Fearless playing? But now I think it feels like this is a moment where Houston really want to close out the game, and they're going to be playing, go back to their, you know, patented Winston. I think Dante has looked good in the Winston matchup, like comparatively to what Fearless is as a Winston player, but I think this is like the best chance for the Outlaws to close it out right here, because going back to Control against the Gladiators is very scary. You don't want to play that team on Control map 5 where anything can happen. They've already won the first Control, so this is where they got to close it out if you're Houston, I think.
Yeah, and they just want to end it so that they can at least put a chapter conclusion to this one and then lean into that final chapter where they can face off against the champions so far that we've seen not be able to lose any map over the course of their time. We're going to now look to enter in, as we said, to Esperanza to see how they're going to play this. As we want to, before looking into that, we can look at actually some stat cards from Fearless and why they're going to be bringing this Winston play back in to make sure they get that nail in the coffin, like you mentioned.
And I think for Fearless, the thing about him that I love the most when you talk about like his play style is always the fact that he seems like very cheat code-esque, where it's like he doesn't die. There's times where I'm watching Fearless play and I'm like, he should be dead. He should be instantly dead. There's no way that he isn't out. And then he just plays around some geometry, or he plays around his shield perfectly to where he can survive. That is like the ability of Fearless, I think, that makes him kind of elite more so than anything else. And also the primals. We saw that one primal, I think, that he did to, what was it, Kai, where he just primaled Kai all the way through Ilios, and just Kai never touched the ground for like 5 seconds. Like, mechanically, he's incredible on Winston, but also his fundamental understanding of how the hero operates against whatever he's playing against. That's why he's so good. That's why he's a world champion, finals MVP. He's got those accolades, and he is the best Winston to ever play Overwatch.
And it's like what we saw as well when it came to Blizzard World. That was where things really started to heat up for Fearless, and being able to play the architecture on the map, really knowing where that their best positional advantage was, and then when necessary needing to pounce onto Glads and really catch them off guard. And the amount of times that we did see the elimination onto Babel was repeated, and Funny Astro and their counterpart could not really do anything to keep them going.
And as we go into this map, though, it'll be interesting to see, because this is a map at Esperanza where we see a lot of Lucio Ana. So that gives another out for the Gladiators, rather, to be able to counteract those dives, right? You have Boop now in your back pocket. When we did see them on Blizzard World, for instance, it was Kiriko Ana. That means you really only have a sleep dart to deal with Fearless. Now you have something else. You have another way to stifle him just a little bit more, and we'll see if that continues going into this matchup of Esperanza, because it is Violet, and one of the things about Funny Astro is that his Lucio is so clean, right? That's kind of what he's known for. That's why he's in a lot of these maps. That's why he's in Control. We saw it earlier on Ilios, where he booped Fearless into the pit while he was in Primal Rage and won them a sub map.
Yep, and it's those key moments that can really change the outcomes of these engagements. And the other dynamic of it too is because there's so many, nooks and crannies and all these different avenues and pathways and channels that you can take. Also the viability of the high ground positioning and how you want to engage it, especially when we've seen these specific barricades get to that major checkpoint like we talked to and utilize that catwalk. Understanding the ebb and flow to take that space with a Winston is so critical to look for that longer run return and being able to get extra distance so that you can just deny any recovery from your opponent.
And I wonder if we do see the Gladiators opt into the just full Winston mirror. Do they bring out a Diva? That is something Dante has shown in the past. It is a possibility, I think, because it's always scary when you're like, do we want to mirror Fearless on the Winston?
グラディエーターフルマップに持ち込めるか。
Because of the way that Fearless operates and the way that the Houston Outlaws play around him, it's very hard to kind of do that thing where you're just like, hey, I want to dive the backline, but your backline is Shu and Violet, and it's not as easy. You have to pass so many skill checks, and this is actually something that I was going to be interested in. Do they run the rush? This is something that they have run on Esperanza before. Specifically, Dante's Ramatra is very adept at dealing with Winston in this counter matchup. He puts down Vortex directly like where the Winstons are going, so that they have to work a little bit harder to get out and they can't just instantly jump. So this is, I like this decision from the Gladiators if they do stick to this, because I think this is playing more to their strengths
さあ、お互い、いや、またダンテあれだな。昨日もダンテラマットラだったけど、速攻でウィンストンに変わってたんだよな。このラマットラは何のラマットラなんだろうな。初動取ったらその後の展開が楽になるからとか、そういう理由があるのかな。
kind of value can be obtained before having to force out this nemesis form, which we see Dante use quite often and early in a lot of these fights.
ここがいまいちよく分かってないんだよ。
Probably use them to like see if he can find someone in that backline if someone's out of position. Happy is already dead to capture though. That's a big pick. Nemesis form is going to be used from Dante to keep himself alive during that.
いいボルテックス。バイオレットが逃げられなかった。
Houston Outlaws.
The vortex slowing. Violet can't really escape on any walls. Now you're going to completely
surround
and flank onto Fearless. They gain early and easy distance with this barricade.
And this is one of the scary parts about this composition from the LA Gladiators. Like, if you don't move quickly and you kind of just stand on ceremony and just wait for Gladiators, Gladiators are so adept because you have Kai and you have Kevster to kind of just play around as much as they want, right? They can rely on the fact that Kevster might just one-clip someone or Kai can two-tap someone.
And now we find ourselves at the common ground again. How is it that you're going to have Houston Outlaws jump into this to take the advantage? They opt to go straight on the high ground.
ああ、溶けたフィアレス。
The danger of doing this without
た
trying to
だ
take an alternative point of
全
engagement,
体
but
的
Outlaws,
には
despite them
ヒューストン
getting Fearless eliminated,
4対
both
3
Dante
か。
and Kevster down
グラディエーターがやや不利な状況。
Pelican has been brought low. Kai is getting very
ゆ
low
っ
too. He
く
has
り
both of
引
his
きながら
healers on
戦
him, so
っ
they can
て
get
い
pocket
くが、
essentially. Funny
はい、
Astro gets
め
hit
ちゃ
with
く
an
ちゃ
anti
攻
so
撃
they
的
can
だ
get
な。
back off here, but I don't think the Gladiators want to give up as much position as they are currently. They want to be able to hold this high ground and make sure that they can come back and recontest with a nano boost from Babel.
Yep, they've got time. Dante's here. They can look to deny any progress forward. There's a nano boosted Fearless.
さあ、フィアレス、ファニアストロ倒して。
Instantly shutting it down to follow up onto it.
いやー、これはグラちょっときついね。
This was quick work from the Outlaws despite them losing a couple. Dante doing at least the best they can.
Dante got both supports actually, and this is something that I think that against this composition, Gladiators are really good at, and Dante specifically. When they know they're at a disadvantage, Dante does this thing where he just uses Nemesis form and walks at the back line. Because he can block the things like the sleep dart, he can block, he can just get to the back line. There's nothing really to deal with it, so Gladiators kind of get themselves an extra life because Dante just went to the back line.
ただリードを取られずに済んでるグラディエーター。さあ、ファニアストロのノルトがある。ビート使って強引に詰めるのもありだし、まあそのカウンター気味に使ってもあり。おお、ケブスト一発入ったの見逃さなかったかな。うわ、とんでもねえ、とんでもねえ、とんでもねえ車線だ。これはグラ取ったか。
Yeah, they have to get out. That's
しかしシオンを取り切って
That's all the healing gone. Happy gone too. And now Gladiators get this bot back, and they're going to be able to move forward extremely happily. They might be even able to checkpoint because of the stragglers that were taken down. And when the Houston Outlaws come back into this fight, they're going to have to deal with Annihilation.
毛深いワンピック待ちのタイラーマ可能性あるからな。こんだけパフォーマンス高いトレキャスいたらマジで全然うわー削れるフィアレス。うわ今のボルテックス強すぎだなんて。フィアレスのダイブを潰した。
I mean, how smart is Dante? I talked about it before. The vortexes that he uses to just make
うわー今の
it was just perfectly placed. Fearless is like 2 centimeters away from making that dive.
今のボルテックスなかったら多分ヒューストン勝ってるな。
The nano dive gets absolutely no value, and the annihilation
やばすぎ。
wipes the team of the Houston Outlaws, and this is a significant lead now for the Gladiators.
さあペリコンのバベルを取って。
I think they're a little frustrated with how that last engagement went. They are just going to instantly shut down Gladiators, but the biggest factor is that they've gotten the checkpoint. They have that to their advantage now.
エスペランサピここが選ばれてるのはエスペランサの話だよね。いやエスペランサはでも2番手ぐらいっすよ。プッシュの中だと。コロッセオが一番人気でニュークイーンが一番人気ないね。
To make this matchup a little bit easier for the Houston Outlaws because Dante, if he's hacked, incredibly vulnerable to a lot of cooldowns on the Houston Outlaws side. So be on the lookout for where Happy is going to be going with a lot of these hacks to help out Fearless.
Yeah, the vortex was used so early, so Fearless has the green button to go.
Whoa.
Pelican weaving through the front line.
Dante ダブルキルしてる。
Pelican just with the pulse bomb is going to look to try and just continue to harass and damage that Dante play. Looking for the back line, but Bell has nowhere to go. They're locked in that level.
Dante トリプルキル。
Okay, Dante's actually managing to turn this around despite I'm assuming that Houston was going to take this.
I mean, he does it again somehow during the crazy fight that was.
まあでも実際コロッセオがねめちゃくちゃ頻度高い。うおダンテ。あーでもちょっとどうだ。あーさすがに。ダンテのラマットラが止まんねえ。
I mean, for Houston Outlaws, luckily to stop the bleeding, they do have the EMP to be able to deal with that.
あまりにも強いこれ。
That's going to be the biggest thing. Can they figure out a way to get these ultimates
パンチは得意。
EMP,
別のヒーローでもパンチしてたからな。いやマジでねラマットラのパンチねサポートからするとラインハルトのハンマーより恐怖なんだよな。あ逃げらんねんだよ縦方向に伸びるから。縦方向に伸びるしラマットラ自身の移動速度が速くなるからさサポート1回ターゲット流にされるとマジで逃げらんないんだよな。
Yeah, and they're going to see if they can pull out some more ultimates from the Houston Outlaws, but they don't get that. They do get the nano.
さあまあただここはヒューストンしっかり取り返していった。
So now Gladiators can come back in with a nano annihilation.
お願い横移動するしかない。外すの期待してレレレするしかないんだよ。でも判定太いんだあのパメル。判定極太だからかするんだよな普通に。さあハッピーここはバベルを倒して。やばい飛ばしてないか。あーでもしっかり取り切った。3対 3?3 対4か。まあ正直グラディエーターはこんだけリード取った時点であとはゆっくりでいいんだよな。ゆっくり時間使わせて最終ウェーブでそのビッグルと合わせて取り切れればいいから。まあでもグラとしてはここ取られたくないね。このウェーブしっかり取り返せるかどうかでだいぶこの後の展開が変わってくる。
Hold on to this. Will they commit it into this fourth? They do. Leaning in, making sure that there is enough within radius to keep the cooldown active.
アナヤレーションまで使ったがここはかわされてしまう。
Actually deviate away from it beautifully and deny any value to be gained.
Yeah, fantastic disengage, but I mean, at this point, Glads have actually stolen the bot away. Kai is anti. Can they finish off that kill? Glads are getting so low.
わあ、耐え切られた。
Can't quite get the elimination again. Kai
苦しい。
survives.
ヒューストンとしては相当苦しい。
Bunny Astro
ただ、
keeping
まあ、
this
EMP はあるんですね。この位置だったら、ただフィアレスが落ちた。バベルを倒せるけど、バイオレットが倒されて、有利なのはグラディエーター。カウンターしきったね。強ケブさ、今の。火力出すぎや。あー、カイが落とされる。もったいね。バベルはリスキルされてるけど、ケブスターがしっかりカバー。おー、ケブスターしっかり取り切って。
As we do see them go back to neutral again, intensity rises. The time just over a minute, and now it's Gladiators
残り
once again
1分。グラディエーターはもうオーバータイムでの勝利をもう計算に入れ始めてる頃、ヒューストンとしては相当苦しいというほかない。さあ、バベルハックされるが、しょうがないね、これは。あー、ダンテどこまでも追っていく。どこまでも。シューバイオレットをひたすらひたすらしばいてる。さあ、プライマルレイジ吐かせたね、これ完全に。渋い、めちゃくちゃ渋い。うわー、ナノアナイアレーション。ここはスリープ食らってしまう。さあ、ここはロボット進めずに行きたいところ。8 seconds left. This is last fight territory. Outlaws don't have anything. They need Happy to get towards this. 触れはするけど、触れはするけど相当きついね、ヒューストン。触んないといけないかな。ね、この触んないといけないんだよな。さあ、EMP。いやー、ただフィアレスが落ちる。キルトレードはイーブン。サポがいない分グラガイア若干きついけど、あー、バイオレットも落ちた。あとはカイがしっかりお掃除して、ハッピーは触れず。いやグラディエーター2本目を返す。昨日は一瞬でラバットラ変えてたけど、今日はぶっ刺さってたね。やっぱ1ウェーブ目取れたらラマットラ続行っていうプランなのかな。そうっぽいな。made Fearless's life miserable, the rotations of the ultimates as well, and just the fact that like every time it felt like Houston Outlaws got the fight that they wanted with their engagements, Dante would just hit Nemesis form, walk at the back line and say, okay, you guys literally can't do anything to me, so yes, we may lose a fight in terms of just numbers, but what are you going to do without your supports? Can you push the bot? We're going to have respawns eventually. Like, Dante really took over this game completely on Ramatra.
Yeah, really never has allowed a 5 stack from Houston Outlaws to come back into
マジでダンテのラマットラ強かった。マジで強かった。
Time in the moving forward, and I guarantee there's a lot of those sitting at home right now that are like, I'm probably going to use that idea in my next comp game and make sure that I continue to throttle as we do see from Dante. But as we continue, we have reached another map 5. We are absolutely ecstatic to bring you even more Overwatch before the grand finals, so don't go anywhere, friends, because we're going to see who is able to move on.
さあ、 ちなみに燃え切りに関しては燃え切りに関してはね、まあ結構強かったよとだけ言っとくわ結構強かったよとだけ言っとくわ。あんま情報出せないからね、構成の細かいところの情報。しょうがないっちゃしょうがないんだけどね。垂れ流しにはできねえからな、さすがに。180ピンってずっとミニマップ見てたくらいの遅延。どうだろう。180ピンは敵ワープし始めるからな、たまに。いや、真面目にたまにワープし始めるからな。バディの無敵が変な方向に飛ぶらしい。万全なショックはどうだろう。レギュラーシーズンまでにはまあなんとかすると信じたいよね、マジで。いや、なんとかしてくれ本当になんとかしてほしいよ。いやー、でもどうだろうね。なんかビザの問題じゃなくてショック側の問題っぽいからな。それがもし解決不可能な問題だったら、まあリーグもちょっと多めに見てくれたかもしんないけど、そうじゃないっぽいからね。
We'll see if the Gladiators can topple another Titan. I mean, we've seen the previews, David versus Goliath. Feels like Glads are feeling a bit like David right now. This is very much a David-esque run from them, coming from that group stages, beating Atlanta yesterday. Now map 5 against Houston. They won control already. Houston yesterday was able to stifle Shock's attempt at winning control, but we're on Lijiang Tower, no subs. This is a map pick from Houston, which is interesting because if we do get control center, that's a very heavily Ramatra favored map, or any rush style, and it looks like that's exactly where we're starting off.
This goes so well for Gladiators on rolling the dice. They had a chance to find a strength out the gate.
NRC バルトロールの方にお熱っぽい。それはまあなんとも言えねえな。内部事情だから完全に。
We've seen a lot of Hammond, or not Hammond, Winston from Fearless. But don't forget, the guy's got a Reinhardt still in their back pocket, and this is one of the first times we've seen kind of this
Reinhardt versus
Ram style right now. I believe it's, poor man, rich man, whatever we want to call it. It's a rush style, and the thing that differentiates both of these teams is that the Reinhardt can just get in your face very aggressively, but Dante has a little bit more in terms of utility to block some of that incoming damage.
Nice counter to deny up front already. The Nemesis form on that potential pin from Fearless going in, swinging. The crown freeze has already been spent.
さあダンテしっかりペリカンを取っていく。
No defenses and Dante takes advantage of it.
チャージ。
There's a counter pin in the corner separating them from the team.
縦上から削っていく。
And you actually have Gladiators looking to take this initial engagement.
The healing is there from Shu. The point has not flipped over yet.
Violet
is down. That means the speed is gone and now Gladiators can
They're so vulnerable.
いいボルテックスです。
But they work their way through that far left pillar to keep continuing this pressure.
ちなみに最近ラマットラ構成のサポーターバティストからアナに切り替わりつつあるね。理由は単純で結構そのラマットラ構成って従来のラッシュ構成みたいに一塊になって 動くことが少なくて、バティよりもそのアナとかの方がヒール効率というか全体的な効率がいいんすよね。さあカイが半蔵にピックチェンジ。
Los Angeles Gladiators might just brute force their way in with Ramatra.
Yep, seeing what they can do with it. There's a lot of oh my goodness, Fearless just has to abandon ship. They've got to flee so quickly, especially with the Bionade. The wall actually doesn't help Gladiators for the moment, so it buys just enough space. But with Pelican down, a shatter beats the corner. It's going to be a beautiful sound barrier along with a nano boost to counteract that and drive forward. The photon barrier does cause some disruption and divide the center position. They can't quite yet get Fearless until Kepster finds the icicle.
さあとどめのアナイアレーション。
Bars of the Houston Outlaws and Gladiators will take back this point. They do have a blizzard to work with.
そうラマにポーク力があるからそうだね。固まる必要があんまりない。あと固まってラッシュした後そのラマットラって盾を張れないんで、そのネメシス中に基本的に盾張ってそのネメシスフォームでラッシュしてって感じになると、その盾が残ってないんで、その相手に突っ込んだ後味方が耐えれなくなるんですよね。そのラインハルトみたいにね。だから固まって突っ込むとなんか味方がリソース不足で耐えれなくなるみたいなことがあるんで、それだったら全体的にポークっぽい動きにして、要所要所でそのラッシュを挟んでいくっていう動きの方がそのラマットラには合ってるっていう部分もあって、ラマットララインハルトみたいにそのラッシュした後耐えれないっていう弱点があるんで、そういう部分も関係してます。おかい。あーただいいブリザード。
Now with the cryo freeze just looking to again buy time, there is no way that you're sticking around for that one as it's swapped over.
Just trying to get as much as they can here. Gladiators gonna recontest. Houston Outlaws doing the smart
新
thing.
メインってもしかしてラマットラに対して特攻か？有利つくんかなこの構成、もしかしてラマットラに対して。あーすげえ寄せ方。あーただシューが倒れる。マジか。ただフィアレスはシャターがある。シャターがあるぞフィアレス。あーこける。ただナノブーストで耐えてる。
Fearless cannot follow up onto it. Now with the photon barrier gone and the wall up trying to cause disruption to the team.
さあどうなる？アナイアレーション一掃していくのはラマットラ。さあここ取ったのでかい。グラデータこれでかすぎだな。ヒューストン入るためのハッピートレーサーしっかりケアしてる。入れないのでは。ああ、まず1本目取ってったのは
This map specifically for Dante on this Ramatra, and now are only one round away from bringing another upset and finding themselves in the grand finals.
Glads could potentially create another huge upset. We are on a different map here, which means that this is a map that is so much more favorable towards that Winston dive composition. Gladiators could still theoretically play that Ramatra comp, but the thing is, if they're going to do it, they need to get to point and they need to play in enclosed areas. They don't want to play out in the open with a composition like this. They can potentially just get onto the point and stifle the dive there, but it's going to be very difficult. You see Kepster actually going over towards the Symmetra. I wonder if this is a Symmetra TP to point angle. No, they're just going to get a little bit of...
Yeah, they'll get the initial distance because they know that Fearless is going to dive in quickly with the rest of them happy looking for the flank.
さあここもラマットラ。あー阻害が入ったらもう逃げられない。ただバベルも倒される。今のダンテのボルテックス深いな。あれ多分バイオレット落とすためのボルテックスだと思うけど。
Dante holding the inner corner, still getting a decent amount of chip damage with that auto fire. And it can accumulate a massive amount of damage, and there's going to be Kai finding Violet in addition because you had the damage from Dante. And now this aggression
ああバベルが取られる。わあハッピー強っ。
gets two. That is so vital for Outlaws.
Oh, Shu might have brought that one back for the team, but Dante is still alive and he's punching them down with Kepster still there, and Gladiators looks like they've won this fight.
Yep, Dante just going to recover every time they run the bridgeway until finally Pelican gets them low on the outskirts. It is still Gladiators gaining percentage here because they're keeping this in contention, but Outlaws just now with recovery can get back and swap it over.
They're still stalling best they can. Pulse Bomb comes, or doesn't come out from Pelican. Recalls just in time. Gladiators will have to recontest here. Go through White Room. There's no way that you can fight this out in the open.
スマブラ参戦枠はラホットだ。いやどうだろうね。でもさすがに現地になるんじゃない？スマブラ参戦枠。
White Room is the focus for entry.
トレーサースマブラトレーサーがもしスマブラに実装されたらマジでクソキャラになりそう。源氏でしょまだ。まだ源氏の方がマシな気がする。ルーフィストでもあれ、ルーフィストヴィランなんだよな。ルーフィストヴィラン役なんで。
Is happy, weaves their way into the back line. Patience, the communication. Oh, and they deny it. The vortex again denies the
ペリカン回倒して、ああここのスイープでけえ。ああナノをもらったらハットラが襲い来る。あうますぎそれ。フィアレス。うますぎるな今の。ケブスタが倒されてポイント耐えるけど取っていくのはヒューストン。
accrue that percentage and potentially take us to a third submap.
But we have to look here. The Annihilation looking to lead into this. Happy, waiting to get a decent hack. But again, it's the communication between the two. Stick doesn't land. It's so low onto Funny Astro, and Pelican finds the weakness in the shield. They are able to continue causing disruption.
いやただフィアレスが倒れる。バベルも倒れてサポはいないが、ダンテは自己ヒール、実質自己ヒールのアナイアレーションまである。さあ、ファニアストロ帰ってきた。ドロビー。ああ、ダンテ落ちるかここ。
Violet uses sound barrier, so that means Dante's gonna have a free annihilation for this next fight. But Shu came in so clutch with a couple of nades there, being able to take down Funny Astro so early. And at the very end, 1v1ing Kai on that Cassidy. Houston Outlaws in last fight territory here. Los Angeles Gladiators only have this annihilation to work with, and they're very close towards a beat from Funny Astro.
Happy had to translocate out. They saw them underneath there. Catching him out is not what you want to see. Nade lands onto two. So there's recovery. Funny Astro top back up to go into this. Vortex is going to prevent Fearless from diving in if they stay close.
うわ、このアナイアレーション強すぎる。
Time and time again, you've got Outlaws dodging out of this. They're going to give space for the moment because they'll get one last shot.
One last shot, but they have EMP to work with. This is going to be a lot on Babel right here. Can Babel find a way to use this nano to keep one of the members alive who are hit by this EMP? Because Houston are going to come in with their own, and with that EMP, Houston cannot die in the neutral, though. That would be worst case scenario.
Yep. Patience. The control.
さあ、ナノキャスディ。
ほほほ。
これはどうだどうあ、バイオレットがだー、これはいや、ただウィンストン入れたぞ、これフィアレスが入れた。ただ耐久できずグラディエーター取り切ってった。
The shoe, the slipper
GG.
still fits. The Cinderella story continues for the Los Angeles Gladiators, taking down Atlanta and now taking down Houston. Everyone's brackets are shattered. The desk brackets are shattered. There is no way
グラディエーター強えな。ダンテのラマットラがぶっ刺さってたな。そして
what I consider now to be the best Ramatra play we've seen in Overwatch so far. Dante is absolutely unreal.
ダンテラマットラ良かったね。
Hands down. There is no competition at this moment. Just the lucrative understanding of how to play this. We saw it multiple attempts, and they played to their strengths in this control map, which is what was absolutely necessary. We talked about specifically going on to Lijiang Tower and the obstacles that they were going to face. But again, leaning into control center first was the biggest boon that they could have asked for out the gate. And even when they did deviate away onto Gardens, that was more favorable to Outlaws, they still played it masterfully and stepped up when they absolutely needed to.
I mean, I think you can like look at a blueprint of like if you're in ranked and you want to play Ramatra and you're playing against a Winston, just watch Dante play. Every single Vortex just felt like, even if it's not like hurting the Winston or anything, it's just creating so much space, and then his ability to just like, when the fights devolve, we talked about it with Gladiators all the time. They are the best team when fights are just no longer in neutral. When it's mid-fight, they can just instantly pounce on your backline. Kevster, Kai, Dante this series. And who else can we give player of the match to, I think, besides Dante, especially after those first two maps? Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no debate. And everything that we've had from talked about on the desk going into this, Dante was saying they were looking forward to be able to compete against the Outlaws, and they can say, holding their head high as the player of the match, that they really put on a performance.
And I mean, his Winston wasn't bad either. Like, the thing about Dante is that when a lot of people, I think, were like talking about, you know, the Glads, the Scrimbuck stock exchange, you know, Glads aren't looking too good, they're not looking great in scrims. You know, Dante is the solo tank. Can it happen? Yes, it can. Dante, no matter what you talk about in terms of mechanics, right? Dante is one of the smartest players that I think we have in Overwatch League, and it feels like if he can get like a few, you know, days, hours, minutes, you know, it feels like Dante's that good on any hero. He can make it work for the team, and this Gladiators team is a force to be reckoned with, especially if this meta is going to continue where we do sometimes have these fights where it is just so elongated. The mid-fight happens and it devolves into the chaos that the Gladiators want to be in.
It really is. And as we do come to the conclusion of this second semifinal map, that means that there is only going to be the grand finals that are remaining, and we are looking to see if Los Angeles Gladiators are going to be the kryptonite to face off against the Florida Mayhem. But Kenobi, that is going to do it for us today. It has been an absolute pleasure, as I said yesterday, an honor to be here, to have so many maps across 2 days. It was electric. And from us here, I'm Rich Rad.
I'm Kenobi.
And we are so happy to see the conclusion of this, as we're going to throw it onto the desk afterwards before entering that grand finals.
いやー、ダンテラマットラだろうな、マジで。マジで強かったダンテラマットラ。バックラインに切り込むタイミングも完璧だったしな。さあ、そしてファイナルはグラディエーター VS メイヘム。まあなんかこの対面はグラ勝ちそうだけどな。さす すがにグラ勝ちそうだよね。さあしばらく
There we have it. Make sure to gear up on all your favorite OWL gear before the opening weekend, which is very soon. We're gonna take a look at one of the revamped 2023 team jerseys. Here is the Gladiator one, fresher than ever, as you can see. All you have to do is head on over to the League shop to get yours today. They are looking slick. Not gonna lie, and the slick look was what they showed us on the server today, as well as they took down the Houston Outlaws, and what a match it was. There must be something in the air, and Kenobi and Rich Red are casting. Map 5s are just, they're raining from above. Yeah. Apparently that's just a thing. We love it. We absolutely love it. What a great match this was.
Yeah, it was super, super fun to watch, and I feel like even when we were previewing it, we were all like, this is going to be so close. Still is a toss-up, no matter who's going to be able to take it, but it's so neat to be able to see just all of the stops get pulled out for this one. I feel like every single time we look at the Gladiators, they show us a different side to themselves, Danny.
No, I definitely, I feel like Gladiators, just every match they play, it seems like they're like evolving or leveling up. Yeah. Like every single match. It's just, even it's crazy how we going into the match we knew that Houston Outlaws, they're a great Winston dive team. Like Fearless is a great Winston player, but I'm just surprised how well Dante and the rest of the Gladiators sort of managed to fend off the Houston Outlaws, and just going toe-to-toe even on the Winston mirror. Not only that, like moving into the later half of the match, that switch to the Ramatra Brawl was such a smart choice made by the Gladiators. And I think that played a huge part in them winning the whole series.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that Dante was cycling through those cooldowns, you could hear Richard and Kenobi really calling out just the high level of skill expression that's come through, and I feel like there's still even more to go with that. And so the more that we've seen Dante on the Ramatra, the more I am convinced at the moment that he is the best Ramatra in the entire Overwatch League right now. And it's not even just the Ramatra skills and the Brawl that I feel like are really high points we have to call out on the roster, but also just a team effort overall. I feel like Dante really showed up in a big way when he was the tank for the Houston Outlaws last year, and this year too. You know that he's been putting in so much work, so much effort to be able to improve both in and out of the game, and it's showing not just from his gameplay, but the team as a whole.
And then there's Kepster Kai.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And there's those guys. I mean, across the board, I think they all had really highlight-worthy moments. And as a team, I think a lot of people did not have them on their radar, but that is changing now. I think they really put up such a great performance today in this match and yesterday already. So I am thrilled to see them advancing into the finals and see what they have in store for us there. However, for now, we're going to bring in our player for our winners interview. We're going to have Funny Astro joining us. First of all, of course, thank you so much for joining us and a huge congratulations.
Hi, thanks for having me.
All right, Funny Astro, that was... Oh, sorry. Were you gonna go for? Wait, was I going first?
No, I was just.
Sorry for cutting you off, Spay. I was just. That match was just crazy. It was just so fun to watch. I do really want to ask you about the Rumatra brawl, though, Funny Astro, because I think starting at Esperanza, you guys came in with that Rumatra brawl. Was this something that was sort of planned before the map with Fearless coming back in, knowing that they're gonna come out with the Winston dive? So did you guys sort of at that moment say, hey, we should go with the Rumatra brawl?
To be honest, Ram is something we've played a lot, something we've been trying a lot in scrims. We've had a lot of success with it, and it is one of our default comps for Koth and push maps. And today it just felt really good to play against this Winston dive, because Dante was getting insane value just destroying the enemy backline.
No.
Yeah, that was evident. And I mean, talk about your role in that a little bit, Funny Astro. You know, you come into the roster on these Koth and push maps playing the Lucio for the most part. And so what do you feel like is your role to help enable that? And what do you look for when you're trying to enable that rush?
Well, usually I'm just trying to keep Babel alive against the Winston Sombra Tracer comps. My job is just keep Babel and Kai alive. Occasionally I'll go in the front line and go with Dante and try and kill the enemy backline, but it's pretty much anything. I can do anything on Lucio.
Well, you and your team are just so much fun to watch. I love how dominant the performance was. Pick your brain here on your opponents. I think a lot of people not only didn't expect your team to end up in the finals, but also the opposition, the Florida Mayhem. What is your read on that team?
They're a pretty flexible team. They seem to be able to... But we can do pretty much anything against them, so we'll see what happens.
もうマップ間の時間がマジで一番眠いというか、マジで眠くなる。
Of course, gonna let you get
しょう
back
がな
to
いんだ
your
けど。
team as you got some work, some studying up to do before you're heading into your next match. Thank you so much for joining.
No problem.
Thank you.
And best of luck in the finals against the Florida Mayhem. Always great to hear it from Funny Astro, and I am so excited to see both those very flexible teams, as he just said himself, end up meeting in the finals, because it can go any which way in terms of comps, which is going to be really, really entertaining. Now, chat, we do have, as I say, like 100 times now, finals are coming up very soon. The last two Goliaths are standing, Florida Mayhem and the LA Gladiators. Who you think is going to win? Vote in the poll on your screen right now, and we need to give both of those teams a little bit of a break before their big game, but don't go anywhere, because the desk will be right back to break down all the action for you.
これどんぐらいインターバル取るんだろうね。グラ的にはちょっと時間取りたいだろうけど、30分インターバルきちいな。まあしょうがないけどね。BGM ちょっと眠くなるね。
Welcome back to the Pro-Am Finals. They're about to go down, but first things first, make sure to scan the QR code on your screens and then quickly fill out some details to claim your token offer. Do that right now.
Right now.
No, like, seriously, do it right now.
Do it.
Give me 1, 2,
Take out your phones.
3. There we go. You probably have it scanned now. See you filling out details. I visualize it. I see it happening as I'm talking about it. That's enough time, though. Finals are about to go down, and we're here to get you ready for all of the action. Of course, currently, our two teams are setting up, strategize, etc. All the good things which need to happen in front or ahead of their game. So we're going to give them some time. Luckily, there is plenty of stuff for us to talk about heading into this match. So first, let me pick your wrinkly brains regarding these two teams. If you had to pick
必要な時間だからな。てか30分なんなら短いからな。30分なんなら短いからな。1時間ぐらい取っても別に文句は言えんからな。
One player to look out for. I'm gonna go with Dante from Los Angeles Gladiators. I think, we've been praising him for a very long time, but for a really good reason.
真面目に1時間ぐらい取ってたとしても文句は言えないんだよな。
Talked about, one of the things that
30分はむしろ短いけど。
being the sole tank for the Los Angeles Gladiators, like, is that enough for the Gladiators team? And, from time and time again, I think he has proven that, he is more than enough as a sole tank for the Gladiators. He just went up against one of the best Winston players, Fearless, and I think his Winston was really good too. He went toe to toe with Fearless, and I think that's a huge plus for Dante. Not only that, like, I think Funny Astro mentioned how the team is so versatile, and I think that's, I guess, Dante being the tank of the team, a great tank for the team, plays a huge part in them able to be so versatile.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes down to the way that maybe we would have pegged the meta coming into this particular tournament is that you're going to have teams that are specialists at things. So maybe looking at some of the contenders teams, they may have a couple of looks that they really, really like to go for, but when it comes down to the Overwatch League teams that are really rising to the top, it really is about that flexibility. And so for me, my MVP is also going to have to be someone on Florida Mayhem. That's right, the tank player that's going to be filling the role, not just a random player that's on Florida Mayhem.
3 オブライフってあるけど、これもしかしてあれか、ライフウィーバー関連でなんかあんのかな。
diva, and all to such a high level, which really allows this team to play so many different compositions. We've seen any mixture from Mare and Checkmate of Echo, Tracer, Cassidy, Sombra. We've seen the Ashe. We've also seen just I don't even Hanzo, Widowmaker. Like, I feel like this team can kind of play it all at this point, and it's because of that, like Danny said, when you have a tank that's really able to fill so many different baskets, it opens up so many doors of possibility for the team.
And I just love the story both of those two tanks you mentioned have been on, right? Someone coming into the league just primarily, this is a Winston player, right? So for him to be able to showcase different heroes now, and for Dante, obviously, role switching, which already puts you a bit on the back foot in comparison to every other tank who, you know, had years and years and years playing those tank roles. So for him to just be able to be flexible in that tank role, that bodes so well for both of those teams. So agree, both players have been showing up big times during the Pro-Am for their teams. Not just can't wait to see what they bring in the finals and beyond that, of course, in the regular season as well. But we've also had some other star performances that we want to mention. Let's take a look back at some of our top plays from the Pro-Am West.
Oh, is this a hottie?
Starting with
bullying.
a banger.
Yeah,
Bullying
oh my
Lion?
god.
Yeah, I remember this. I think I used that as one of my highlights, and now we're seeing Checkmate just going in and getting all the kills.
このチェックメイトやばいなマジで。
Yeah.
No, Checkmate was another.
Thanks for laughing about that
He's such a great player as well, and you know,
Liked it.
so talented. Oh, I
know,
remember this
so
one too.
good.
This one was huge.
CJ
That was such a good
Suzu, right? Cleanse
Yeah.
to save everyone on his team, which, you know, if he didn't, that perfect timing, and if that timing didn't work, you know, things would have turned out really bad for that team. But you know, that was a clutch save from CJ.
That could have been like a three. That would have been a three-man pulse bomb right there. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That was super clutch.
Proper!
Proper!
Always good. Don't even care what he does, but we'd love to see him on our screen.
Just stop talking. Just watch him.
True. Just watch it. Enjoy it.
Proper doesn't care about ping. Proper doesn't care about anyone. He just goes and kills everybody.
Oh,
I mean, that was
my god, that was the
just refusing to lose. Oh, that one was
Vega
rough.
Mikey boop, right? On Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, not
hey,
Hollywood. Sorry. Blizzard World. Yeah.
What a great way to remember that too, because I remember like Mikey's debut last season in the Overwatch League. One of the hypest moments for me was when we were on Ilio City Center and Mikey got like a 3K into the cars. I lost it. It was another wrecking ball moment, and I'm happy that we got a chance to highlight another one from him. That was really funny.
and it had to be for Mikey, right? I think that's what you said when you first saw the player. It was like, of course it's him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a little trip down memory lane. Those are some of the flashy plays, but we also want to just call out some top tier players that absolutely delivered consistent performances for their teams, no matter the situation we were in so far in the Pro-Am, guys.
All right. Am I going first?
Sure. Always go first. Who you got?
I always go first. Right. Are you guys ready for this? This has to be
I'm
the
ready.
best player and best play. I'm talking about Violet Moira. This was against, I think, Redbird's Esports, where he pulled out of Moira and he just went crazy. This one, and then I don't know if we have the clip after this, but I remember, yes, there you go, Hollywood, and he just goes in and just goes crazy. I think this whole, like, honestly, this whole match just had me just laughing, and you know, I know that the players were having fun, and it was just, you know, I know this is special because I know for sure this is like, we're not gonna see this during the regular season. This was only for the Pro-Am. It's like a special Pro-Am match, I guess. So yeah,
it was honorable. Like they had honorable agreements on the server. There was a really honorable.
Some of those duels did not turn honorable. Some of them involved some help from another member of the team. True, I remember that.
No.
I had to call out a few of them.
This, right? Wait, didn't you? No, I don't think it was a help. I think it was 1v1 Moira, and then Pelican was just in the middle, just watching. He was just there.
He got dragged in there.
I remember that too. Pelican's just like, Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Like I'm just here, like vibing, having a good time, figuring it out, bathing in the
Yeah.
glory that is a Moira 1v1. I don't know. Vicky and I had absolutely no idea what was going on. It was great. I would like more of that, please.
Yeah,
Alright.
another thing we always want to see more of has to be proper, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
So
Proper. We all love
Definitely.
Proper. Like, I also want to give a shout out to Proper because we all know that they were playing in Korea. They weren't in the States yet. I don't know if they're in now, but anyways. But so they were playing at a disadvantage, but still just Proper, just getting all the kills, just proving to us why he was the MVP last season, and just getting all those titles, I guess, and just proving to us that he's such a great player, even with those disadvantages.
He's so good. I feel like we still have yet to see Proper in true form. Like there's gonna be another level up. I feel like he's going through a
この時間眠
hyperbolic
すぎ
fever
る
right now, maybe trying to figure out how to come back to us and like in even better
この
form.
時間あまりにも
So
眠いな
I'm
マジ
okay
で
to see like maybe a misstep here or there at the beginning of the season because it gives him plot armor. That's what it gives him. This is his training arc right now.
こういう時になんかできる企画ねえかな
It is also still a question mark, like how serious did the team take the Pro-Am tournament, right?
True.
Like they might not have prepared as much for it as some of the other teams have. Maybe they were just out there trying to figure it out a little bit and just, yeah, as you say, use that as a training ground. Now, another player which certainly always impresses whenever he shows up on the server has to be Twilight.
Oh my gosh, yes. Like, what else is there to say about this particular player? Because I feel like not only were we able to sing his praises when he was on Toronto Defiant last year, and especially when you had a duo in your backline like Chorong, but now Twilight has a couple different supportive partners that he can really play around with, whether it's Izayaki, Lee Jae-gon. There's a really nice double flex support that we're really coming out to see from the Boston Uprising lineup, and Twilight time and time again is just so consistent with the anti-grenades, the sleep darts. I don't know what else you
そう
want.
今ウィーバーが触れれば
Like,
今ウィーバーが触れれば俺は多分この時間を使ってウィーバーの研究をしてた
we
マップ研究なんかを
we
してた
talked
絶
about
対
Boss, we talked about how great Birdring is, but I honestly believe Birdring was able to shine because of players like Twilight helping him.
まあ言うて
It's always
てか
somewhere
明日の
out
朝
there
か
Casa screaming at his screen
明日の朝だ
right
ね
now,
ウィー
like,
バ
"It's
ー
always
実装
because of us."
もう
It
そん
is
な
support
か
line enable.
Well, he's not here.
Try.
I don't hear him.
I can hear him faintly. He's
True.
close enough in proximity, like we live in. Has to go out to no other, and I have to bring in my golden frame. That's a throwback. He's
Oh,
been living
wow.
inside
You
my
still
golden
have
frame.
that?
I
You
still
still
have
have
it.
マップ研究配信はします
With
ね
this golden frame,
No, where?
I have a wall
4
filled
時ぐらい
with,
から
like,
起きて
pictures of
多
my
分ライフウィー
family,
バーで
including my
マップ駆けずり
baby
回る
now,
配信する
He's
と思
next
う
to my daughter's like birth picture.
I will. Next time I interview Fearless, I
He
will
doesn't know.
make sure.
No,
I'll
don't make
tell
it
him.
weird.
No,
Don't make it
I'll
weird,
tell him.
please.
I'm gonna make it weird. I'm
Don't
gonna
make it
tell him, be
weird.
like, hey, Zoe has a picture of you or of Winston with your name on it on her like family board or something.
If my family board. Yep, that's where Fearless lives, rent free. I mean, you could be in there too if you get 16 primal rage kills in a game.
Yeah,
It's,
that's not
it's a lot.
That is a lot, yeah.
Putting up some numbers, and I mean, you're talking about maybe Fearless living rent-free. How about rent-free in other people's backlines? Because, my God, I feel like Fearless is one of
あれ、
those
明日
take
だよね。
players that, yes, we tout as an incredibly skilled
明日で合ってるよ
Winston,
な
but I feel like as well,
なん
when
か
you look at just why Fearless is a
明日
good
で合ってる
Winston,
は
you
ず
really
だ
have
け
to
ど
call out the amount of space that Fearless is able to
ま
control.
じめ明日は明日の配信はまあいつも通り多分ツイッチでやります YouTube ではなく
but it's because Fearless is able to control that space. Hey, you want to take out the support line? I got you. I'm just gonna whack him in front so that you can like get a headshot, take him out.
通常配信はいつも通りって感じだね。明日は新パッチ。新パッチ実装なはず。だから。
Agree more. Yeah, those players certainly have delivered for us and their teams as well, and I just love how
そのライフウィーバー触る配信をするかな。
The support role is being graced with the new edition, which is super exciting. So I'm sure all of you are aware. But just in case, here is the most recent announcement video of our new support hero.
1日。いや、合ってるかな。なんか不安だな。明日じゃねえかもしんねえ。明日じゃねえかもしんねえし、明日かもしれねえ。明日か明後日だな。でもなんか表記が1日だから、なんか明日じゃなさそうだな。
I was here, huh? My platform is here.
いやー、ライフ E はどうなんだろうな。
Hand forward. Shall we do this together? Leave this to me.
12日か。
Life unbridled.
だとしたらもうちょい先になるのか。
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
ああ、まあ確かにそっか。向こうで11だから、まあこっちだと12か。12の朝、早朝だな。オッケーオッケー。
I mean, I don't know, but that's a top 3 romanceable character if I've ever seen one.
Definitely gives Hanzo a run for his money, that's for sure.
He does. Like I saw the trailer, I was like, Hanzo, move out of the way.
Hanzo who? Hanzo who? I don't remember Hanzo. Life Weaver all the way, baby.
We do love our Hanzo, but Life Weaver, man, not only is his hero design absolutely gorgeous, and so are the abilities, they're also very unique in their approach, I think, in terms of what else we've seen in this particular game. So let's go through a lot of them, or all of them, or some of them.
ライフ E はめちゃくちゃ面白そうなやつなんだけど、本当に不安なのは、まあ、メインの火力低そうなんだよな。メインの火力低そうなのとヒールがワンチャンマジで足りなそうなんだよな。そこだけ、本当に。本当にそこだけ。
For my sake, like when I play Ryan, I do not look at the back. Like I get tunnel vision and just swing and press W. So you know, if I have a Life Weaver in the back, be like, hey, Danny, come back. Like take care of it. What are you doing? You're going too far. You know, you suck. Come back. You know, then I'll be like, oh, okay.
Stop an eager beaver like Danny from charging in. So that's one way of using it for sure. I'm excited for this one. That is such a fun mechanic. That's gonna make a lot of funny moments on the server for sure.
I can't wait. Yeah, maybe someone's like alting and then you just like, can you do that? Like what if it's a Reaper that's going for Death Blossom? Could you life grip them across the map as they're alting? Because
that's a good question.
Then you have like I don't know, you could nano that, you could pull it.
Yeah, you can reposition them. If someone doesn't position well, you can just like, come on over here. Like if you position them, it's gonna. Man, there's a lot of layers.
It's fine. Just give it a couple days when he releases. Costa is gonna do all the testing, and then nobody can blame him.
And Costa
if he doesn't do anything.
Well, I'm sure we're gonna have a lot to talk about once Live Weaver is out and about, and we get to see him in action. I definitely can't wait. There's a lot of fun coming our way. Now let's take a final break, I would say, to get us all settled, and then afterwards we get started with the Pro Am West finals. So we're gonna have rosters for you, predictions, and gameplay, of course, after this break. Don't go anywhere. Let's go.
あと5体はサポ欲しい。まあ、しばらくはなんか サポートが一番ハイペースでヒーロー追加されるらしいから、まあ期待ですね。1対1対2の割合でサポート実装していくらしいんで、タンクサポート、DPS サポート、タンクサポートみたいな感じで追加されていくんじゃないかな。まあ少なくともタンクと DPS、タンクとサポートがなんか同じぐらいになるまではそのペースでいくんじゃない？1年後ぐらいにサポネタ切れしそう。いやまあ実際ね、サポって一番アイディア出すの難しそうだからな。なんかまあサポダメ両方同じぐらいの数ずつは欲しいよね、実際問題はね。
Overwatch League is back. But this time, it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Taking down Benhaven out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Postal gets thrown out. Howdy, hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
1v1. Meanwhile, hits the shot of the Violet 2.
But legends stand in their way.
Could Proper possibly kill them all. Rookie of the year, MVP! Dude, that's not reasonable. That's not human.
We see the now play is Alpha Yi is going for a full team kill.
I have no power. Oh, but what he doesn't have is ground beneath his feet. He kills as soon as he respawns. Backbone!
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
Welcome back, friends! We are now just minutes away from the start of our grand finals to conclude our Pro-Am tournament. So let's once again take a look at the bracket to see what got us here. We had some really spicy quarterfinals ending in some really entertaining semis. And in the end, it was the Florida Mayhem breezing through the upper half of the bracket, and the LA Gladiators, they had to fight a little harder. They sweated a little more, but they got here and it was well deserved. So let's take a look at that Gladiator starting roster.
We got, I mean, I think it's nothing out of the ordinary. We got Dante, Kai, Kevster, Babel, and Funny Astro. I mean, just, I think we saw what they could do against the Houston Owls just couple minutes ago, I guess. And you know, Dante looking great, whether it's the Winston, the Rumatra, and like Funny Astro said, you know, they are very flexible, and they are also going up against another very flexible and scary team, Florida Mayhem, for the finals.
Yeah, this is gonna be feels like a bloodbath. It depends on how you look at it, I suppose, but when it comes down to
まあちなみにサポート新しいヒーローを追加するなら俺はあれだよ。前から言ってるけど、壁に貼り付けるサポートとプロジェクタイル弾の速度を味方のプロジェクタイル弾の速度を加速したり、相手のプロジェクタイル弾の重力めちゃくちゃ上げたりするようなキャラが欲しい。プロジェクタイル弾にめちゃくちゃ干渉するキャラ欲しい、俺は。弾の軌道とか。なんかスポッター的なやつでプロジェクタイル弾が敵に誘導するサポートとかおもろそうだけどな。マーカー的に貼り付けるとプロジェクタイル弾がその敵に誘導するような。いやでもさ、半蔵がさ、今回のエイプリルフールでさ、半蔵のさ、明鏡止水がそういう役割になったからさ、可能性としてはあるんだよな、今後。今後ガチでありそうなんだよな。そのマーカー貼り付けてそこに弾が飛んでくキャラ、味方の弾がそこに飛んでくキャラクターとか、なんかマジで出てきそうなんだよな。シグマがそれっぽいのはマジでそう。わあね、まあサポは CC 欲しいよね。
My scoreline wouldn't suggest it, but I do think the same, that this match is going to be very close, but I also give it to the Mayhem 4-1.
壁にずっと張り付いてられるサポートとか欲しいけどな、俺は。なんか、まあ、縦移動の一環として。
Came out with for their semi-final match, and they're looking to try to iterate and be maybe a little bit more creative when it comes down to how they approach this, but it's a toss-up.
Alright, I just want
Mayhem chat.
I just want chat to go Mayhem 4-0, so it'll be a perfect line of 4-3, 4-2, 4-1, 4-0.
That would be amazing. Chat wins.
Gladiators!
Okay.
Well, that's one way. Are in favor of the Gladiators. Wow. Is that recency bias because it was the last match they saw? I don't know. But you know what? Both of those teams would deserve the W. They've both shown us some tremendous gameplay thus far in the Pro-Ams. Now the predictions are set in stone. The teams are ready. So let's have at it. Handing it over to the illustrious Costa and Mr. X for all the action.
結構メイヘム予想だね、しかし。音が出て相手がびっくりして止まっちゃう手榴弾持ったサポートとか出そう。
Super excited for this final. No more Davids. We have just Goliath left. And probably not the two that people expected, if I'm honest.
Yeah, you hyped up David and Goliath so much this entire Pro-Am. Unfortunately, it is just the great players that we know and love making it through to the very end. I don't think many of us expected, with how the season was playing out with Gladiators versus the Florida Mayhem, but both deservedly here. The Gladiators
バロみたいなちゃんとしたフラッシュバン。いやー、どうだろうね。
Absolutely everybody in their path. They've lost one map mat, and that was their first
なんかね、結構ね、オーバーオッまあその昔からのチームメイトっていうかソロさんだけど、昔からのチームメイトとかでよく話すんだけど、オーバーウォッチってモクとかフラバンってなんで実装しないんだろうねっていう話になってさ、 いろいろ考えた結果、多分強すぎんだろうっていう話になったんだよね。オーバーウォッチにおける視覚阻害はあまりにも取れるアドバンテージが大きすぎるっていう、めちゃくちゃ調整難しいだろうっていう話になって。
One thing that the LA Gladiators have been so good at is just being resilient, especially with that late swap from Dante on that Ramatra composition. I'm looking to see if the Gladiators are going to try to pull that one out against the Florida Mayhem because it worked great against the Houston Outlaws.
What I'm looking at is like on the Gladiator side of things actually is that
結構さ、半蔵のドラゴンですらさ、まあ出す可能性あるよ。そのうち出す可能性は全然あると思う。絶対出ないとは言い切れないけど、多分ね、調整難しいんだと思う。多分ね、めちゃくちゃ強いよ、オーバーウォッチの目。そう、なんか強すぎて実装が難しいパターンだと思う。なんかその不快感とかってのも、まあもちろん不快感とかもあるかもしれないけど、
Yeah, Kai was a big question mark for me in the group stages of does he still have it in a way that he's going to be able to lead this Gladiators? He was a little lackluster, same with Dante, and they have responded in a big way so far in this bracket play. Dante's been showing his flexibility, playing everything, and Kai has
まあオーバーウォッチ唯一スモークに近しいことをするキャラがいて、まあ半蔵なんだけど、半蔵のドラゴンってさ、あれ視界遮られる効果があるじゃん。あれだけで結構さ、敵味方分断された時にさ、味方のヒールはできるけど敵撃てないじゃん。あれそう、半蔵のドラゴンって結構さ、視覚阻害効果すごいんよ、あれ。なんかあれが通常スキルでさ、ダメージはないけど、ああいう視覚効果がなんか通常スキルで打てるってなったら、なんかめちゃくちゃ強そうな気がしない？
Yeah, the mega health pack is just such an important piece because you get that extra health. You can see Dante just using that to sustain himself. He's going to be the first.
まあダメージがないなら突っ切ればいいじゃん。まあその通りかもしれんけど。
So both backlines really going to be tested, but Dante draws first blood, takes down Chorong, and is still on pressure on Rupal.
あと基本的に5対5の爆破系の目は胴体に 2,3 発とかその頭1発食らったらデスしちゃうっていうその体力設定、攻撃力設定のもと、まあ、成立してるスキルだと思って、オーバーウォッチなんてさ、ヘッドショット食らっても死なないじゃん、全然。ヘッドショットを 2,3 発ぐらい余裕で耐えるし、武器によっちゃもう痛くも痒くもないから、カス当たりなんて。その状態で、その状態で目があったらさ、なんか目使い放題なんだよね。まあそう、めちゃくちゃスローペースになる可能性もあるし、逆にめちゃくちゃハイテンポになる可能性もあるし。いやでも僕は多分オーバーウォッチにおける最強スキルの一つだと思うよ。僕だけ焚いてそこ突っ切っていってゼロ距離からダイブみたいなこともできちゃうから。From Rupal at the last second, and that is such an important thing as Dante comes back. The sound barrier is able to come out from Chorong, and they're contesting the point and slowly winning this fight. もう始まってたわ。そう、僕の中でフランカースキル回復されるとかマジであり得るんだよね。ポイント内で目たかれて、なんかバロでいう耐え目みたいなことされたら相当辛そうだもんね、オーバーウォッチ。
Kai's gonna be able to live here. Really nice boops there from Funny Astro.
Yeah, really helping out Kai. I think someone might have flubbed that one just a little bit as well. So all of a sudden, someone doesn't have that resource.
多分めちゃくちゃ強いよ、僕は。さあ、1ラウンド目半ば、メリットの EMP。おお、マジそのスイープ。何それ。やばい、今のバベル。EMP くらいながらスリープ打ってるんだけど、スロー系スキル持ちサポはダメっすかね。まあ程度によるんじゃない？全然なしではないと思うよ。
Just ridiculous Ana gameplay from both sides. They're having such high impact sleep so far, and it's making it impossible for these main tanks to do anything. But 83% for the Florida Mayhem. They have the nano. They're gonna go early with it onto someone.
わあ、ここはバベル耐えきれず。おお、サムワントリプルキル。ポイントは取れてるけど、取れてるだけだな。
Still, it's going to be difficult, right? As someone takes out 3 players. Look how far Dante is split from the rest of the team. Looks like someone's going to move his way back to the point, let 2 or 3 players go back and deal with Dante. Now we're in OT. Gladiators got to make something happen. Dante actually now gets back with the rest of the team, gets the benefits of the sound barrier as well. It's going to be sound barrier in the walls here for the Gladiators. It's going to be a headshot from Kai. They take out someone. The Gladiators still alive.
いや、バレルね、ちょっと残念だったね。実は寝てたから試合見れてないんだけど、いや、ルーザーさん抜けると思ってたんだけどな。さすがに試合全然見てないから、まあ、なんとも言えないんだけど、ファイナルはいけるんじゃねえかなとは思ってたんだけどな。うわ、バベル全然逃げらへん。すげえな、メイヘムの突撃力。
Wiping through the rest of the gladiators here, which should be the final fight of the round.
バベル一生狩られてる。
Funny Astro gonna try and move on to the point, try and contest as gladiators will keep this one going. That's gonna actually be a nano on the Kevster as maybe they can try and make something out of it. Another sleep.
Oh, that is just absolutely such an important sleep because Kevster had the recall. He was just about to go crazy, but with Kevster going down, they will not have the damage to be able to get anything done. We'll take this first round, and if this is what the rest of the series is going to be like, you guys better buckle up because this is going to be a long one. I do want to go back to that fight though before where Gladiators, they had the nano, they had the primal, just playing so slowly. They didn't use the primal or the nano before they lost their own backline, so they're going to need to be more proactive if they're going to take down the Florida Mayhem. Such an aggressive team.
I feel like they almost just couldn't react. The Gladiators.
ごめん。
Someone's POV is, yeah. I mean, what do you do there, right? The bubble is inside of the doorway. You can't kind of. It's just removing everything that you can do as Ana. It's just that the dive came so much faster from Florida than I think that the Gladiators were prepared for. So take a look compositionally. It's going to be Cassidy from both teams. Doesn't really surprise me that much. I feel like if you were to design a map or area where Cassidy had the most effective space, it would be
さあ、お互いのキャスディを借り合う展開。
just out of the equation like instantly.
Yeah, both Winstons, getting onto the backline, getting a lot of pressure. Dante gets another one, gets the Ana. They trade back as well. Now Kevster takes down Chorong, but that should be an advantage here for the Los Angeles Gladiators. ケブスターがチョロング倒して、ここはまずはグラディエーターが取っていく。Upping the tempo a little bit here. So far in the Pro-Am, no one has been able to match the Florida Mayhem and their aggression, but the Gladiators are coming out quite strong early in these rounds.
And it's not like I think you need if you're the Gladiators to keep your supports alive throughout the entire fight, just a little bit longer than like losing one of them instantly, right? I feel like if you're able to do that, you're coming out on top in a lot of these fights in different areas as Kevster working around the outside here with a pulse bomb.
ブリはどっちも第2視点超えてたんだ。いやでもなんかファイナルになってから第2超えるケースも多くなってるから結構いろいろ攻略法見つかってきたっぽいね。 攻略の仕方というか、プレイヤーが慣れてきたっていうのもあるだろうけど。さあグラディエーターいい感じでポイントホールドできている。次ナノもあるし、もう2ウェーブぐらいは安泰っぽいな。
You know, Kevster has entered an area of Overwatch player that I don't think we've seen too many, where he does such ridiculous things all the time that it just seems like, oh well, that's just every Kevster, day, right? Like everybody in the league could do that, but yeah, it is so far from the truth. Is sleep there? Just narrowly misses here. Is nice rotations here now from the Gladiators, right? Just instead of kind of playing stationary with these supports, moving around, maybe a little bit riskier at times, but you're avoiding someone. Now the Nano on to Dante. He pushes on in. Right now, Scott, you're at 80% here for the Gladiators. This fight goes your way. You stall a few of these players out at the end. It may look good. No Primal goes off.
No Primal? Why didn't he Primal? He
メリッ
needed
ト
that
ダン
extra
テを
help. They were
倒
in
し
the
て、
advantage, but Dante doesn't get that one off. And now
さあファニアストロ
Florida
ビー
Mayhem,
ト
they drop their own nano boost. Someone's in the back line. Funny Astro responds with the sound barrier that's keeping them alive. They're just waiting on Dante to get back, but Babble's under so much pressure, but Funny Astro keeping him alive as he always does.
いやーメイヘム全然入ってねえ。チョロングビートでダメ押し。プライマルレイジで耐えてるはいるが、おおマジかよ。
The Florida Mayhem will flip the point, but Gladiators do get 99, Scott. I will say, and I'd love you. How difficult is this point to flip back, though, in your opinion?
It is quite difficult because there's so many avenues in which you can be flanked, and you can see Florida Mayhem setting up in that way. They're just everywhere on these high grounds, and it's going to be expensive for the Gladiators to step up. You need Kevster to hit a good pulse bomb off Dante and met with the high noon.
吐かされたか。もうメイヘムのウルトを吐いてほしかったんかなって気はするけどね。苦しい状況だったけど、まあその言うてミンストン1枚だからビートで耐えてなんか小物にプレッシャーかければ追加でウルト吐いてくれねえかなみたいな、なんかそういう意図はありそう。いやーどうだろう、ウルト的にはウルトと時間的にはグラディエーターまだまだチャンスあるから。全然試合組み立てれそうだけど、オールパラ危な。ナノキャス、ファニアストロが解ける。ナノキャス対決。あーここはしっかりサムワンが飛ばしていった。
That was an expensive fight though. Someone did have to use the primal, so they don't have much left in the tank while the Gladiators starting to get up into ultimates. Babel also did use their own nano boost, so they don't have that engage tool for Dante, so he's going to need to play carefully. But Kevster still has this pulse bomb. He hasn't been able to use it. They can't apply just any sort of pressure because of how much damage is coming out. The Kevster pulse bomb does go down, but onto someone and doesn't find a pick, as Florida Mayhem is just exerting their will onto the Gladiators as they just struggling to stay alive.
Yes, I think you were maybe trying to play there for the Gladiator sound barrier, and they're going to end up using it because 95% they gotta go as Dante gets the effects, gets Primal, jumps over the top. He'll get the contest going.
お、ただルパル落としてワンチャンスって感じだけど、触れた。あー、ただダンテこれ、いやー死ぬよね、そうだよね。あー、ファニアストロが落とされる。カイがチョロング倒して、カイが頑張ってるけど、いやー触れない。ここはイリオスはメイヘム2連取、そのまま取っていく。
It just felt some small things going by the wayside for the Gladiators. They were pushing them in every single team fight, but the ultimates in general just sort of weren't really getting as much value, and the sheer understanding of how to have an aggressive setup from the Florida Mayhem. They went from 0 to 100% without the Gladiators having any chance to contest the point.
I think there are lots of positives, though, you can take out of this if you're the LA Gladiators, right? Like, this has been one of the hottest teams in the Florida Mayhem throughout the entire tournament on the other side of things. And in terms of playstyle, right, you kind of played their playstyle and was toe-to-toe with them on both points, right? Both points go 99 to 99. You clean up a few things, and you can make this a really long series. But, man, the support play from me, Scott, from Florida, just unbelievable.
RuPaul, in general, last year he didn't see much play with the Florida Mayhem, but every time he came in, he was absolutely incredible, and he has shown that again for this Florida Mayhem squad. Him and Chorong in the backline is just indestructible in the way that they play, and we haven't even seen Chorong pull out that brig, which was so difficult for the Toronto Defiant to deal with.
Which is crazy because, you know, looking at the Florida Mayhem roster coming into the season, I wouldn't have said out of, you know, the different players they have that the support line would be the strength of this team, but they seem to have leveled up in the offseason. We're going to take a quick break. Match number 2 of our finals right after this.
ウェイサのピンボイスだけこんなに聞こえるんだろう。なんでだろうね。まあ、トレーサーが一番その状況報告する上で、まあ、ピンがめちゃくちゃ打たないといけないからってのはあるんだろうけど、それでもめちゃくちゃ聞こえるね、ピンだけ。ダンってなんであれウルト使わなかったんだろうね。溜まってるのに気づいてなかったってことはないだろうし、ヒールが入る前提だと思ってたとか。でもなんであれ使わなかったんだろうな、マジで。BO7 ですね。いや、4-0あんのかな。まあ、1本か2本ぐらいはグラ取りそうだけど、なんか今の感じだとちょっとグラ怪しい雰囲気があるな。まあね、オアシス。イリオスね、イリオスかな。イリオスはまあ、アトランタ戦でもまあそんなに。
yeah, Gladiators showing that they're not going to go down easily and really giving Florida Mayhem one of the toughest fights they've had so far in this tournament. But there's just so many great players on this Florida Mayhem squad. They've just been this sort of dark horse, underrated team that's really coming into fruition. And if you're the Gladiators, you're struggling to work out how to deal with this team because they're actually incredibly flexible. They're not only Winston one-trick teams.
Now comparing the Winstons, Dante and someone as someone I think did a great job of accessing that back line. We kind of talked about it time and time again how the Florida Mayhem, their support team indestructible, where on the other side Florida is able to get to that Gladiators back line. But really a strong performance from both teams. I think you look at those eliminations and final blows, and on one side, and you're like, hey, like that obviously, not punished by being in the back line that long. You're going to keep the deaths low in those stats. But Dante able to put out pretty similar forms of damage tells me if they kind of coordinate that dive a little bit better, you might see those stats completely flip towards the other side.
I also think there's a very important difference between their playstyle of Dante is more use my body as a shield and gives Kevster and Kai space, while someone is more the person who is executing those final blows and he gets a lot of those resources. But we are going to see some changes coming in for the Gladiators as we move into Hollywood, as I believe we saw Lastro coming into the lineup, which means that they're going to go towards this double flex support style. Lastro plays the Ana, while Babel can play the Kiriko.
逆にショックがどれだけ強かったかの証明になるけど、何なんだっていう話だけど。メイヘムがマップ取ったら、からマップ取ったチームのショックだけになるのはまあおもろいけどな、それはそれで。まあでもさすがに。
I mean, as a support player yourself, people may not even remember you were a flex support player at a time. Well, they remember you were a support, right? But they were just like, flying around playing Mercies like on the walls, Lucius. But they don't remember like you were playing Zen and stuff. Like, what is it like when you have to make these types of adjustments? Like, how hard does it make it on teams when you have to make changes as a support line to keep all these flexibility options?
It can be difficult because you change synergies every time you're changing your support player. When you have this set idea, it's not that difficult, but you'd almost always prefer to be in a situation where you don't have to sub a player out to play a certain composition. And that's one thing that Chorong as an acquisition for this Florida Mayhem squad is super valuable. He can play the Ana if they want to play that double flex support. He has that ability to just sort of play everything. He was such a good rookie for Toronto, and now he's doing it even better on the Florida Mayhem. As we're going to see both teams walking out on the Ana Brig, though, on this first point.
Yes, Brig kind of on the table for both teams. The Cassidy here as well as I know no Brig yet as that patch is not in as looks like
まあ一応プレシーズンだから、まあチームによっては結構仕上がりとか入れ込みとか違うだろうからね。レギュラーシーズンと比べて、まあ、その辺の差はあるよっていうのはまあなんかある種言い訳ではあるけど。メイグラディエーターズ一瞬で取り切った。これはこれはさすがに触れないんで。
That is a fight-winning play right there. So that's going to be the Gladiators taking point A basically instantly, and now they kind of work here through the streets phase, which I think is probably the hardest spot to get through.
But that fight win has a cascading effect, especially when you win that convincingly. Babel has the nano boost already, while we only see RuPaul at 60%. So there is a window here where the Gladiators can go before with an advantage over the Mayhem. They're opting to push the cart right now, though.
Like, do you just use it on like Dante so he can get high ground and try and force them off of that back high ground?
12月から練習始まってた。オフシーズンイズどこって感じだけど。
Especially against the Brig, and that's why they're probably opting against it if you are the Gladiators, because if you try and make that jump, these Overwatch League Brig players will just hit you with that whiff shot. Right now, they're just trying to control space. The cart is slowly moving forward,
第2高台集団の競り合いもあるし。まあ、あと相手が雑に飛んできやすいんで、そこをリップで弾けるのはでかいって感じかな。他に選択肢がないっていう話もありそうだけどね。取り切りでエリア取るのも難しいマップだし、 結局受けるしかないから、特に防衛側は、多分防衛じゃねえわ、攻め側か。攻め側は特に相手のダイブを受け止めるしかないから、まあ、そうなった時にまあ一番、まあ、パフォーマンス出しやすいのはブリギッテかなって感じだよね。まあ、ルシオもあんまり生きないマップだしね、ここは。ハリウッドはちなみにクソむずいんで、俺も正直あんまりやりたくないマップだよね。
Oh my, what a play there as American knocked every which way. Doesn't matter, uses the Deadeye and he'll pick up a kill. That was that is a use of Deadeye. Don't see many Deadeyes here, in the Overwatch League that come up huge. Looks like maybe a pause here for Chorong, but American knocked all over the place, and he was up on the rooftop for a little bit, sliding on down, and he gets that kill there. But it looks like Florida at least got doing a great job holding that high ground.
Yeah, that was a big call an ambulance, but not for me kind of moment by Merit. He just ends up getting nanoed and dropping from the high ground. And I kind of want to speak to this situation. Now that you're the Gladiators, you've used your nano boost, you've used your primal. This is where Florida Mayhem are really in that element. When they have the defensive advantage, they can choose the tempo when to go. We just saw how it works on Ilios. They just sort of choke you out and give you no opportunity to even take a balanced fight. As we do come out of this unpause, how are the Gladiators going to navigate around it? Because they also use their rally there. The only thing they have is a high noon. And unless Kai can get nanoed and end up on the roofs as well, that's going to be difficult to use.
Well, so you have a sig advantage on high ground, right, with your Cassidy, but you also have it in terms of, like, they can come up here, right? You can use this rally way more effectively. It's going to be difficult for Dante if he was
まあダンテリーガーの中でも最年長レベルだからね、マジで。ベンベストもか。まあ選手生命がそん短いと言われる e スポーツの中でも特にオーバーウォッチは短いからね。
We're down at 2:30 here, and the Gladiators have been able to make no progress from this point.
And just so efficient as well. That was only their primal used, that Winston ultimate, to win that team fight, and Gladiators didn't really even have a fighting chance. They still have that rally in case ultimates do start to come out. Gladiators are trying to opt to push the card, but as soon as they step up, this happens again. Checkmate gets a great stick against Babel, and that's going to prompt a retreat from the Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, it's the stick, right? But it's Dante taking a ton of damage.
さあメリット回を倒して。
There's no opportunity to return there, right? Where Babel, like, how is he landing a big biotic grenade on the Florida Mayhem? Like, he's not gonna he doesn't have lineups, right? He's not gonna stand and spawn and start lining it up, trying to drop it on the sky. Like, it's really difficult to hit this. So you have a big advantage with this high ground here. It's another biotic grenade there. It hits Dante and Kevster. I believe Kevster recalls, so it kind of falls off right away. But they're running out of time.
They do get the nano up. They gotta opt to they nano the Cassidy.
ああ、打ち下ろしていく。
Dante gets slept again. Oh, please stop doing this.
なんかこの光景今日なんか2回目か3回目ぐらいだな。寝ているダンテにデッドアイ打って倒していくの。なんかチェックメイトすんげえキル乗ってるし。ファイナルブロー乗ってるし。
So what does the path to victory from this type of perspective and this type of point in the map look like for the Gladiators? Like how are you going about trying to break this?
I think they need to start applying pressure in different directions. Right now, they're just
数年前の若々しいダンテはリーグにも追われて消えた。そう、上から荒らすけど、いや、ダンテ解けるね。
Once you have that advantage, you just go aggressive once again. We do see Lastro trying to pop the rally to keep themselves alive, but another wasted ultimate, it feels like, for the Gladiators.
Yeah, but this is what's difficult about using the rally here for the Gladiators, because you're playing from that low ground, right? And you're probably playing around the cart. The only real great uses of that rally
厳しいな、なかなか。マジでこのハリウッドのおもんないポイントが全て詰まってる。この試合内容。競技シーンであるハリウッドのおもんないポイントが全て詰まってるわ、マジここ。この試合内容。
to grapple off the top. It looks like one person's going to get there to contest this payload here for the Gladiators, but you're going to lose Dante again, but it's going to be Kevster answering back. A kill on the Choron. Primal still going here for someone as he's going to lose, take out Kai, but...
Kai 倒されて、ナノブリで耐えたいけどバベル倒される。
Tracer on one side, Winston on the other.
What? I don't understand what happened. Kevster had an invisibility cloak. He just disappeared and then comes back in with a pulse.
いや、なんとか進み始めたけど、メイヘムとか揃ってんだよな。デッドアイナノブースト。メイヘムがミスんなければ、このまま取り切れるはず。あー、ナノキャス。お、どうだこれ。ハイキャリク、あー、触れてねー。
Kevster's not typing C9 anymore in chat. Yeah, there you go. Someone's got to dish it back, and that's a heartbreak.
The universal language of the Overwatch League. C9.
Gladiators had their backs against the wall. They just had no options that entire time. They finally get a glimmer of hope, and they just don't stay on the cart. And it's so difficult when you're in those types of situations because what happens is everyone's trying to close out the fight. You're trying to be useful, but when overtime has been going on for so long, the wick just drops down so quickly, Matt, and just getting off the cart. It isn't the second point.
Yeah, okay. Positive, thought there, right? I'd also love to just see that, like, from the top-down perspective. Yeah, so, Dante here is someone comes out. I wonder if that nano is actually meant for someone, and Mera is just kind of like in the way, right? As walks away, Kevster here, Kevster darts away.
Slasher just gets too far. Oh, he gets pushed. He gets trying to make that leap. He's trying to get around someone, and he just sort of hits his character model and gets.
いやー、マジか。これマジで。
And the thing about this now is if you're the Gladiators, you need to bounce back, right? Because that was a hard half of Hollywood, and you can't let that affect you for the rest of this series. So I want to see a solid Gladiators hold here, because if it starts snowballing away from them, you go down 2-0, it can be hard to bring yourself back into a series like this.
And honestly, it's almost worse that it like, if it's a sick boop or a whip shot or something that knocks you back, like, all right, like, that was a really nice play. But essentially, it's
さあ、守りきれるか、グラディエーター。構成はミラー。まずは高台制圧していくのはメイヘム。
Regardless, so now we'll see a little bit different approach here. The Gladiators play a little bit further back on defense as Florida was so aggressive, and this is looking tough though, Scott. Someone and Checkmate just doing a great job forcing them inside the cafe.
Just the Gladiators
yeah, Bobby,
not much resistance from the Florida Mayhem walking in, and they just took so much damage, and Dante ends up being that first casualty, and the whole tower just fumbles, and the defense is also just not very strong for the first point for the Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, if you play defense like that, you have to have so much faith in your support line in Kai that they're going to be able to.
ダンテガス欠だね。ちょっと感じるね。なんか明らかにパフォーマンスが。
Dante and Kevster have to be pressuring, but they're also trying to look for like checkmate in someone coming out of the cafe low after not being able to get kills, and then just kind of counter diving onto them and finishing them off. But you're not getting any of those. I mean, that is looking slow. So. Let's see how they try and break this high ground. Gladiators had a very difficult time. Needed like a heroic play from Kevster to do so.
さあ、メリットがカイを倒して。
Just with a few headshots takes out Kai on the high ground. This may open it up.
Yeah, it's opened up for sure. They're going to nano Dante, hoping he can get into the backline and trade this back, but they've pretty much conceded this high ground with a great.
このパッチの最終メタ決まった感じですか？いや。どうだろうね。
And the Gladiators are crumbling. Right now, Matt, they're really struggling. They're in desperation mode.
普通にコントローラーだとルシオも出るし、まあこのマップだからブリが出てるってのはあると思うよ。マップ特性上、ブリが行きやすい、狭い兵所での戦いもあるし。ジョイかフューリーはね、欲しいよな。 いや、このサモンキルは、いやー、その阻害でかすぎる。いや、ただたが切ったね。カイがダブルキルして耐え切っている。さあ
Yeah, so now Florida Mayhem has to break this setup yet again. So I don't think Deadeye is really impactful from this low ground, right? And I think it's definitely way more powerful here in the hands of Kai up in that high ground. How do they get better value? Remember when we were watching the Gladiators, right? They didn't really get great value out of the Nano and the Primal up in the high ground. Florida Mayhem have that great
さあ
tools to
こ
be
こ
able
か
to
ら
break this. Let's see how they
メイヘ
combo.
ムおもんないタイムになってくか。このマップのおもんないポイントを凝縮してくるかなこれ。うわー、そのコンボはうますぎ。
Without a nano boost, had enough time to pop the primal. Dante is responding with the primal of his own. Those couple of kills could spell a lot.
そのコンボは
Actually go down. The Gladiators should come back with a numbers advantage, but Florida Mayhem dictating the tempo right now. But with all
い
of
や今のはメイヘムがうますぎるな。
checkmate with a pulse bomb, and you can see him lurk just whole high ground in the back right. Yeah. This needs to be a big pulse bomb for checkmate for the Florida Mayhem.
And if you're Florida,
だー
you get that high ground. Oh, and it's stick on the last row. That is huge. You do have a nano here for the Gladiators. It's just how do you use this?
まあ対人ゲーなんてね、相手におもんないポイントを押し付けた方が勝ちですから。あーダンテ、あーダンテ、かわいそうに。
He gets taken out. It's just Kai with a dead eye.
ダンテ一番このゲー今ここで今このマップで一番おもんなさを感じてそう。うわきっつこれ。ケブさん入ってるけどダンテ一生寝てる。いやこれはもうルパルがすげえんだろうな多分な。これもはやルパルがすげえんだな多分な。ダンテ3連続ぐらいで飛び込んだ直後に寝てるぞこれ。ルパル強くね。ルパルの穴の仕上がりすごいなマジで。
And you can see why they're almost undefeated in this entire prime.
Yeah.
Just the way that they cycle their ultimates. Someone made it look so easy jumping onto this high ground against some of the best players on the world. He just played his health so smart, and that gave Merit the opportunity to get nanoed and do a high noon, just like you saw here.
ルパルとんでもねえパフォーマンス出してる。一生寝かされてるもんだってダンテ。
Fight them in a different way. Don't take that Winston mirror.
I don't know if you can. I mean, what are you going to do? Try like Ramatra Rush, right? We saw them do that a little bit earlier in the tournament. Now you have map selection, right? So maybe you can kind of force that in your way. But, I mean, if you're not going to be able to kill the support line, right, it's going to be difficult playing any comp. I feel like Checkmate also really starting to pop off in the Tracer role. So maybe we do see them try and go towards something a little bit different. The Gladiators have a lot of options because they get to pick our map number 3, and we'll have that right after this break.
いやーちょっとグラディエーターズだいぶ苦しい展開だね。 いやー、ケブスターとカイが全く機能してないんだよな。まあどちらかっていうとダンテが機能してないからカイとケブスターも機能してないのかもだけど、マジであんだけ暴れてたケブとカイが全然圧ないよね、さっきから。4立てはありそう、マジで現状。電池切れなのかな。集中力切れた可能性はまあちょっと捨てきれないけどね。いや、トロント 3-0 が一番ビビったね、メイヘムは。まあまあちょっとね、水差すようであれだけど、一応プレシーズンだから、まあ各チームごとにちょっと取り組みに温度差はありそうかなとはちょっと思っちゃうけどね。まあショックの渡米してない問題とか、まあ特にそうだけど、まあだからこれがレギュラーシーズンも全く同じようにメイヘム一強になるかっていうとまあ多分違うとは思うけど、まあただ今の段階の完成度は間違いなくちょっとメイヘムず抜けてるね。
Yeah, absolutely in control of this series right now, and I want to shout out this player again, RuPaul.
いやそうなんだよね。メイヘムのバックラインプラスサムワンがねマジで安定してて。
That has shut down everything that the Gladiators have tried to throw at them. Every time Dante goes aggressive, he is slept. 50% sleep dart accuracy, but it feels like 100% of the time onto Dante. Only dies 4 times in this match. Oh wait. And this backline is just so impressive to me because it feels like they just have so much firepower, but also never die. And usually you only have one or the other.
Yeah, I mean,
命中率 50% だからなこれ。
have a lot of firepower, but you know they're zooming. They're trying to get in there, you know, do it as fast as possible. We got Funny Astro coming back in here for the Gladiators, but I think the more interesting thing, Scott, is the map selection here for the Gladiators. So the Gladiators are going to take us to Shambali Monastery. So this is the first time we are seeing this map here in this tournament.
いやそうなんよね。
Don't know how much teams have been like scrimming it right with map selection and whatnot. And even just
なんておちんちゃんに見えてきた。疲れで顔色もちょっとあれかもしれん。沈んでるかもしれん。シャンバリだ。シャンバリ何回目だ ?1 回か2回ぐらいしか見てない気がするな、リーグで。2回も見たっけかな。
So then we're just going to have to go to my good old ranked experience. So for me, I think you're going to not see as much Winston in this map. It's quite difficult, and there's a lot of defensible high grounds that you can sort of hold onto. I wouldn't be surprised if the reason that the Gladiators are heading to this map is to now allow that sort of brawl style in which they can play, you know, maybe that Ramatra that we were just talking about that worked so well against the Houston Outlaws, thinking that that might be their best shot to beat this aggressive Florida Mayhem style.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, we will see what they decide to do in terms of comp, because
さあメイヘムはルシアナ。ルシアナか。
Think back to like Monte Carlo, right? Where it's got that like large uphill turn, right? It's like the same type of thing here on this map, but I feel like this map's almost even tougher. There's just multiple different points of high ground you have to contest and push as the offensive side, which also is quite interesting. I think if you're the Gladiators, you pick this because you believe you can run a different kind of composition and make it interesting. Because
ここでルシオか。
taking back high ground was not the strongest suit there on Hollywood, right?
ちなみにここのマップの鉄板は俺もよくわかんねえ。なんか最近はね、なんか露骨なウィドウマップでもウィドウを出さない戦術も増えてきててね、なんか余計にわかんないね、シャンバリはマジで。あと第1のウィドウは強いけど、第2以降のウィドウは弱いんで、その攻めは特に、防衛はちょっとあれ強いけど。ちゃんとエリア取りすると第2のウィドウめちゃくちゃ弱いからね。ウィンストン防衛は結構珍しいね。まあ、ダンテのラマットラはまあ納得ではあるんだけど、でもラマットラ読みのルシオかな。ただラマットラの後で引かせることには成功。まあ、難所の1個目の角は抜けて悪くない立ち上がりだけど、うわはい溶ける。ファニアストロお互い11トレード。メリットはロングを選択。
aren't going to be able to deal with that. It's impossible to close that distance, so it's about navigating around that you can apply pressure onto someone. But with the nano boost up for RuPaul, someone's going to be able to
nano boost
whenever he wants to go, and now is that time.
Yeah, he jumps right on top of the support. Finds funny Astro is he's going to be able to Lucio wall ride, maybe get out. He's going to jump back. It's going to be Dante on the point, using Nemesis form, trying to push it across the line. And low, and that's going to be annihilation. Annihilation plus a double kill with a pulse.
ダンテクソ早かったな、俺と。
And this is keep an eye on how Dante plays
びっくりした今。
especially against this Winston style. He did this against the Houston Outlaws, where he just becomes an anchor in the front line. As we see Kevs to get this 2K pulse bomb, I think he sticks someone, and someone chooses Churong to die with him, you know, together at the end of the day. But Dante's going to try and run down the backline of the Florida Mayhem, apply pressure. He might not always find value, but it's going to give the rest of his team a little bit of extra space.
ファニアストロ取られる。ダンテのラマットラめちゃくちゃウルト回転速いよな。サポ2人いなくなるが正面硬いのが残ってる。おおケーブスター。めちゃくちゃ調子良さそうだな。クラ。
And pulling back from my ranked experience, if you capture this second point, you're at a massive advantage in this map because this second point is very difficult to capture. But Gladiators are making it look easy right now. They have the sound barrier to be able to deal with whatever aggression comes out here from the Mayhem, as we see Merit actually switch over to the Sombra to allow that aggression. And that's
さあファニアストロ落ちるけどチェックメイトが落ちて、いやただビートがないね。バベルその阻害は耐えられんか。ドロビーあるけどさすがにファニアストロはここは打たないかな。次に回す形。めちゃくちゃファニアストロのファーストですが多いな。
You're not in like immediate danger in terms of being held here for time. They like the idea. Now you come back with those two big key ultimates and you try and push it over.
タンクの機能して始まると、まあ DPS も動きやすいわな。さあ大裏から回っていく形。さあビートで返して、いやただバベルはしっかり取り切っていく。お互いアナがいない。カイが倒れて、いやこれはアナイアレーション。 取り切っていく。チェックメイトを倒しきる。さあキルトレードで取り切って。
This has been huge from the LA Gladiators. 3:30 on the clock for them to push the payload to just one final checkpoint. They have no ultimates to use at this point, but on the other side for Florida Mayhem, they really got nothing either. So
エンジンかかったかな。
maybe with a Kevster pulse bomb coming on. You win this one, you're getting close to rounding that final corner. So Gladiators putting themselves in a much better position.
ハニエストロ
like any in terms of even using.
ルシオはね、動きの都合上どうしてもね、増える傾向にはあるんでね。一概になんかそのデスが増えてるから悪い動きしてるっていうわけではないと思うんだけど。ああ。メリット。
will go down last, and that's really how you have to deal with it if you're the Florida Mayhem. If you try and bring down the Ramatra, that's just so much space the rest of the team is going. You need to really deal with the backline, deal with everyone else before you.
Jungle Queen.
Whoa, okay. All right, Dante. Maybe we stop cooking now. Maybe we stop experimenting, as he's gonna come out on the Junker Queen of all things.
まさかすぎるな、ジャンカークイーン。
This is an odd choice here from the Gladiators. I'm interested to see how it works though, as the Jungle Queen got some buffs. There were, I mean, it's not really recently now, but definitely got some adjustments to make her a little bit more self-survivable. So, it's a really good kind of point and like really straight and narrow.
ルシオはね、マジでなんかちゃんとアドバンテージ取りに行こうとすると危うい戦いになるから。なんか相手が上手ければ上手いほどこういう感じにはなっちゃうと思うんだよな。こういうデスを嫌ってなんかおとなしい立ち回りをしちゃうと逆にね、今度は逆にその何もできないというか何もアドバンテージが取れないとかになりかねないからね。おお、ケブスターチェックメイトがクソ強かった。なんかワンマガとかで解けなかった今。さあ一気に正面溶かしてさあ第2突破まではかなりスムーズだったけど第3でかなり厳しいね。今のノーウルトちょっとやばいかも。残り1分で当たり合い作れてあと多くても2回だけど EMP が来るぞ。いやーファニーアストロ、いやーうま完璧だ。メイヘムの攻めというか今のパッチ JQ ありですか。なしではないよ、全然なしではない。ただむずいと思う今の JQ は。構成全体も含めコントロールで出すにしてもラッシュ、多分メイラマラッシュに勝てないんだよな。メイ入りの他のラッシュ構成に勝てないと思うんだよね。ちゃんとお互いちゃんとやる前提ならね。さあ EMP、 さあドロビは返してる。さあジャンカークイーンの売るとこあるぞ。あーマジでハックうますぎる。これ阻害入ってないもしかして。あー阻害外してる。ランページ外れたけどどうだこれ。まあ一番きつい第2突破できたから第2突破できて第3中頃までいってるからまあ悪くはないって感じだな。正直 JQ ねラマに勝てないと思うんだよね。ハルトは戦い方次第だけどラマには勝てないね。てかハルトもビフリぐらいだし無理な対面ではないけど不利はつくよねっていうぐらい。 ラマは不利だね。ラマはジャンカークイーンはラマの方が圧倒的に有利なはず。
When they can choose that tempo of when to engage, because as you just saw, it's incredibly oppressive to deal with. So the Gladiators hopefully should be able to find some form of idea of how they want to play this on defense, because on first and second point, they did a great job, as we're going to see Dante go back to the Ramatra, which I think all Gladiator fans can sort of breathe a sigh of relief.
マジでメリットのメリットエイム良すぎだろ。
Cleaning it up in the kill feed, just peppering all those players down, finishing them off as Sombra. Then as soon as they realize he's there, he leaves. That's what frustrates players about Sombra. She can get in there, do cool stuff, kill everybody, and then when you want to kill her, she just walks away.
True. Yeah, that's what makes Sombra great. As much as she can be not that valuable in casual play, when you have a highly coordinated team, it can be just so difficult to deal with, as we're going to see Florida go back to that Winston composition, stick to their bread and butter. Merritt goes back over to the Sombra. So they're going to try and do the same thing they just did on defense on their attack. How are they going to route around and navigate? Because we've never seen this map at this level before. It can be quite difficult to close this distance and get a good dive onto how defensible this high ground position is.
But Merritt just gains them so much information on the Sombra, right?
さあ、メイヘムは構成変えずだね。ルシアナ・トレソン。
Going to break the setup, so it's that information gathering from Merritt, and then you know the dive is going to be clean once it begins. Looks like they've kind of pushed some players off that high ground already, and Funny Astro actually got hit with a biotic grenade there, so you're not able to keep him alive. But it is the Ana trade on the other side, so you do get rid of RuPaul. So
さあ、カイがダブルキルして、おお、ダンテよく当てるな。そのメイン攻撃、めちゃくちゃ当てづらいのに。あー。ネミシスフォームあるとマジでウルトクラス並みにウルト並みにしぶといな、本当に。さあ、ただウェーブには勝ったもののペイロードは進んでしまう。さあ、カイチェックメイトを倒して。
Yeah, and it's really, as the Gladiators kind of clean up this fight, it's really not been just a Gladiator exclusive thing about keeping supports alive against the Florida Mayhem, because quite frankly, nobody has really been able to do it throughout the entire tournament, as Florida Mayhem's dives have been so clean. But already, a few minutes left on the clock. The Gladiators putting up a pretty good defense. This is a great spot to hold. You have high ground here. Now we look at the next fight about to kick off. You have Annihilation, you have Nano. It's going to be an EMP.
うわ、ダンテギリギリ耐えた。あー、耐えれなかった。ただカイがナノデッドアイ。
Going to buy some space as you see Kevster from his POV is actually going to push up, get onto the payload. So wants to stop the payload from moving on forward. Is it's going to be a transfer.
いやー、パレス。お、耐えた。ファーニアスロー。
I don't know how he managed to time that one. I don't know if that was just luck or he's just seeing the future. But Funny Astro sound barrier.
こんばんは、次のアップでなんか知らないですけど頭痛いです。どうしてか知りませんか。なんでやろうな。全盛期ブリギッテが帰ってくるからじゃないですかね。まあでもウルト中だけだから全盛期ブリギッテっつっても。さあ、メイヘムおー、ケブスターがチェックメイト落とす。残り1分半。あ、1分半じゃね、1分3秒。これきついね。ナノブドロビでバックライン枯れたとしても
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out to Kevster because he hit a stick on RuPaul in the fight before this as well. Like, he has been carrying in the backlines. As much as we haven't seen him that much, he is popping off as he
うわー、ゴッドスリープ。さあ、カイがチェックメイト倒して。
Yeah, it's a nice leap there, and it's going to be Nano on the other side of things. As the Annihilation gets popped here too, as they're trying to burn down someone. So when someone gets in, they always use that field to slow him down, keep him there, and then they just turn their attention and burn him down. that has been so effective. 13 seconds on the clock. They know Merit's around here. They want to stop the contest.
Yeah, they're trying to find Merit. He's hiding behind
メリットなんか違うゲームしてる。
Unfortunately, they could not find him, but he doesn't have that EMP anyway. So even if he does get to, he's going to be able to contest, but it's not going to be with much as they don't have
触れはした。
left in the tank.
いやただどうだろうこれグラディエーターもそんなにウルトが整ってるわけじゃないけどおわケブスはここでメリット倒すかうわおお
As the gladiators have found something that works, they will take
不利に村焼かれたサミットのリアクション
And man, you play that Ramatra comp, you can actually
いやカイ今のやばいよマジでまあスリープ弱体化されるよなこれ見ると昨日もやばいヘッショあったしななんか振り向きでソンブラ倒すやつだったかな
The first to four in this series. It's going to be a long series, and the loser gets to pick the map. Where are the Florida Mayhem going to send us next?
Well, I think that's the thing that's going to be tough for the Gladiators as we take a look at some of the highlights here. Do you believe, and I'm curious here, is this a comp that is, you know, it's kind of like a Ramatra Rush? Is this map dependent? Can you repeat this regardless of the map choice? Because then it makes it really hard for Florida Mayhem if you believe you know, that he can work on every map.
If you asked me this morning, I would say, no, you can't play Ramatra on Esperanza or Push. It's just not very good. But we literally just saw them do that against the Houston Outlaws. Oh my god, that beat. Against
so good.
Fearless, against one of the best dive teams that we have in this league. The Gladiators could potentially do it. And if you're the Florida Mayhem, then you don't want to send them to that map. Where do you send them? Colosseo, New Queen Street, we haven't seen much of. Honestly, no good options for the Florida Mayhem with this map pick.
いやマジであのビートいやでもマジで神がかり的なプレイがな 2個か3個ぐらいあったもんなここ今マジで
end up losing. It could be kind of what ignites the Gladiators to move on in this series. I'm so curious about what the Florida Mayhem pick on the next map coming up right after this.
ちょっとトイレ行ってきます。よいしょ。
much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage. This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain. What is dirty? A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. That is it. Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field, Nano Zen just to keep them alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive, and Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts it down.
Everybody, welcome back to the Pro-Am Finals. Mr. X, Costa here. And some would say maybe that that mag grenade still has not landed, just traveling up.
Something rent-free in Matt's head.
Towards this guy. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, it's not a mag grenade; it's a homing missile. But you know, I know you were super impressed with what you saw from Kevster.
Yeah, Kevster has been, you know, maybe just Kevster Overwatch. That's just that easy. We can see him doing almost 2,000
ケブスターのパフォーマンスえぐいな。
As much as Checkmate got more eliminations, final
防衛相当差があったからな。
When you see the Florida Mayhem playing so aggressive and having such a dominant defensive half, but Kevster is finding those first picks. He's doing so much damage. He's getting so much work. There were such important sticks. This was one of them, right, to close out this first point. But on their defense as well, time and time again, finding value just in their backline. And that's what the Ramatra from Dante enables, is he just makes himself a threat that leaves Kevster open to be in the backline and make his presence felt.
And what I love about Kevster, it's like the same demeanor that every time of the game state, right? Like it's the final, like it always seems like he is always so calm.
なんかケブスターもエンジンかかってきたっぽいし、こっからかな、グラディエーター。
Big matches, emotional matches like this is extremely important. I just wonder now, man, how do the Florida Mayhem react and bounce back? Because although they've been on a tear, right, there is something to be like they haven't really dealt with much adversity, right? And, you know, losing a map really early in the group stage and then just running through everybody, right, and then losing one here in the finals, I'm curious how they bounce back.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting look because do they put respect onto the Ramatra composition? Do they see Dante playing and then be like, oh, well, we're not going to be able to deal with this? Or do they go, it was just a map, we made some mistakes, we know how to adjust around it? Goomba, the mistakes we've made, and I can also see them sticking to their guns. But the Florida Mayhem also, they don't need to. They're one of the few teams that exist in the Overwatch League with 5 players on their team can play pretty much any composition. Earlier today, we saw them play the Winston comp. Then we saw them play a Sigma comp. Then we saw them play, you know, a Brawl comp. And they played D.Va as well. They've literally played everything under the sun, so you need to be careful if you're the Gladiators going into this next map.
And their roster is almost like what the future of, like, Overwatch, you know, might be in terms of competitive. Is that, like, they don't have to make substitutions and crazy changes to play all of that stuff, right? Everybody across the board can kind of just be so flexible and versatile and just move into that, right? Where I know you think like a few years ago of rosters past, right? You know, you might not see a player for like a whole stage or two, right? It's just somebody who's like a specialist, and now you have players who can play everything and still stay at you know, the top of their game. Where Florida, you have a lot of just these hyper flexible players across the board.
Yeah, you know, we used to have 12-man rosters, I think, who I used collected 2 rings.
とりあえず 4-0 は避けてもらえて助かった、とりあえず。こっからまたどうなるかは分かんないけど。
Just hyper flexible players that keep the synergy going so that you don't need to make these substitutions to sort of indicate what composition you're going to play.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every roster spot now has to be a meaningful piece of the roster, right? Can't just have kind of specialists like laying around. I'm curious, so if you were Florida, what map would you be selecting next year as we go in a push?
Here's the thing, you know, I talked about it and I thought about it during the break, and I think you have to feel confident in your own game plan, and I think Florida has looked very good on Esperanza in the past. It still should be a Winston composition. As much as you just saw the Gladiators have success playing Ramatra on this map, stick to your guns, stick to what you're good at, and go to Esperanza, because Colosseo and New Queen Streets, the way that those maps play can be very coin flippy, that can be determined by 1 or 2 bad fights. And if you're the Florida Mayhem, you have confidence that you can beat the Gladiators in a neutral fight.
Yeah, I mean that's a good call. I would have said I would have kind of agreed with you with maybe like New Queen Street, right? If you were trying to like break off of that, like Coliseum, like I mean, I am not an Overwatch League coach.
Say it.
I would avoid that map at all costs. The amount of stall and clock and wasting that goes on there, it's so dangerous, especially when one or two team fights decides a lot of these maps. Like it's so feast or famine, it seems. Where I feel like Esperanza, New Queen Street, I feel like that's where you try and take this.
And we have heard that we are going to be going over to Esperanza, so the Florida Mayhem sort of agreeing with my prediction of just go with what you're confident. You can't get shaken off of one map, especially a map as chaotic as Shimbali Monastery, right? Like, we don't know what's going to happen on that map. I'm sure it's very rarely scripted. We even saw a Junker Queen. That's how little we practiced it.
We just watched it. We may not know that that's we're going to see all the time. I mean, that's how little we've seen it. Yeah, where like Esperanza, you really have a good idea of kind of
さあエスペランサまあということはダンテのダマットラがまた出てくるでしょう。
It's kind of hard to talk about. Yeah, it's kind of hard to talk about a team and their momentum and how they bounce back from adversity when we've never seen this roster have to deal with adversity so far in this season of the Overwatch League. So this will really be a telling sign for how this team is going to do, not just in this series, but for the rest of the season, because it's easy to have confidence and communicate when you're winning. As soon as things start breaking down, that's where you see failures in teams, and we haven't really seen that from Florida Mayhem, but as we expected, Matt, we're going out, 5 seconds to roll out, Dante on that Ramatra, someone sticking with that Winston.
Yeah, and it'll be the Cassidy for both teams, so no changes in that in terms of DPS. It's really just the tanks.
Yeah, and I want to see Checkmate really step up in this map. You know, we looked at the stat card; he was doing well, but he needs to find a way to match Kevster because that really seems to be the difference maker. Kevster Overwatch is just a player who can take over the map in the same caliber of Proper as some of these other legends of past.
I'll say as well too. Ramatra's damage outside
バベルがやられて、チョロンがやられて、カイがやられる。いやー、最初に取っていくのはメイヘム。
But it's just chip damage over time, right? Where, Dante's able to finish players off at long range. You can just pepper them down before they come in. And that obviously makes a little bit of a difference as well as the Gladiators got the bot for just a really brief moment in time, and the Mayhem wiped the floor with them, and now they get it going.
And that's the problem with this Ramatra composition is that you don't get to choose when you go. Florida Mayhem wrap their way around the backline and Babel goes down first again. And, Babel needs to be careful about that. He probably has the most deaths on the server so far in this series. And that's fine. He's expected to die, but they need to put up more of a fight and just live that little bit longer to allow Dante, Kevster, and Kai to get some value.
The bot will get contested here.
さあじりじりとした削り合いパルスがそろそろ溜まりそうだけどいやーファニアストロが解けるカイが解けてうわーこれメイヘム徹底的にこれあれかダンテ無視する方向性にシフトしたかこれ
Hey, 6 meters and 6.5 meters. Hey, that's nothing to scoff at, and that gives a little bit of time for his team to come back. But
ダンテが置物になっちゃってるな。ダンテから一定の距離取って完全に無視してバックラインから崩しに行くっていう感じかなこれ。ダンテ全然ダメージ出してないしね。先ほど。マップ特性にもとかにもよるだろうけど完全にダンテ無視されちゃってる感があるな。サマースリープ今日何回も見たやつだ。やっとでもグラディエーターポイント進められそう。さあナノキャスディうお取り切った。ただバベルは倒されてしまう。人数的にはメイヘムがやや有利か。
Another sleep goes onto Dante's Ramatra, so he's not able to find value with that nano boost, but they are trying to keep
うわードロビで耐える。うわーアナヤレーション。いやー打ってくけど解けた。
Yeah, and I think you need to invest into that fight because you know how important these first checkpoints are. As it's going to be first checkpoint here taken for Florida Mayhem, so that's going to move that spawn up, and that's going to be Dante making that switch back onto the Winston. So we know, you know, via stats like how strong it is to get first checkpoint first. And look at this. I think this is quite interesting. Florida, they back up, obviously waiting for the supports to get back in it, but this allows them to get some high ground and really it'll be tactical about this next dive opportunity.
Yeah, you can see Merit. He's just standing up here for free, just shooting down on anyone who, you know, peeks their head out. The Gladiators are going to need to use the sound barrier to try and close that distance. Great high
ただサムはメリッ
has the damage
ト
reduction, but with
ダンテがしっかりキル
and the damage coming out from Kevster, he will
取
fall.
ってい
So
く
an important team fight win for the Gladiators as they've decided to match this Winston and they need to start to get this
ファニアストロが取られ
moving
て
forward and get some meters on the board.
Yeah, almost about halfway through this game here on Esperanza as the bot will actually make its way across half. So this will actually kind of take that checkpoint away here. Is look at this. It's going to be, I mean, it's only going to get 3 meters here before Florida just gets right back on it. So you almost get, like, nothing out of that where
it's the forward spawn, right?
Yeah, you're starting to like
おファニアストロ
kind of like the
メリットを倒す
fight back in your head. It's like almost like 2-3 fights the Gladiators are going to need to go in their way.
うわあスリープ
How many times have we said that throughout the series? I mean,
スリープ
unbelievable, yeah.
The reality is the answer is too much. It doesn't matter what the number is. Dante is just struggling to go anywhere without getting slept. Every time he goes aggressive, he's getting punished for it. And on the other hand, someone every time he's finding value. Or as I say that, Babel says, hey, I can also sleep the Winston, and he gets a good sleep, but someone's going to keep going forward. But now onto Kai is just going to be so much damage.
ケブスターは落ちるもののカイがしっかり取り戻す
as well, and that could be the first capture point here for the Gladiators now, man.
Yeah, absolutely. As the bot was moving a
こ
little
れで
bit here, so
いやどうだでもケブがいないとペイロあんまり進まなそうだなチェックポイント到達はかなり難しそうここ勝てば到達できるけどウルト的にどうだろうなメイヘムはサムワンチョロングのウルトがあるからおポイント無視したマジかウェーブカツの最優先
Yeah, they go for another important sleep onto someone on that Winston while he is primal raging, but the space is created unless Kevster decides to make some magic. This should be a team fight going for the Florida Mayhem.
返すのこれ
Into this fight with the primal rage. Once they keep going,
ここから入れる保険が
RuPaul goes down as well. They've lost that healing. Great recognition from Kevster and Dante to realize they can keep this fight going. And because that checkpoint was taken as well, Matt, at the start of that fight, that's forward spawns for the Gladiators.
いやチェックポイント到達したから半分復帰早くてじゃあ時間稼げばいいかっていう形かなるほどなそっかそっかそっかそうなんてメリットを倒してカイチョロングまで倒していく泥火で強引な前押ししっかり通っていったねさあリードを取り返して
one of the interesting parts for me as well is this is with the Gladiators playing dive. Like they're playing them straight up.
Yeah, we saw this in the first 2 maps.
グラディエーター起きてきたぞ
Dante go over the Winston, it felt like I literally groaned. I was like, ugh, this feels bad. But Dante having confidence in himself and the team recognizing it's just not going to work on this map, and they're making it work. And honestly, Babel is the player that you need to look at. He's been hitting the sleeps, staying alive. Someone has had no answers so far. They have the sound.
ああそがいいまあ
High noon, Nano hasn't been able to find that's a lot of damage onto the Winston as they've traded back into a 4v4 fight.
いやどうだこれ今のグレネードキルになるのいや今ダンテにつけたかったんだと思うけどどうなんだカイにつける気でカイに打ったのかななんか微妙そうだな
as that time went on. So you don't
そう、メイヘムウルト状況はめちゃくちゃいい。グラディエーターとしては我慢の時間帯だね。ここでリードを奪われるわけにはいかないから、かなり粘らないといけない。来い。あいつ強え、それは。わあ。サモンさすがにうめえな。
Almost 40 meters, in terms of progress, you need to win every single fight.
穴がいないから。
Take a look at this replay here, real quick, from Kai's POV. Kind of wraps around this outside.
Oh wow! And that's the Kai that we know and love, and this is the Kai that the Gladiator. Oh wow, that was great shooting. That is the Kai that the Gladiators need.
Yeah, I mean that's what I said earlier in the series, right? Like if you allow these DPS players like Kevster, Kai, Yaki to heat up, I mean they can dominate any lineup in the league, right? I mean they have just that much natural talent among those players.
さあ反転する形になるが、わあいいパルスだケブスター。しっかり残してた。
Yeah, they're gonna walk away. They're at a massive advantage. The bot's moving.
Yeah, the bot's walking away.
This is falling apart for the Florida Mayhem on Esperanza.
Yes, I mean, and it's I
さあ
really
ちょ
I think
っとメイヘムもペースが乱れてきたかこれ。
come out of the Ramatra comp. Florida kind of rolls over them right away, and they say, you know what, we are not going to be able to win this. Kind of just doing the same, comp and run the same way we played in the last map. We gotta try and mirror this. Is Dante playing at the spawn to a primal rage, knocking Chorong off to the side. As Chorong doesn't want to invest the sound barrier, there's nobody else around to get it, so he's going to fall. As you get really close to completing the map here for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Gladiators are giving Florida a taste of their own medicine with just hyper aggression, just not allowing them to have any space, any breathing room to get the engagement. The nano boost does come onto someone, but there's a high noon going. He cannot engage into this with the amount of damage that would come out from that, as Kai is just staying alive.
ああダンテが落ちる。まあ、ただ別に問題はない。ここを負けても全然問題がないウェーブ。ああでもどうだろう、ウルト的にどうだろうな。まあ、あと2回。3回は負けれる。3回負ける。2回か。2回は負けれるから。まあウルト、こっからウルト貯めつつ戦ってって感じにはなるか。いや時間稼げなかったな。まあでもチョロングのウルト打たせたのはめちゃくちゃでかいけど。これ回助けたいけど大出せた。サモン取り切った。ほっかい。あー、ドロビーのダメ押し。さあ、グラディエーター同点に追いついた。
Playing a Ramatra style that the Florida Mayhem don't know how to deal with. They tried, it didn't work, and said, you know what? Let's go back to the tried and true. Let's play this Winston mirror, and that's just confidence more than anything. Knowing that you can go toe to toe with the Florida Mayhem playing that style.
Florida's got to be shaking a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you're rolling, everything's good. It's getting a little late here on the East Coast, but still. They have been so good throughout this tournament, and you lose that one where they're running the Ramatra and you're not, and you're like, all right, you chalk it up to comp, but this one's got to be tough to bounce back from, because not only you won the first fight against that Ramatra comp, you probably thought it was going to be easy, and they come out, match that dive, and the Gladiators just turn up.
Yeah, and Kai's been doing such a great job on that Cassidy, just pumping out the damage alongside just the hidden MVP of Kevstar on that Tracer, who just seems to be finding these picks. The Florida Mayhem needing to come up with answers because we're at 2-2. First of four wins this go-around finals.
Yeah, I mean, we got another control coming next. It'll be a Florida Mayhem map pick. Can they stop the bleeding? It looks like the Gladiators making the comeback. We'll see in just a little bit.
いや腹減った。飯持ってきますわ。よいしょ。戻りました。ご飯食べながら見ます。ここからちょっと。
Early in the series, but the Gladiators, Scott, have bounced back in a big way, taking the last two. So I feel like we have a long series here on our hands.
This bracket, this final two-day bracket has been wild. There has just been some of the best Overwatch back and forth. Not the best gameplay, but it's just been wild overall. Just teams really battling head-to-head and no one really going down without a fight in some way, as we're moving on to Nepal, which is a very different map to a lot of other controls. We're going over to Shrine, which is more of a dive-orientated map, but you could absolutely see the Gladiators trying that Ramatra unless they're just got a head full of steam on this Winston.
And I also think just the threat of the compositional changes, right, for the Gladiators is enough to keep the Florida Mayhem guessing, right? You're not able to talk that they're just going to come out and run the same type of thing, right? They may throw different looks at you as you move into Nepal, but at least early on, it looks like we'll see the Gladiators use that Winston-based composition. Honestly, you just won Esperanza in a pretty commanding fashion doing it, so no reason to swap it up.
Yeah, and you know, Push and King of the Hill control, they're very similar maps that because you're at an even settings, the strength of the Florida Mayhem with the defensive setups doesn't get as much value. But to Nepal, as you said, Matt, mirror compositions is going into the first fight. The Florida Mayhem opting to take the control of the point, taking that statue, while the Gladiators having their backline in a more defensible setup, I would say, with the stairs, but Florida are going to go first.
I mean, someone in checkmate, dive on in, but another biotic grenade there. You see the Honest is in the feed there. Man, you know, what do you do? Like when they set up that type of dive and they get that Ana grenade in there, and you have checkmate coming on.
マジで一瞬で溶けるな。
Feels like there's
はい。
players that just drop instantly there.
とんでもない速度。
Players just
とんでもねえ速度でなんかキルが起きてるわ。
Kai just needs to be careful. He can't be in a place that he can be so isolatable. We saw Babel having that issue. He's improved as the series has gone on and made a lot more value from the backline. It's going to be difficult, but these Bionades from RuPaul and from Babel, you just need to avoid them because they're so team fight defining as the Gladiators sort of feign some pressure but take too much damage. Dante tries to jump back but does go down as pretty easy team fight win from the Florida Mayhem again.
Look at this position from RuPaul just playing so aggressive with the rest of the team as another fight.
やっぱルパルのパフォーマンスがめちゃくちゃいいな。
Rather quickly, just kind of taking a stake of where we at in terms of ultimates. Florida Mayhem's about to just rack them up. 4, maybe 5 as the Gladiators are not even close. This could get ugly pretty quick.
And you got to be careful about this snowballing out of you, and you need to recognize this if you're the Gladiators. You know they're going to have that nano boost. You know they're going to have that pulse on the high noon. So you got to be careful. Another enormous biotic grenade onto the backline of the Gladiators. No punish there for the Mayhem, but they do have the ultimates online now, as expecting to pull the trigger on this one, on the nano boost especially.
Yeah, the nano goes into someone. He actually gets slept there, but they wake him up as I think just some AoE damage there does that. As man, that is another fight for Florida Mayhem. It is a clean one. As feels like every time we saw from RuPaul's perspective there, they didn't capitalize upon a double biotic grenade onto the supports. Gladiators are lucky that fight didn't start and end even earlier, as Florida looking to put this one away. Probably one more fight is all they need to take this first round.
Yeah, and they have the ultimates up for themselves now, so Dante's going to be able to have that offensive power.
ビートに通勤プッシュ。うわ、ファニアストロ阻害入っててビート打てねえ。
Run past the Nano and the Winston, apply some pressure and just take down the backline. Such smart heads-up play by the Florida Mayhem, recognizing that they don't have an advantage to be able to have the sustainability. So just ignore everything the Gladiators are going to throw at you. The sound barrier does come out from Funny Astro to get a final touch, but Dante's dwindling down, and it's just desperation at this point.
いやー、強え。
Dwindles down, and that is a statement there from the Florida Mayhem.
A singular final blow coming out from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
It could have been worse. Could have been worse.
By one, yeah. I'll give you that one.
Still, could be worse.
That is true. But as I said, coming into this map, Nepal plays very differently on all 3 of the rounds. This is a lot more of a brawl-sided one as we go over to villages. We get to see Checkmate lurking around on this tracer. This was the initial dive that won them that first team fight, and just got a lot more in position than we see the Gladiators are.
I will say it has been,
そのフォーカスの切り替え偉すぎ、マジで。どんな速度でフォーカスの切り替えしてんだそれ。すげえな。さあ、ダンテラマットラ。バスティオン。バスティオン、お前予選で死んだはずじゃ。
able to pump out tons of damage in his wheels mode. That's officially called Sentry mode, but with us, it's called wheels mode.
It's called wheels mode, yeah.
And it makes it really difficult. I mean, look at Kempster taking the big body shots here, trying to put so much pressure on the Dante, and they're doing a great job keeping Dante alive. They're not actually able to put down as much pressure as you would think.
ダンテすげえ位置で耐えてるけど耐えきれず。メリットは倒してる。
Permanently healing Merit. Kev's just trying his best to take him down. They do trade 1-for-1, but with Dante going down, they just don't have that frontline presence. As we're going to see someone try to go aggressive, but it should be a first point cap. But the power of the DPS line of the Gladiators.
いやピンシステムはね、マジでめちゃくちゃ便利。マップに細かい名称をつけづらいオーバーウォッチにとってね、ピンがあるだけで明確にかつ正確に敵の位置把握できるから。
Sound barrier available. You actually have Kai playing the Hanzo. I wonder if the Hanzo was like an answer to the Bastion. I mean, Hanzo's also pretty good at like circumventing the Mei walls as opposed to like Cassidy.
We've seen a lot of Hanzo in the Brawl matchup so far throughout this tournament, but we're going to see a nano onto Dante. There's going to be the annihilation I would expect. He makes it outside of the Blizzard. No, he gets pinned back into the Blizzard.
Annihilation.
Enough to pop that annihilation. Sound barrier from Funny Astros. They're throwing
everything
sink at it. The shatter goes a little wide and someone's getting low, but
いやでも取ってったグラデーター。いやバベルが落ちて。いやでも取り返していくメイヘム。一瞬で取り返す。
Just 11% goes over to the Gladiators as the Florida Mayhem bounce back as that shatter actually ended up connecting with both supports in and taking out. And I think the Gladiators did a really nice job of like layering those support ults getting in as Dante now goes over to the Doomfist. So looks like the Gladiators, at least for me, Scott, are just searching for answers right now.
Yeah, they haven't been able to deal with anything, and I think Kevster on his Tracer, as much as his Tracer is great, it just doesn't synergize with the rest of the Brawl that they're playing with. They just don't have enough damage to bring down players. The Doomfist is going to allow them to spread out the team fight. As you can see, Dante trying to isolate Checkmate. The Dragon from Kai does take down Merit in the middle of this fight, and Checkmate does go down, so no
ラッシュ構成の一つの回答でもあるからね、ドゥンピは。
It's going to lead to a flip, so the Doomfist paying dividends pretty quickly.
And what would you have loved to see like Kevster like go to here, right? You're already running like a
Mei at the start. I like the Tracer with the Doomfist, but at the start,
メイヘムはルパルがないなるだけで他はそのまま。
Not just the player, but stopping the healing coming through. RuPaul is just pumping out healing into someone, and they just can't bring him down. But with the Doomfist, look at Dante to be able to try and get this empowered punch up, and then hit everyone and try and take down a 200 HP target.
Yeah, I think though that this switch though,
ああいいパンチだ。
to the Ana is definitely going to make them a little bit more cautious.
バベル
Because Dante can't go in.
いいぞ、はい。
Those big bios or sleeves. Yeah, that's a nice one from Babel. Is there'll be someone who gets one here for the Florida Mayhem, but all these kills going in favor of LAGs. LAG should be able to get a hold. Someone's just begging for anybody to take him out there. He will make his way back.
さあこれで風向き変わったか。
As the Gladiators now control high ground.
ただメイヘムこっからウルトがな、メイウルト含めめちゃくちゃ上がってくるんだよな。
Yeah, against this brawl, because of the AoE punch and the amount of like damage that you can do and just how hard you are to isolate as a Doomfist, we've seen a lot of players trying it. Dante making a
これメリットだけ上からデッドアイだ。
He just is a nuisance that the Florida Mayhem don't have a way to deal with. The counter punch comes through into the high noon, but wasn't able to get it. The sound barrier to keep everybody alive, but Dante is also alive. Look, he's
すげえダメージディルしてるけどキルには繋がらない。
Yeah, they hit it with a bio, a sleep. I mean, everything there. It's gonna come with a seismic slam around.
うわここでカイがキルもぎ取っていく。
Dante, when we saw Doomfist obviously make his debut as a tank, Dante was one of the best as he is put into great use here. I mean, look at this, up on the high ground like a raid boss throughout this point. Florida, they went down to go get a touch.
全部のスキルがフルヒットしたからね、さっきのウルトの溜まり方とんでもないことになってた。さあ、これで
Dante, like if Doomfist didn't go to a tank, we might not even see Dante on tank in the role. He mainly switched to play that Doomfist, as you said, Matt. But he's just such a talented player. You see the way that he cycled all those abilities is just perfect. But now we go to the third round. Sanctum on Nepal. Once again, very different map. Someone's going to go over to that Sigma, a very common pick, and Florida Mayhem look very adept at it, while the Gladiators, the last time they played that Sigma composition was against the Houston Outlaws, and it was not pretty.
But
it
I
was
think
not
though,
pretty on the Havana.
I think like, okay, so Florida Mayhem obviously switching comps is like looking for answers, but I also think that it's great to see if you're the Gladiators, because they're so good at the dive that having them play anything other than dive, even if they're pretty good at it, you probably still feel like it's a little bit of an easier path.
そうですね、ラッシュに対してルンピが刺さるのは、まあ、固まった相手に対してその AOE のパンチだとかスラムとかが、まあ、複数ヒットしやすいのと、まあ、パンチがスタン効果とかノックバック効果があるんで、相手がラッシュしたいタイミングでその正面からパンチすることで動きを止められるんですよ。まあその隙でそのキルが取れたりとか、まあ、その間に味方が逃げたりリポジションしたりっていうことができるんで、まあ、そういう時間を稼ぐのが得意なんですよね。いや、なんてこれドゥームどうだろうな、この対面。あー、ファニアスラも落ちる。もったいね。タイが取られて、ここはポイント分けを渡す形にはなりそう。
bust open the right side with that funny Astray kill, and that enables them to take down the rest of the Gladiators, and they flip it 22% to 4%.
Do you think the Gladiators need to change their comp up at all here?
It looks like the Gladiators are looking at themselves and trying to work out if they want to switch it up as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Babel switching off of this Ana at some point, but deciding to opt into it right now. But it's going to be difficult as Merit is on that Cassidy as well, just sort of pumping out damage, a lot more consistent than the Hanzo we started on.
Yeah, and I wonder where you would even kind of consider going to, as that's going to be the checkmate pulse bomb, doesn't get anything there.
まあシグマ相手のドゥームはね、わあ、ダンテ、うわー、阻害が。ドゥーム相手のドゥームフィストは、シグマ相手のドゥームフィストは、1だったらドゥーム有利だったんだけど、シグマ相手にね。2になってからのドゥームは微妙っすね。シグマ相手は。パンチ当てても倒せないし、ガードに合わせて岩当てられるんで普通に不利つきますね、相性上は。有利はつかないから。不利はちょっと言い過ぎだけどね。うわー、ダンテきつい。だって目が死んでる。力のない目が。いやー、これラストチャンスだけど。
It's just the fact that you're losing fights and not forcing Florida to use any ultimates in the process of that, right? They're going to actually have everything to use here, as we're going to get to 99. So it'll get contested here. Gravitic Flux from someone. It's going to be the Meteor Strike here. And the Kariko ultimate comes down at the same time.
うわ、寝かされる。
And he just gets pulled up down to the ground as they're going to come out to the other side, finish him off. That's going to be 2 more kills going in favor of the Florida Mayhem. Kai there with Babel, and he's not able to touch, and that'll be the Florida.
さあ、メイヘム大手。まあ、ネパールのマップに関してはちょっとね、ドゥームはきつかったね、さすがに。
Maybe a little bit of hubris from Dante playing that Doomfist going into the third round could have been better.
ちょっと構成相性な感じはしちゃうけど。
I guess more dive potential if they're going to play that Sigma, but map 5 goes to the Florida Mayhem and now goes back to the Gladiators. Match point for the Florida Mayhem, but they do have the map choice.
Yeah, I was going to say it is game point for Florida Mayhem, but that map choice may end up being huge here as we take a look at some of the highlights. As you know, this first point, it was just dominance there from the Mayhem. It was really the second point where the Gladiators started to make waves and bounce back.
Well, they were lucky to make it back even in that second round. The Doomfist finding a lot of value.
まあルートも読まれやすいし、まああとはなんつうか、相手がまとまってないからやっぱりちょっと後取りづらいよね。
Incredible player who has shown a wealth of flexibility that we don't really see from a ton of DPS players in the Overwatch League. Checkmate making his presence known, and that's another great map here from the Florida Mayhem. You have to be confident going into the next one because you've just shown you can play any composition.
Yeah, it's quite odd. I know it's almost at this point, if you're the Florida Mayhem, you feel like the Gladiators' best look may actually be that Winston-based composition, but and you feel pretty good about going up against it, right? I mean, now that we've seen, you know, they've kind of lost with the Ramatra, you know, the Doomfist look was effective for a bit, but also, you know, didn't end up resulting to a win. So it'll be the LA Gladiators map choice with their lives on the line here coming up right after this quick break.
相性有利取るなら、どうだろうな。あのマップのシグマが結構ベストピックのみたいなところがあるからな。あのマップのシグマに相性有利取れる構成あるんかな、果たして。いや、結構厳しそうに見えるけどな。まあ、シグマ出して、半蔵出して、シグマ半蔵出して、シグマ半蔵とかじゃないかな。で、ゼニーバティ。かなとは思うけどね。ラッシュは弱いっすね。まあ、まあ弱いかな。まあ、新目とかうまく使えるならちょっと話変わってくるけど、まあ、あのマップはどうしても一本道をずっとひた走らないといけないんで、まあポーク構成みたいな火力高い構成に対して真正面から突っ切らないといけなくて、追いつく前に削られてキルが起きるんですよね。で、追いついた時にはもう、運よく追いついても、運よく追いついても、まあ、なかなか厳しいっていう。モリーサはね、ポークセロナオフされて消えたね。あとマップの構造上なんか一生逃げ続けられるんですよね。ラッシュじゃない方が。 ポーク側が一生その後ろに逃げながら引き打ちするだけでそのラッシュ構成側がきつくなるんで。距離詰めづらいマップなんですよね。
We go into it. It looks like we do have some subs, like Lastro back in for the Gladiators. But Scott, we have Havana as the Gladiators map choice.
It's a bold strategy because the series that they played just earlier today against the Houston Outlaws, that was probably the map that was the least close. Obviously, Gladiators have the players to play this type of map. I would expect to see double flex support, get some Widows coming from Kai and Merit, but also the Sigma matchup, Dante versus someone. Dante's Sigma is something that has a lot of question marks. You would assume he's quite good at it as he's a mechanically capable player, but someone has just been so strong on this hero. We actually just saw it on that Nepal right there. So this matchup could be quite interesting as Kevster hovering that Echo right now, a pick that some people have been trying to make work, especially speedily on the Toronto Defiant, but it hasn't had that much success.
Yeah, it'll be Florida Mayhem on defense here first. So Merit will come out on the Widowmaker. So Widow with the Tracer, it feels like Checkmate's played really no outside of some May really just only Tracer throughout the series, and then they're going to go with the Brig with the Baptiste backline. I think that's why you see some changes here for the Gladiators in terms of support, not really able to seal map as we get into it.
どうだろうね、ブリザードワールドでこの対面になってもチョロングブリギッテだったし、もうそういう戦術なんじゃないかな。まあ一応距離詰めちゃえばそのシグマ VS シグマのダメージトレードで、有利取れたりするんで、別になしではないんですよね。サーキットロイヤルとかでもブリギッテ出すチームいたりするし、好みとピックプールの問題かなって気はする。グラディエーターはブリギッテを見て完全にポークに寄せたね。
Big damage output here from the support line, but also you got to be so careful with that Zen going up against Tracer and Checkmate.
Yeah, and this is sort of an interesting look because
あとトレーサー出てるから、トレーサーとの相性も考えてって感じはするかもな。トレーサー強く運用しようとするとやっぱりトレーサーに対して離れてヒールできる、離れてかつ確実にヒールできるヒーローが欲しいから、そうなると一つブリギッテってのは候補になるかなって気がする。あっぶな。
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I was like, this is where he's just gonna line that headshot off and nail it. As it'll be Rupo that actually gets that first blood on the.
おお、ルパーでダブルキルしてる。
おお、バビル。Babel also gonna sort of take out a Widowmaker as apparently Widowmakers aren't the snipers anymore and the Baptiste are the real DPS, but that is going to be a reset for the Gladiators, and that was a long time to take a first fight. That's already almost 2 minutes off the clock. As we can see, this kill's coming out here from Rupal. There's a window.
And Ant Matrix here. It's like almost an Ant Matrix themselves. I mean, dude, you see the flicks here, and that is so. Just to be able to like go from one side of the M Matrix to the other, right? He's looking through, does damage on one, then goes through it and shoots back the healing the opposite way. I mean, that is some sick stuff there, but it's going to be Dante and
グラディーターこじ開けた。
in the feed as they kind of now though they push someone into a really difficult spot here, just trying to like bully him up in the high ground. They keep the payload moving as you take that tank completely out of the fight.
Yeah, but they have to contest this point right now, and that's the problem they're going to run into. Checkmate is back and hits the stick onto Babel, is going to force out the immortality field. Someone's going to try and make it winnable, but misses the flux. I think that was a whip shot onto Dante that knocked him out of it.
フラックスミスったな。てかなんかダンテ突っ飛んでかなかった。な、チョロングがもしかしてウィップ当てた？サムワンに対して。
Misses the flux. I think that was a whip shot onto Dante that knocked him out of it. And Dante returns the kind, but it is just that much better. As that will be the first point coming in for the Gladiators. And Florida Mayhem used a lot of ultimates to try and hold onto that one as we see Merit switch off of that Widow duel onto the Sombra.
Yes, his Sombra was really effective on Shambali, so maybe we actually see them go to the same type of thing. Like maybe we see someone make a change here, potentially over to like the Winston. No, Merit's gonna go back. He's actually going to play the Widowmaker.
Yeah, and you know, Checkmate is going over to the Genji as well. So Merit Goes back to the Widowmaker, checkmate on the Genji. Some weird swaps coming in from Mayhem. I'm a resident Genji disliker, especially in this meta so far. It doesn't feel like you find a lot of value, but Merit always finds value on that Widowmaker. And because Kai has switched over to that Hanzo, they don't have anyone to contest this Widowmaker as Blaster's going to use this Transcendence.
いやー、ここはケブスタ、そしてダンテ。いや、ただメリットがダブルキルして取り返していく。
Dante. Okay, Dante is low health. He has very little to hold on to, but Kevster on that Tracer is still applying that pressure, going to force Merit back as someone on that Sigma is just anchoring down. There is no swaps coming in from the Gladiators. They want to stick to this greedy Baptiste Zenyatta style, which is going to be hard against this aggressive Genji look from Checkmate as he's charging this blade up quite quickly. But Gladiators, nothing to really do, trying to take this positioning as we see Merit holding the angle, unable to find anything. And this window is such an impossible place for the Gladiators to dislodge Merit from. As you can see, Kevster trying to apply some pressure, but just constantly pushed away as the window goes down from RuPaul, takes out the Immortality Field, and trades off of the Baptiste. And that is going to be another hold here for the Florida Mayhem as the Gladiators only 2 minutes remaining. But a kill from Kevster onto Checkmate that could potentially open a door up for the Gladiators, as that was not a cheap fight for the Florida Mayhem, having to use that walls, which is so important in keeping Kevster in check. RuPaul using that window, and now they have a window of their own for the Gladiators, as Babel has been so impressive on this hero so far.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see now a Gravitic Flux here. Looks like from Dante is it's going to be the Immortality Field that actually saves some of the players in the Florida Mayhem. Now it's going to be a Gravitic Flux on the other end here.
流撃剣チェックメイトしっかりキルを重ねて残り1分。いや、まあケブな、まあトレーサーでサイド運営しないと結構厳しいからね。特にチェックメイトが現地出してるから、多分これでヒットスキャンとか出しちゃうとね、一生ケブじゃチェックメイトに荒らされるんだよね。トレーサーは悪くないとは思うんだけど、さあダンテは最後望みをかけたウィンストン。
The threat from the back from Merit and the aggression from Checkmate in the front, as you know, they're going to slowly start to build ultimates up, but with only 40 seconds remaining, they might not get to a Primal Rage or a Nano Boost, so they're going to have to deal with it with just this Pulse Bomb from Kevster and this Transcendence from Lastro.
Checkmate just pestering here, just making sure Kevster just doesn't flank from the side, kill all his supports. Lastro getting close to a Transcendence.
サムワンカイが落ちる。あー、ケブも落ちる。
That is difficult when he goes down to the Sigma. Maybe just some poke damage there. You're going to lose Lastro here as well, as he's not going to burn that Transcendence. This might be it. I mean, you may not actually get like a really good...
ラストのトランス打てずか。
Florida Mayhem always know when to put on that gas pedal. They see that the Gladiators are weak and they're not leaving, and that will be
ここまでか。いや、グラディ、まあでも第一で止まる可能性があるからな、まだ。第一で止められる可能性があるから。うわー、第3までいけずか。
We have seen many of times in the Overwatch League, even that first checkpoint can be very difficult to get. As see what the Florida Mayhem decide to come run out on offense is. I mean, do you just play Winston here? Winston.
いや、BO7 はファイナルだけ BO7 です。単純に。
I think you're just going to see Dante and the Gladiators probably just play that Sigma.
I think the Sigma is fine, and I don't think you need to overthink it. It's just when the Florida Mayhem throw a curveball at you, when they're gonna play that Genji, when they're gonna play that Brig, it's gonna be you have to make some adjustments on your own. Lastro playing greedy on that Zenyatta, as we're gonna see. This is how Kai went down on that Widowmaker. Oh wow, what a great prediction!
I mean, that is so good
from someone.
I mean, that is. He makes it look way easier than it is. I mean, you know, the prediction onto the Widowmaker, strafing on the outside. You know, you can't even, like, there's nothing that Kai can really do about that. I mean, that's just a fantastic play there by someone.
Yeah.
Look like Zens for both teams here as well. So the Zen with the
Baptiste. It's important to note, crazier things have happened. Just earlier this weekend we saw the Toronto Defiant and the Boston Uprising go toe-to-toe, and we thought Toronto had that match in the bag, but Boston were able to full hold. This is a very difficult point to attack, especially if Merit isn't able to find value on this Widowmaker. Offensive Widowmaker is obviously a lot more difficult because you're walking into sightlines of Kai.
さあメイヘムはチェックメイト現実続行。構成自体はお互い変わらずだね。
When you said crazier things have happened, I thought you were going to say, we had a team go over 40 one year. But yeah, that was crazy as well. It makes Florida Mayhem, they round the corner. See what they decide to do. It doesn't look like maybe are they trying to play from high ground there on that left-hand side? Maybe kind of force that Widow.
さあブリギって現地でサイドを作っている。
Where he has kind of like a Widow up on the other side and then the Genji kind of attacking from the other. A little bit of like a misdirection play as Dante gets low.
Yeah, they want to remove the stairs. Merit's under pressure from Kevster, and that's an important pick. But someone taking out Babel again. Someone opening.
ただバベルが落ちるとこれきついね。リドいなくても関係ないね。ゴリ押しダメージトレードで勝てちゃうねこれ。おお、声やばすぎそれ。そんな一瞬だけ顔出してキル取っていくなんて。
Yeah, and they're going to use the infosight, so they're going to know exactly what they're going up against when they turn this corner. As they know that checkmate's above. Going to be a hit on the mine there. As Charong's so low, but he's going to be able to live on through it. As Kai needs to land one of these shots. It's going to be an Ant Matrix coming down here for the Florida Mayhem. Rubel just trying to keep everybody alive here. Immortality.
いやー、いいイモータリティフィールドだ。
Right on the point. The pulse bomb comes down from Kepster. They've been great all day, and he's going to get one, but it is not going to be enough. This is going to be the first checkpoint. It should be the first checkpoint going.
悠々と第一を突破。4分。4分。
They just haven't been
able to find
value with this Baptiste Zen. That offensive capability just is not there. As Kevs is going to say, you know what? You're playing Genji, I'll play Genji as well.
At this point, do you need the Transcendence for this Blade, right? I mean, what do you switch to, right? Like, you could play Brig, but that's not something we've seen them do. Like Brig, Baptiste. If you were going to play like a Lucio, Lastro wouldn't be in the game, right? So you almost like you're kind of like committed here on this Zen play.
Yeah, and I want to shout,
まあグラディエーターここのウェーブは
in this map so far. Such a widow-sided and orientated map, and Merit's just been getting the better of this. Kai needs to step up if the gladiators are going to hold.
ウルトがあるんでしばらくは大丈夫そうだけど。さあラリーとバティウルトの交換。チェックメイトウルトはたまりそうだけどラストロはウルトがある。まあ、サムワンチェックメイトどっちに交際返すかって話よな。うわー、サムワンのウルトがこれラストロウルト、これ打てなかったかラストロ。触れないか、触れなさそうだな。いや、触れるか。メリット。メイヘムだ。いやー、強かったな、メイヘム。
And close out against the Los Angeles Gladiators 4-2 to win the Pro-Am West.
And the Florida Mayhem, your champions here of the Pro-Am, and they were just lights out from start to finish. So many people as
いやー、もう純粋に完成度が高かったね、メイヘム。
Not up to date on that one. I mean, he's chucking all the moves in there at once, but I mean, they were unbelievable throughout this tournament.
連携レベル、まあ個々人のフィジカルもそうだけど、普通に完成度が高かったわ。
Florida Mayhem, we all looked like, oh yeah, that's a good team, but I don't think anybody expected this. But I think it's clear they did. I mean, they have a fantastic roster.
Yeah, and no one expected Florida to be the best. I don't think there are many.
いや、ルーパールやばかったね。
who came into this pro and being like Florida Mayhem have the roster to be able to beat out all these other super teams that have really been in the West. And I just need to give a shout out to the coordination and the level of flexibility.
今日のメイヘムの MVP 誰かっつったら、まあ俺はルパルって言うかもしれんな。俺はルパルだな。個人的には。
And other things. So this Florida Mayhem squad, you need to keep an eye on them in the regular season of the Overwatch League.
Yeah, and just like their support line, just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I think when you looked at the roster and you're like, you know, Checkmate and Merit, that's going to be lights out. We loved what we saw from someone last year. And then you're like, Charung and RuPaul, like that's an interesting combination. How is that going to work out? I mean, they were just on another level, which gets me excited because like this is a team that we now know is really good. You lump them in with the teams that, you know, we also saw really good teams this weekend. Like the depth of teams in the NA here in the West seems to be pretty large going into the regular season.
Yeah, and there's just a wealth of opportunities that they can do, but for the Gladiators, I want to give them a shout out as well because they
シグマ構成におけるブリを出すその強みというか強みに関しては結局そのバティストとかゼニアットってそのダメージトレードで強くなると思いきや、シグマ構成のバティゼニって結局縦割るまではダメージ出せないんですよ結局。なんだけどブリギッテはその縦貫通してダメージも与えられるんで、その縦がある状態でのダメージトレードはブリギッテ側が有利なんですよ。縦が割れるまではね、お互いの縦が割れるまでのダメージトレードはブリギッテ側が有利なんで、まあ、特にその源氏とかフランカーとかを用いてそのサイドから攻略していくっていうのを主体にするんであれば、正面を強引に押せるんで、ある程度、まあ、そうなった時にブリギッテの突撃力とかその近接戦闘力っていうのがまあ役に立ってくるっていう感じですね。まあだからといってブリギッテが最適解とはならないんですけど、まあ、もちろんね、そのちょっとでも、詰めるのがね、孫つけば、ゼニアッタバティストのそう、ゼニアッタバティストの火力に押されるし、なんかそのちゃんと近づける技量というか、まあその戦術とか連携がちゃんとあってこそっていうところはあるけど、近づけさえしちゃえばっていうところはありますね。まあ、あとブリギって縦あるんで、相手のなんつうのなんだろうシグマの岩とか縦受けできたりとか、まあその他のサポートにはないメリットもありますね。いやー強かったメイヘム。まあグラディエーターズは明らかに困ってたからね。
Such great coordination, so much great teamwork, and just every single one of them were, you know, just all mechanically talented. Gladiators, I was so surprised, you know, throughout the whole Pro-Am tournament, they made so much improvements, and even in this match, every time they lost, they found a way to come back out with a win to just, you know, keep the Florida Mayhem on their toes. But at the end of the day, it was Florida Mayhem, you know, taking over for a really good reason. They were just so much better, so much more coordinated, and they had so much great looks. I think
チョロングはね、前シーズンから
highlighted this very well. You know, they could not only play that Winston dive wall, but they every other composition.
いや、ブリはね、別に強くないっすよ。
Whether it was a Gladiators pick or whether it was their pick, you know.
ヒーローパワーとしては平均です。やっぱ運用とかの話なんで、野良で出して強いとは思わないからな、あのキャラだって。
kind of compositions are we going to see? How many different comps are going to come out here? And like one thing I'm really excited about seeing is actually that Checkmate Genji.
なんか戦術的な価値があるだけであるのと、やっぱヒーローパワーがあるのとはまた話が別なんで。まあそれで言うとブリギッタは明らかにヒーローパワーは足りないっすね。まあメイヘムはすごく運用が上手だったっていうことで。いやブリギッテは弱いっすよ。いや弱いは言い過ぎだけど強くはないっすよ。 やっぱそのヒーロー単体のパワーとしてはやっぱゼニアッタ、バティスト、アナ、キリコ、この辺には絶対勝てないんで、単体のヒーローパワーはちゃんとその戦術として落とし込んでどういう風に運用するかっていうのが、メイヘムがめちゃくちゃうまかったっていうことだと思います。それに今回ね、ちゃんと仕上げてるのメイヘムちゃんと強かったから、まあそれでブリギッテ評価上げそうだけど、でもやっぱりブリギッテはね、やっぱ難しいっすよ、めちゃくちゃ。まああとはこれがレギュラーシーズン始まってどうなっていくかだね。楽しみだね、レギュラーシーズン始まってからが。
My lesson learned for the Pro-Am tournament is that Florida Mayhem is very, very strong.
とりあえずメイヘムはワンシーズン勝ち切ったということで。
They were firing on all cylinders. They could play any composition that they needed to play at such a high level, and it was just amazing to see. And it was very, they really did deserve to win the Pro-Am tournament. You know, like Costa also said it right before he tossed it to us. You know, no one really expected Florida Mayhem to win it all, or even to come close to, you know, to the finals. But you know, they made it happen, and they looked fantastic while doing it.
I think that's what made their successes seem even a bit more surprising, right? Is because originally they weren't a team that were at the top of people's power rankings or on their radar as one of those stronger teams going into the Pro-Am. And so when, you know, we can joke a little bit about, well, maybe they were tested, maybe they weren't. Well, I think the moral of the story there is that they're just that good.
まあブリギって強化とはいえ強化とはいえ強くなるのはウルト中だけなんで、ウルトはまあ散々弱いって言われてたし、素の性能はむしろ弱体化するんでシーズン4。なのでまあ俺は適正かなとは思いますけどね。多分野良でもね、多分結構使われるけど、なんかウルト以外弱えじゃねえかっつって多分ね、あんまり結局なんかシーズン半ば頃からなんか人気薄れてく未来が見えるけどな、なんかアナゼニとかやってる方が強えわってなりそう、野良だったら。まあそして2日後にはシーズン4始まってライフウィーバーとかもね出てくるんで、競技的にはむしろライフウィーバーとかの方が面白いことが起こりそうなんで、ちょっと個人的にもいろいろ注目したいっすね。まあでもな、なんか俺がなんかシーズン初めの頃になんかいろいろ考えてこれ強いよっつって言っても、なんか結局なんかそのなんつうのかな、評価され始めるの後半になってからなんだよな。まあ俺なんかそのキャラ強いよっていうことと環境的にそいつに使い道があるよっていうのはまあ話別なんで、まあしょうがないんですけどね。実際俺がラマットラめっちゃ強いじゃんこいつって言ってた時の野良の環境とかその競技環境ではホグとかも結構出てたんで、実際にそのラマットラが強い状況は揃ってなかったとかもあるんですけど、3ヶ月ぐらいかかってラマットラ評価され始めるっていう、なんとも悲しいあれがあるんで、まあもうね昔からなんですけど、大体俺強いって言うと大体3ヶ月か2ヶ月か3ヶ月ぐらい経ってから、1ヶ月以上経ってからね評価され始めてね、ほら言ったのにって言ってもなんか狼少年になるって言うんで、そうまあ結局習熟度とかもあるからね、実際その狼少年バフ前のラマはなやっぱルパル MVP だよね。バフ前のラマはな、いやバフ前のラマも強かったよ、別に強かったよ。結局今あんまラッシュしねえじゃんラマットラ。
an intense game. You guys started off looking so very dominant, but then suddenly the gladiators came alive. How do you think the gladiators managed to kind of
まあ自己ストリームついたのはめちゃくちゃでかかったね、実際。あれはめちゃくちゃでかかった、正直。
We struggled a lot with dealing with it. It was pretty hard for us to work around it because usually we're used to just setting up dives on the backline and just like one-shot them. But every time I would try and nade, Dante would just run on me, and it made the game so hard.
なんかライフウィーバーも同じ道をたどりそう。なんかこうやったら強いよって、まあいろいろ発見したいですね。
Such a joy to watch. What I want to ask is about the team Florida Mayhem. Like I did talk to Chorong after your first match today. He said that Florida Mayhem is unique because it's a mixed roster and you guys sort of really trust each other. And that's
なんかね、俺はね結構なんつうのかな。なんか俺の強いはね、なんか環境とかを度外視してるなんか絶対評価なんだよね。なんかそのヒーロー多分そのヒーローに対する。多分みんなは割とっていうかなんか一般的には割と多分環境を含めて強いか弱いかみたいな話を多分ねみんなしてると思うんだけど、俺はどうしてもなんかね癖なんだけどなんか絶対評価しちゃうんだよな、環境に関わらず。環境の話を考慮してできないとも言えるけど、だからまあ多分ライフウィーバー強いって言っても皆さん信じないでください。多分3ヶ月後ぐらいに強くなるんで。俺がライフウィーバー強いよっつってもあんまり信じない方がいいです。なんかウィーバーを探せはあれだな、前蘇生マーシーの時のマーシーを探せに似てるな。まあそうならないことを祈るけど、いやでもなりそう。まあでもそれはそれでまあ面白いからいいけど、まあそういうゲームだってことで。ということでじゃあ今日はまあたくさん喋ったんでお疲れ様です。まあ次配信するのがそうね、ウィーバー絶対でかいんだよな。まあなんかその辺のウィーバーの配信とかも含めてやるのは次は多分明日気が向いやでもどうだろう、明日はねあれなんよな、そのウィーバー実装の時の研究したいんで朝早く起きたいから多分明日はあんまり配信しないかな。だからライフウィーバー実装直後から、まあ、研究配信しとくんで、多分クイックとかはあんまりプレイしないけど、なんかマップ歩き回ってこういう使い方強いんじゃないか、ああじゃないかこうじゃないかってこねくり回す回します。ということでじゃあお疲れ様でした。あ、ちなみにその明日以降の配信は Twitch からになります。はい。Twitch の民に戻ります僕は。ということでお疲れ様でした。